I went downstairs to take out the trash and found a beautiful woman by accident. The college entrance exams had just ended, and with his parents not at home, Jiang Han was about to start Genshin Impact, looking forward to enjoying his vacation. Who would have thought that while he was downstairs taking out the trash, he would end up picking up a stunning campus beauty. Brother Jiang Han, please let me stay at your house for a few days. How could you bear to see me homeless? We're classmates, just help me out, okay? Wuwuwu. Mu Xiaoya clung to Jiang Han's leg, crying and begging to stay with him. Seeing Mu Xiaoya's delicate and pitiful appearance, Jiang Han was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that the usually untouchable campus beauty would have such a funny side to her. Helpless, Jiang Han finally agreed to take in this wandering campus beauty, letting her be a domestic maid, pouring tea, fetching water, and doing some needlework. Seemed like it might not be too bad, huh? Chapter 1, The Golden House Hiding a Beauty System. Magic City. Happy Lane Community. Burp Tilder. Vacation is just too awesome. After finishing a Genshin Impact dungeon, Jiang Han grabbed a can of cola from the table and chugged it down in one go. He then crumpled the can and tossed it into the trash can, which was so full it could barely hold anything more. The college entrance exams had just ended, and his parents were out of town on business. Jiang Han was the only one at home, and he couldn't be more excited about the summer vacation ahead. During the day, he'd play games. At night, he'd binge watch anime. He feared nothing except maybe not getting enough nutrition. Looking at the time, it was already 6 in the evening. Jiang Han felt a bit hungry. It was the perfect time to go downstairs to throw out the trash and grab some fried rice on the way back. Then he'd come back and continue gaming. This life was so good. Who needs a girlfriend or to be in a relationship? Isn't he gaming and watching anime already enough fun? Jiang Han wasn't like the other students in his class, who, as soon as the college entrance exam scores were out, were eager to go travel with their girlfriends. Sure, they say it's for travel, but everyone knows what they are actually doing, right? Jiang Han had no interest in those kinds of things. He turned off his computer, grabbed the trash bag, which was so full it might spill over, and put on his slippers to head downstairs. He lived in an old community. To throw out the trash, he had to walk outside the community, a good few dozen meters, to reach the recycling station. As he hummed a tune, he walked forward. Before long, he arrived at the trash station. It was a large recycling station, filled with many different colored trash bins of all sizes. The lighting was dim. There was a strange smell in the air. Jiang Han didn't want to stay too long. He grabbed the trash bag and, from a few meters away, threw it toward the trash bin in a perfect arc. Thud. But unexpectedly, the trash bag landed next to the bin. Then, a sharp scream rang out. R tilde. Who's so mean, throwing trash everywhere? Hearing the sweet voice, Jiang Han froze for a moment, then looked toward the source of the sound. Behind the green trash bin, a girl in a JK uniform, with a knee-length skirt, slowly leaned out. Her figure was stunning, with curves in all the right places, skin fair and smooth, her facial features delicate and beautiful. At that moment, she was rubbing her forehead, glaring angrily at Jiang Han. Mu Xiaoya. Seeing the beautiful girl before him, Jiang Han was stunned. Wasn't this the school beauty, Mu Xiaoya, who was constantly chased by a bunch of boys back in high school? What was she doing here? And looking at her messy hair and dirty clothes, it seemed like she had been on the streets for several days. What are you doing here? Jiang Han looked at Mu Xiaoya and asked with confusion. Seeing the boy in front of her call her name, Mu Xiaoya was a little surprised. You know me? She furrowed her brows and stared at Jiang Han. Jiang Han nodded, of course. Who in all of Magic City number 1 High wouldn't know you? I'm in the class next door. My name is Jiang Han. When Mu Xiaoya heard Jiang Han was also from Magic City number 1 High, her guard immediately dropped. She put down the cardboard and plastic bottles she was holding and, with her long, beautiful legs, walked up to Jiang Han, giving him a sly look. Just now. Did you throw trash at me? Seeing Mu Xiaoya's smile, Jiang Han nervously took a step back. Yeah, so what? I didn't do it on purpose. Hearing Jiang Han's words, Mu Xiaoya smiled lightly. She raised her right index finger and lightly traced her plump, red lips. Since you hit me with the trash, you have to compensate me. Compensate? Jiang Han was stunned for a moment, then asked in confusion, what do you want me to compensate you for? Compensate by letting me stay at your place for a few days. Mu Xiaoya narrowed her eyes slightly, a faint smile on her lips. Are you joking? No way. Jiang Han immediately rejected her. How could he let a girl stay at his house? He'd still want to play games in his underwear. Plus, his parents were only on a business trip, not out of the country. They might come back any time. If they found out he brought a girl home to stay, he'd be in big trouble. Jiang Han's parents were quite traditional. They had warned him several times not to date anyone before graduating college. The college entrance exams had just ended. If he started hanging out with girls now, they might break one of his legs. So, there was no way he could agree to this. Seeing Jiang Han's refusal, Mu Xiaoya's smile disappeared instantly. She muttered to herself, thinking, this guy is too much, even rejecting me. No wonder you're still single. But soon, she thought of a way to turn the situation around. She put on a pitiful expression and looked at Jiang Han, saying, Jiang Han, please let me stay at your house for a few days. Can you really bear to see me end up on the streets? We're classmates after all, can you help me out? Ying. Seeing Mu Xiaoya's delicate and pitiful look, Jiang Han was momentarily stunned. He never expected the usually untouchable school beauty to have such a silly side. However, even with this, he still couldn't agree. When it came to a girl versus his own dignity, his third leg was much more important. Just as he was about to reject her again, a crisp electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Golden House hiding a beauty system binding successful. Mission 1, reject the school beauty's request, turn around and leave, reward the host with the Eternal Single Dog title, which gives plus 99,999 to hand speed. Mission 2, take in the homeless school beauty, let her become a housemaid, reward the host with a luxury apartment at Bund number 1, plus a newbie gift pack. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Jiang Han was immediately stunned. As a seasoned otaku, aside from playing games and watching anime, his favorite hobby was reading novels. He was very familiar with systems. After all, with a system, even a dog could reach the pinnacle of life. Jiang Han couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. He never imagined that one day he would bind with a system. He quickly skimmed through the system options, and without hesitation, made his choice. Are you kidding? A luxury apartment at Bund number 1. That's worth more than 100,000 yuan per square meter. A large flat would easily cost tens of millions. Plus, there's a newbie gift pack. Anyone who picks the first option would be an idiot. This system is so uncreative. I choose too. Jiang Han thought to himself as he spoke to the system. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Rewards, a luxury flat at Bund number 1. Rewards, a newbie gift pack. Includes 5 million in cash, 1 powerful tonic, and a mysterious gift. P.S. The mysterious gift has been placed in the wardrobe of number 1 mansion, please check it yourself. Chapter 2, Taking in the School Beauty. As soon as the system finished speaking, a key and an access card appeared in Jiang Han's pocket. At the same time, his phone vibrated twice. Jiang Han took it out and saw that, as expected, 5 million had been credited to his bank account. Jiang Han couldn't help but smile. This feeling was absolutely amazing. No more worrying about not having enough money to top up for 648 anymore. Colorful skins, limited edition items, Genesis crystals, and S-class guns, here I come. Jiang Han, please. Let me stay at your place for a few days. At that moment, Mu Xiaoya walked up to him, tugging at his sleeve, looking at him with her big watery eyes, looking pitiful. Jiang Han looked down and, just as he did, he happened to catch a glimpse of her cleavage through the loose neckline of her top. He swallowed, then nodded. I can take you in. But I have a condition. Hearing that Jiang Han agreed, Mu Xiaoya immediately asked excitedly. Okay, what's the condition? As long as it's not about sleeping with me, I'll agree to anything. Mu Xiaoya patted her ample chest, saying this with absolute confidence. Cough cough. Hearing her bold words, Jiang Han couldn't help but cough twice. He never expected this girl to be so open. Sleeping with me? Forget it. I'm not that kind of person who takes advantage of others. Jiang Han paused, then looked at Mu Xiaoye and said, but I want you to be my housemaid. R. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoye froze. She blinked her big beautiful eyes. What are you trying to do? Mu Xiaoye looked at Jiang Han warily, thinking to herself. He says he doesn't want me to sleep with him. But being a housemaid isn't much better. Besides, in many anime, maids are supposed to sleep with their masters. Seeing the suspicious look in her eyes, Jiang Han helplessly scratched his nose. He was equally helpless. It was the system that came up with this ridiculous request. Otherwise, with his upright, sunny, and gentlemanly personality, there's no way he would let a young girl become his maid. But, in order to complete the system's task, Jiang Han had no choice but to say, don't get me wrong, I want you to be my housemaid, but it's not because I want to do anything to you. You have to know, I'm taking a big risk by letting you stay. You'll be living in my house, eating my food, so it's only reasonable for you to take care of me as a housemaid, right? If you find it too hard, then forget it. Seeing Jiang Han's somewhat playful approach, Mu Xiaoye hesitated. Although being a maid for a male classmate sounded strange, she was afraid Jiang Han might back out, so she could only agree, I'll be your maid, but you can't do anything weird to me, okay? Otherwise, I'll. She raised her right hand, making a gesture as if to cut something. Jiang Han was speechless, laughing and saying, fine, I promise I won't do anything to you. HMPH. That's more like it. Mu Xiaoye grunted, returning to her lively and cute self. By the way, Jiang Han suddenly thought of something and asked, you still haven't told me, why are you here? Looking at you, it seems like you've been away from home for several days, right? Upon hearing this question, Mu Xiaoye's face stiffened for a moment. She fell silent for a while, as if recalling something sad, then sighed lightly and explained, actually, I didn't run away from home, I was kicked out by my mom. Kicked out? Yeah, a few days ago, the exam results came out, and I scored just over 200. Mu Xiaoye pouted and said helplessly, when my mom found out, she was so angry that she kicked me out. That can't be. Jiang Han looked surprised. I remember, your grades weren't that bad, right? During the previous grade-wide exams and mock tests, you were always in the top 10, even higher than me. Could it be that you were cheating? Before Jiang Han could finish his sentence, Mu Xiaoye interrupted him, saying, you're the one who is cheating. This time in the college entrance exam, I intentionally messed up. Mu Xiaoye sighed and explained, to be honest, I originally wanted to take the art exam and become a music student. But my mom insisted that I take the exam for Qingdao University. So, I deliberately messed up the exam and planned to take the art exam next year to follow my dreams. After hearing Mu Xiaoye's explanation, Jiang Han suddenly understood and nodded, saying, so that's what happened. But your mom is probably just angry for now. Once she cools down, she might let you go back. There's no need for you to stay at my place, right? Jiang Han asked with a tone of inquiry. No way. My mom is really stubborn. Once she says something, even 10 oxen can't drag her back. Besides, I have nowhere else to go. If you don't take me in, I'll definitely end up sleeping on the streets tonight. Mu Xiaoye grabbed Jiang Han's arm and shook it vigorously, pleading, so, please, good brother Tilda. Please take me in. Feeling the softness of her touch on his arm, Jiang Han helplessly shook his head. Sigh. Looks like I'll have to reluctantly take her in for a few days. All right, come with me to my place. Hearing Jiang Han's agreement, Mu Xiaoye jumped up with joy. Yay, that's great. She cheered excitedly. Jiang Han didn't waste any more time, taking her to the street and flagging down a taxi. Once inside the car, Jiang Han told the driver. Driver, take us to Bund1 Mansion. The driver, a local who had been driving a taxi for decades, was surprised when he heard that. Of course, he knew what Bund1 Mansion was. He gave Jiang Han a surprised look but didn't say much, stepping on the gas and driving forward. Mu Xiaoye, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Han with confusion and asked. Jiang Han, isn't your place nearby? Why are we going all the way to the Bund? She was somewhat familiar with the name Bund1 Mansion. However, since she usually focused on studying and music, She wasn't very familiar with luxury homes. She only knew a little about places like the famous Thompson Riviera, one of the country's top luxury residences. Jiang Han smiled and explained, "Yeah, my place is nearby, but my parents could return at any time. By the way, I have another place at Bund 1. Consider it a favor to you." Oh. Mu Xiaoye nodded absently. At this moment, she still hadn't realized just how impressive Bund 1 mansion truly was. Chapter 3, Special Preferences. Half an hour later. The two arrived at the entrance of Bund 1 mansion. With the access card in hand, Jiang Han effortlessly led Mu Xiaoye into the compound. Once inside the community, Mu Xiaoye was stunned by the scenery before her. Pavilions, towers, artificial mountains, flowing streams, flower beds, and lawns, everything was so beautifully crafted. It felt like stepping into a classical Suzhou-style garden from ancient times. What struck her the most was the air so fresh, taking a breath made her feel completely relaxed, as if every pore in her body had opened up. It was hard to believe that in a place like the Bund, where every inch of land is worth gold, there could be such a well-maintained residential area. Following the system's instructions, Jiang Han took Mu Xiaoye to the location of the large flat Building 8 of Bund 1 mansion. When they reached the bottom of Building 8, a woman wearing sunglasses and wrapped up tightly in a coat walked out from inside. She smiled and waved at Jiang Han and Mu Xiaoye. Jiang Han politely nodded. However, Mu Xiaoye stood frozen, her eyes glued to the woman for a long time. She realized that the woman seemed to be a popular celebrity. "Jiang Han, is your community this amazing? There's even a celebrity living here?" Mu Xiaoye said, somewhat incredulously. "Heh. Of course." Jiang Han smiled proudly, "This is Bund 1 mansion. The price per square meter is 180,000. Ordinary people can't afford to live here." 180,000. Mu Xiaoye couldn't help but gasp. Although she knew that houses in the Bund area were expensive, she never imagined they could be this costly. Compared to her family's 80,000 per square meter home, this was like a world apart. "Jiang Han, I didn't expect your family to be so rich." Seeing Mu Xiaoye's surprised expression, Jiang Han couldn't help but smile inwardly, feeling secretly pleased. After all, every man feels incredibly satisfied and proud when showing off his wealth in front of a girl. Entering the elevator, Jiang Han pressed the button for the 32nd floor, feeling inexplicably excited. The large flat that the system had rewarded him with was finally going to be revealed. Before long, they arrived at the designated floor. When the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a large, welcoming entry garden. The large flat had a design with 2 units per floor, and without the keycard, it was impossible to access. Jiang Han took out his key and unlocked the door. Click. With a soft sound, the spacious living room was revealed to them. Sunlight poured in through their floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a faint glow on the imported Italian marble floor. As soon as they stepped into the living room, the luxurious atmosphere was undeniable. A handcrafted redwood coffee table sat in the center of the room, topped with a Persian rug that seemed as thin as a cicadar's wing but was tough and durable. The sofa was custom-made with genuine leather, soft and elastic, and next to it was a small bar area displaying various alcoholic beverages. Their high ceiling was adorned with a crystal chandelier, its light refracting off the finely cut crystals, radiating a dazzling glow. Moving toward the open kitchen, their high-end appliances and imported kitchenware revealed the owner's pursuit of quality living. One side of the kitchen featured a huge floor-to-ceiling window, offering a clear view of the community's greenery, making it feel like being immersed in nature. And the most eye-catching part was the balcony, which overlooked the vast Wuwuwu River. The entire Bund area was visible, with the Oriental Pearl Tower towering into the sky, and the Jin Mao Tower across the river creating a stunning modern skyline. On the river, tourist boats glided by, their lights reflecting on the shimmering water. At this moment, Mu Xiaoye understood what true luxury really meant. This was truly a top-tier mansion worth 180,000 per square meter. Just the view alone was worth tens of thousands per square meter. It's so beautiful. Looking out at the scene, Mu Xiaoye couldn't help but exclaim. Although she already knew that Bund 1 mansion was expensive, and that this flat was worth at least several million. It wasn't until she stood inside and looked out over the Bund that she truly understood what a top-tier luxury home felt like. When she looked up at Jiang Han again, Mu Xiaoye began to feel a sense of curiosity. He thought to himself. What exactly is the background of this classmate of mine? Even a casually unused house from his family is so terrifyingly impressive. Could he be some mysterious rich heiress illegitimate child? Is he studying at Modu number 1 high school just to be tested, to prepare him for inheriting the family fortune in the future? Facing Mu Xiaoye's curious gaze, Jiang Han smiled without explaining anything. He took a few steps toward the walk-in closet on the second floor. According to the system's hint, the mysterious reward from the newbie gift pack earlier was placed in the wardrobe. Seeing Jiang Han leave, Mu Xiaoye followed him into the walk-in closet. Jiang Han eagerly opened the wardrobe. The moment he saw the items inside, he froze. What the hell? Is this the mysterious reward? Inside the wardrobe, neatly arranged were various cosplay outfits. There were ones like Akane, Hu Dao, Seikai, Yanmako, Raiden Shogun, Kamisato Ayaka, Medusa Queen. The wardrobe was filled with all sorts of cosplay costumes. Among them were several very revealing maid outfits. Wearing them would definitely be very cooling if someone didn't know better. They might think they were meant for other purposes. Seeing these cosplay outfits, Mu Xiaoye's face immediately turned bright red. She never expected that Jiang Han had such a special fetish. For someone as innocent as her, it was simply too terrifying. Involuntarily, Mu Xiaoye muttered pervert under her breath and then rushed out of the room without looking back. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, Jiang Han might do something according to his character toward her. Ding! At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Jiang Han's mind. System task released. Task 1, please convince Mu Xiaoye to change into a cosplay outfit and become a true housemaid. Reward, God-level musician skill, fluency in 8 languages, noble medal. Task 2, please change into a cosplay outfit yourself and invite Mu Xiaoye to do the same. Reward, cross-dressing master title. Chapter 4, do I look like a cross-dresser? Seeing a series of rewards from the system, Jiang Han was stunned. But soon, he reacted. No need to think about it, that's also the first task. It's better to kill him than to let him wear a cosplay costume and become a cross-dresser. However, even if it's the first task, it's very difficult. After all, he and Mu Xiaoye are not very familiar with each other. Although both of them are students of Modu number 1 middle school, they have met only a few times in school. It's a bit abrupt to ask her to change into a maid costume when they just met. Jiang Han thought about it. Decided to ask first, if it doesn't work. For the system's reward, he can only use force. At this time, Mu Xiaoye was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Holding a pillow, with legs crossed, she looked weak and helpless. The cool cosplay costumes in the cloakroom just now were too shocking for the simple-minded her. Growing up, the most revealing clothes she had ever worn were knee-length skirts. As for clothes like suspenders and tube tops, she didn't even dare to think about them, and didn't dare to try them at all. If she wasn't homeless, she would have run away long ago. That. School beauty Mu, I want to discuss something with you. At this time, Jiang Han came downstairs and said to Mu Xiaoye with a smile. Seeing Jiang Han approaching her gradually, Mu Xiaoye immediately retracted her legs on the sofa and stared at Jiang Han vigilantly. You, don't come over. After saying that, she also protected her chest with both hands. It seemed that she was afraid that Jiang Han would suddenly attack her. Originally, she thought Jiang Han was a good person. Not only was he handsome, but his family was also very rich. The most important thing was that he was willing to take her in. However, after seeing the clothes in the cloakroom, in Mu Xiaoye's heart, Jiang Han is no different from a pervert. After all, how could a normal boy buy so many cosplay costumes at home? And they are all women's clothes. Seeing Mu Xiaoye's vigilant look, Jiang Han frowned helplessly and spread his hands and said, Please, are you really like this? I won't eat you. I just want to tell you something. While talking, Jiang Han had come to the sofa. What is it? Tell me. Mu Xiaoye stared at Jiang Han nervously with her eyes wide open. Those cosplay costumes are all my customized samples, not for me to wear. I opened an online store on Taobao, specializing in selling these cosplay costumes to those two-dimensional people who attend comic exhibitions. Besides, do you think I look like a perverted cross-dresser? Jiang Han said in a persuasive way. Yes. Mu Xiaoye complained without hesitation. Hearing this, Jiang Han felt depressed. This girl, it seems not easy to fool. If you don't like women's clothing, how could you sell these things online, and put so many cosplay clothes in your closet at home? You are kidding. Mu Xiaoya added. Okay. Jiang Han said helplessly, then just assume that I am interested in cosplay, then can you fulfill a small wish of mine? What wish? Mu Xiaoya seemed to think of something and asked nervously. Can you put on a maid outfit for me to see? It will only take a few minutes. Just think of it as helping me try on clothes. Anyway, the system said that Mu Xiaoya should change into a maid outfit, but it didn't say that she should wear it all the time. As long as she puts on this action, it should be considered a success, right? Mu Xiaoya's face suddenly turned red when she heard this. She stared at Jiang Han with an unbelievable look, and said angrily. You wish, you pervert. Mu Xiaoya took a general look at the clothes in the cloakroom. Among them, the most revealing ones were maid outfits. Especially the neckline, which was as low as it could be. If she put it on, wouldn't he be able to see everything? Just thinking about it, Mu Xiaoya felt hot all over, and she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. No. Absolutely can't agree to him. However, Jiang Han was not discouraged, and continued to persuade, look, you are homeless, I took you in out of kindness, and now I asked you to help me try on clothes, but you refused. Isn't this a bit too much? Faced with Jiang Han's moral kidnapping, Mu Xiaoya hesitated. But maid outfits are too weird. If my besties knew about this, they would definitely laugh at me. Jiang Han heard this and immediately patted his chest and promised, don't worry, this matter is only known by heaven and earth, you and me, as long as you don't tell anyone, no third person will know. And, I can promise you, as long as you help me try on clothes. You can live in this house as long as you want. Jiang Han used both soft and hard tactics, and Mu Xiaoya became more entangled. Finally, she made up her mind and nodded, saying, okay, I can help you, but you must keep it a secret. No problem. Jiang Han readily agreed. Even if Mu Xiaoya didn't mention this kind of thing, he wouldn't tell anyone about it. Soon, Jiang Han took Mu Xiaoya back to the cloakroom. When the closet was opened, Mu Xiaoya was obviously a little nervous, and she clenched her hands tightly together. You, get out now. I'm going to change my clothes, don't peek. Mu Xiaoya warned with a red face. Jiang Han shrugged and turned to leave the room. After closing the door, Mu Xiaoya took a deep breath to calm down her nervousness. Then, she took out the most conservative maid outfit in the closet. The material of this dress is extremely thin. It seems that it can be torn apart by just tearing it. Mu Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, slowly took off her clothes, revealing her delicate body like a peeled egg. Then, she put on this maid outfit. Because it is a close-fitting style, Mu Xiaoya felt a little tight after putting it on. Especially the part on the chest, it felt like it was about to jump out. She didn't dare to make any big movements at all. Her figure is extremely delicate, with a slender waist that can be held in one hand, and her fair and crystal skin with a faint pink color, which makes people salivate. Although she is only 18 years old. But Mu Xiaoya already has extremely proud capital. At the same time, just when Mu Xiaoya changed into a maid outfit, the voice of the system also sounded in Jiang Han's mind. Ding! Congratulations to their host, you have completed the task and let Mu Xiaoya change into a maid outfit and become a real housemaid. Get reward 1, God level performer skills. Get reward 2, proficient in 8 languages. Get reward 3, noble medal. As soon as the system finished speaking, a lot of knowledge about musical instrument performance flooded into Jiang Han's mind. Like piano, accordion, guitar, erhu. As long as he wants, he can easily beat masters like Lang Lang and Mozart. Following closely behind the knowledge of playing musical instruments is proficiency in 8 languages. Jiang Han's original English level was limited to ordinary communication. But now, his foreign language level has reached a whole new level. There is no problem communicating with foreigners. The first 2 rewards are relatively easy to understand. As for this, noble medal, Jiang Han was a little confused. He didn't know what it was used for. Out of curiosity, Jiang Han directly called up the system panel and clicked to wear this medal. The next second, a lot of information about noble etiquette, lifestyle, and precautions flooded into Jiang Han's mind. His entire temperament also changed dramatically. Every move revealed a noble and elegant atmosphere. It was as if an ancient king had descended into the secular world, making people feel an invisible sense of oppression. Chapter 5 Wuwuwu, my goddess is actually in love. Just then, the door of the cloakroom opened. Mu Xiaoye, wearing a maid outfit, came out reluctantly with legs tucked in and chest held. Looking at Mu Xiaoye's charming and pitiful appearance, especially after putting on the maid outfit, her proud curves looked even more exquisite and charming, and she was extremely tempting. Jiang Han couldn't help it. As a virgin, although he had seen a lot of hentai, but it was the first time for him to really see a school beauty put on a maid outfit for him. This feeling was so wonderful. Is this okay? Mu Xiaoye blushed and asked shyly. Originally, she was thinking that she would come out to let Jiang Han take a look, and then she would immediately go back to the cloakroom. Take off this set of clothes full of astringency. But, for some reason, when she saw Jiang Han again, she was attracted by his noble and elegant temperament. She even had an idea. That is to be a maid for Jiang Han, which seems to be pretty good. Looking at the shy girl in front of him, Jiang Han's mouth corners slightly raised, and he felt secretly happy. No wonder the system said this was a mysterious gift before. It turns out that the real gift is not these cosplay clothes, but Mu Xiaoye wearing cosplay clothes. Tongzi, you are still good at playing. There are so many sets of clothes in the closet, I wonder what kind of style Mu Xiaoye will wear other styles. Jiang Han couldn't help but look forward to it. Ahem. Jiang Han coughed twice to hide his inner excitement, looked at Mu Xiaoye and said, "You look so good in this dress, even cuter than Ram Rem." Really? Although he didn't know who Ram Rem was. But when he heard others praising him, Mu Xiaoye was still happy from the bottom of his heart. Really, I lied to you that I was a puppy. Jiang Han smiled and said very sincerely. Seeing the elegant and charming smile on his face, Mu Xiaoye felt that her heart was about to melt. She didn't dare to look directly into Jiang Han's eyes. She was afraid that she would not be able to help herself and would dive into his arms and hug him tightly. By the way, didn't you just say that you want to take the music department exam? Then you should know a lot about musical instruments. There is a piano downstairs. How about I play a song for you? Jiang Han asked with a smile and grace. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoye seemed a little surprised and looked at Jiang Han curiously. You can also play the piano. Jiang Han nodded, I can, so don't laugh at me if I don't play well later. Mu Xiaoye is very passionate about music, especially playing the piano. She started learning to play the piano in the first grade of elementary school. It has been 10 years now. For the piano, it can be said that she is familiar with it to the bone. Okay. Let's go down quickly. When talking about playing the piano, Mu Xiaoye seemed to have forgotten that she was still wearing a maid outfit. She quickly pulled Jiang Han downstairs. Jiang Han followed Mu Xiaoye. Through the height of the stairs, you can just see her proud fullness. With the speed of running, the curves in front of Mu Xiaoye kept rising and falling. It seemed as if she wanted to break free from the shackles and jump out of her collar. Jiang Han was so excited that he almost had a nosebleed. He couldn't help but think secretly in his heart. This summer vacation, I must make Mu Xiaoye my real maid. Come downstairs. There was a Yamaha limited edition piano in the living room. Seeing it, Mu Xiaoye's eyes lit up. And Jiang Han walked to the piano and sat down. Are you ready? I'm going to start playing. He raised his head and said gently to Mu Xiaoye. Hum. Mu Xiaoye nodded heavily. At this moment, she was completely attracted by the world of piano. The next second, Jiang Han stretched out his slender hands and gently placed them on the black and white keys. His fingertips jumped flexibly and began to press the keys. Suddenly, a soothing and melodious melody came from the piano. Mu Xiaoye's eyes widened instantly. She stared at Jiang Han's beautiful hands like an artist. Every finger and every beat were just right. Every time it fell, it seemed to contain some kind of magic, making Mu Xiaoye immersed in it. Is this Rachmaninoff's third piano concerto? Mu Xiaoye reacted immediately after hearing the beginning. Because this piano piece is her favorite one. This work is famous for its strong emotional expression and difficult performance techniques. It is called the King of Piano Concertos. At the same time, it is also the most difficult piano piece to play in the world. Mu Xiaoye never thought that Jiang Han in front of her could play this piano piece effortlessly. Even she couldn't do it. Such strength is really terrifying. Mu Xiaoye looked at Jiang Han with admiration. At this wonderful moment, Mu Xiaoye subconsciously took out her mobile phone and recorded the whole piece of music. Then she posted the video to her circle of friends. With the words, "There are people beyond people, and there are mountains beyond mountains. Today, I met a real piano master." For Mu Xiaoye, piano is everything to her. She loves music and can give everything for it. Otherwise, she would not deliberately mess up the college entrance examination just to pursue her dream. Even if she was kicked out of the house, she would not look back. She believed that sooner or later, her mother would understand and support her. With the release of this circle of friends, Mu Xiaoye's phone also began to vibrate non-stop. Countless friends, after seeing this circle of friends, left comments below. "Wow, Goddess Mu, you finally updated your circle of friends. Mu University Campus Bell, where are you going to play after the college entrance examination? Mu Campus Bell, how many points did you get in the college entrance examination? Which university are you going to apply for? I want to be your alumni. Hey, why is there another boy here? Fuck. Isn't this Jiang Han from the next class? How come he is with Mu Campus Bell? No way, when did you two get together? Wuwuwu, my goddess is actually in love. My youth is over, I will never love again. Have you noticed that the decoration of this house is a bit luxurious, and it is still the bund outside, it looks very high-end. Yes, this piano, it looks very valuable at first glance. Isn't it the presidential suite of some hotel? What? School beauty Mu, you are so depraved. You went to a hotel with a boy right after the college entrance examination. Are you worthy of us, your lickers? No, your admirers. Geneva, return the money. Chapter 6. I'm at my classmate's house. I saw the comments in the circle of friends. Mu Xiaoye's pretty face was slightly red. She accidentally took a photo of Jiang Han just now. All the classmates in the circle of friends thought that they were together. If it were her previous personality, she would definitely delete this dynamic and lock the circle of friends. But now, seeing everyone saying that she was with Jiang Han, she was not angry, and even felt a little happy. It seems that being with Jiang Han is not bad. After all, his piano skills are so amazing, maybe he can teach me. What are you grinning at? So happy. At this time, Jiang Han suddenly raised his head and smiled at her. Seeing Jiang Han's warm and jade-like smile, Mu Xiaoye suddenly felt numb all over. The heart that had been silent for a long time began to beat wildly. She quickly turned off the screen of her mobile phone and shook her head. Nothing. She lowered her head shyly. Although she didn't reject being with Jiang Han, she was a little uncomfortable with him looking at her like that. Jiang Han didn't care when he saw this. Instead, he smiled and said, "How is it? I played this piano piece pretty well, right? I wonder if the school beauty of Mu University has any advice." Speaking of piano pieces, Mu Xiaoye instantly became excited. She blinked her eyes and said excitedly, "It's incredible that you can play this third piano concerto so perfectly. Can you tell me how you did it? Please Tilder." For Mu Xiaoye, who has been learning piano for 10 years, the piano can be said to be her lifelong spiritual sustenance. In order to improve her piano skills, it's nothing to act like a spoiled child with Jiang Han. If possible, she would like to be Jiang Han's girlfriend, so that she can learn piano from him openly. Jiang Han smiled and said playfully, "Do you want to know?" "Yes." Mu Xiaoye nodded heavily, her face full of expectation. "Then call me master and let me hear it. Call me well, and I'll tell you." Jiang Han raised his lips, his eyes full of cunning. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoye hesitated for a moment, but soon, her eyes became firm. In order to learn piano, calling master shouldn't be a big deal, right? What's more, she has put on a maid outfit now. So, Mu Xiaoye imitated the cat maids in the anime, bent her hands on her chest, and said very seductively, "Master. Master, choo you, just tell Xiaoye, okay." As she said that, Mu Xiaoye bent down and threw a coquettish eye at Jiang Han. The fullness in front of her body was extremely dazzling. Seeing this scene, Jiang Han swallowed his saliva and almost saluted Mu Xiaoye. Slender legs, perfect face, and the bonus of maid outfit. Such a top-notch girl. Not everyone can resist her. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many loyal lickers in the school. Jiang Han shook his head to calm himself down. Then he looked directly at Mu Xiaoye and said in a deep voice, "Actually, it's very simple to play the piano well. As long as I teach you, you can become like me in less than half a month." But what? Seeing Jiang Han pause, Mu Xiaoye asked hurriedly. "But I have to charge for teaching people. You are penniless now. How can I teach you?" Oh. Mu Xiaoye was stunned. She is indeed penniless now. Otherwise, she wouldn't run to the garbage station to make a living by picking up garbage. How about this? Seeing Mu Xiaoye's embarrassment, Jiang Han continued, "You can be my maid to pay off your debt. If you work as a maid for 3 days, I will teach you to play the piano for 1 hour. How about it?" Hearing this condition, Mu Xiaoye said with some dissatisfaction, "This is too unfair. Working as your maid for 3 days, you only teach me for 1 hour." Jiang Han shrugged and said, "That can't be helped. The price on the market is like this. If you want to earn more lessons, you can. I still have a few special cosplay costumes in my cloakroom. You can choose one to wear for 1 day, and I will give you 2 hours for free. How about it? Am I generous enough?" Hearing this, Mu Xiaoye's face instantly became hot. The remaining special cosplay costumes in the cloakroom are more than 10 times more revealing than the one she is wearing now. If she wears them, won't everything be seen? You're dreaming. Even if I freeze to death or die outside, I won't wear those clothes. Mu Xiaoye said with great resistance. Seeing this, Jiang Han didn't continue to tease her. He looked at the time and it was almost 7 o'clock in the evening. Originally, he wanted to go downstairs to throw away the garbage and have a meal. In the end, he unexpectedly picked up a school beauty. Now he can only cook some instant noodles. Are you hungry? Do you want me to feed you? Jiang Han looked at Mu Xiaoye and asked with concern. I don't want to eat. You dead pervert. Mu Xiaoye glared at Jiang Han fiercely. It was obvious that Mu Xiaoye misunderstood Jiang Han's meaning. But there was no way. In Mu Xiaoye's eyes, Jiang Han would appear a little perverted no matter what he did. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Why are you angry? Jiang Han said helplessly. He didn't know what he had said just now, how he had offended her. Just when Jiang Han stood up and was about to go to the kitchen to cook instant noodles. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. It was his mother Liu Xiulan calling. Hello, son. Your father and I are on a business trip, and we may not be able to come back so soon. You are alone at home, take care of yourself, I will send you some money later. For this kind of thing, Jiang Han has long been accustomed to it. Jiang's father and mother are employees of a domestic research institute, and they often have to go on business trips to other places. Basically, they are not at home half of the year. Oh, I see. You don't have to send money, I'm alone at home, and I don't spend much money. Jiang Han said lightly. Hey, that won't work. The college entrance exam is over, why don't you go out and play with your classmates? Don't stay at home playing games all day, it's bad for your eyesight. By the way, you can go out and play with your classmates, but you can't stay out all night, okay? Also, you're not allowed to date before you graduate from college. Mother Jiang kept talking a lot. Jiang Han was tired of listening to her. I know, Mom. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. After that, Jiang Han hung up the phone impatiently. My parents are good in every way, but they are a little too old-fashioned. They don't allow me to date before I graduate from college. Don't think about it, nowadays. If I don't find a girlfriend early, what kind of high-quality girls can I find when I enter society? What's wrong? Is it Auntie calling? Mu Xiaoye asked cautiously. She was worried that Jiang Han's mother would not agree to her living here. Jiang Han waved his hand and said, It's okay. My mom and her friends are on a business trip. You can live in this room. Oh. Mu Xiaoye was relieved when she heard that. Just then, her cell phone rang. She took it out and found that it was her mother Tangyan calling. Mu Xiaoye panicked. What should I do? My mom called me too. Jiang Han said calmly, Answer it. Are you afraid that she will eat you up? Mu Xiaoye hesitated for a moment and pressed the answer button. Hello, Mom. Xiaoye, where are you now? Who is that boy? A charming voice sounded on the phone. Mu Xiaoye's face turned pale instantly. It's over. I just posted on Moments and forgot to block my mother. She must have seen me and Jiang Han together. Xiaoye, speak quickly. Tang Yun's voice was extremely cold on the other end of the phone. Mu Xiaoye looked at Jiang Han helplessly, and when he nodded to her, she said, I'm at my classmate's house, his name is Jiang Han. Send the location, I'll go there now. Tang Yun said in an imperative tone. After that, she hung up the phone. Chapter 7 Tang Yun arrives. What should I do? My mother is coming, she will definitely take me back. Mu Xiaoye put her phone in her pocket, looking flustered. If her mother took her back, she would not be able to stay here and learn piano with Jiang Han. Jiang Han couldn't help but smile when he saw this. What are you afraid of? You are an adult and can decide your own life. Besides, I'm here. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoye was extremely moved. Thank you, Jiang Han, you are so nice to me. You are my maid. If I don't treat you well, who will treat you well? Jiang Han said with a smile, looking at Mu Xiaoye. Mu Xiaoye felt a little embarrassed after being looked at by Jiang Han. She lowered her head and whispered, Do you like me wearing a maid outfit? Oh. Jiang Han hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, I guess so. It's just a little hobby of mine. It would be better if you could call me master again. Oh. Mu Xiaoye nodded, then turned around and said shyly, Then master, if you teach me to play the piano in the future, I will be your maid, okay tilde? Ahem. Seeing Mu Xiaoye's charming look, Jiang Han coughed twice and became a little distracted. He never thought that Mu Xiaoye would change so quickly. At the beginning, she was still indifferent to him. But now, not only does she want to be his maid, but she also takes the initiative to call him master. This feeling is so great. 20 minutes later, Mu Xiaoye's phone rang again. She took out her cell phone, glanced at Jiang Han, and then answered the call. Xiaoye, come down and pick up your mother. I don't have a door card, the security guard won't let me in. On the other end of the phone, Tang Yun, who was originally very strong, now sounded a little helpless. Puff. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoye couldn't help laughing. Jiang Han said lightly, Tell her to wait a moment, I'll ask the housekeeper to pick her up. The Bund No. 1 mansion is the top luxury home in Shanghai. Each owner of a large flat is equipped with a high-level private butler. Help the owner deal with some daily chores. Yeah. Mu Xiaoye nodded and said to the phone, My classmate will ask the housekeeper to pick you up, please wait a moment. Standing at the door of the Bund No. 1 mansion, Tang Yun frowned and became a little nervous. This community is originally worth a lot of money, and the owner who is equipped with a private butler must have an even more extraordinary status. It seems. My daughter's classmate is not simple. Soon, a tall woman wearing stockings and high heels walked up to Tang Yun. Hello, are you Ms. Tang Yun? I am Lucy, Mr. Jiang's personal housekeeper. Mr. Jiang and Miss Mu are waiting for you at home. Please follow me. The security guard at the door saw Lucy appear. He did not stop her and opened the gate directly to let Tang Yun in. Among them, a security guard with a somewhat wretched temperament saw the backs of the two beauties leaving and couldn't help but sighed. It's great to have money, and there are beauties around you. Especially that beautiful young woman, the headlights in front of her, at least 36D, right. And those big white legs, really legs to play with. Another security guard also nodded in agreement. If they were not security guards in No. 1 mansion, they would probably never have the chance to meet such a top-notch woman in their lives. On the other side, following Lucy, Tang Yun soon arrived at the door of the 32nd floor of Building 8. Seeing the luxurious door that looked like a palace, even the well-informed Tang Yun couldn't help but widen her eyes. Although she hadn't seen her daughter's classmate yet, she had been at the door of No. 1 mansion. Everywhere in this community exudes a luxurious temperament. Invisibly, it put a lot of pressure on her. Ms. Tang, Mr. Jiang's home is in front. You can just ring the doorbell and go in. If you need anything, you can always find me. I'll take my leave first. After that, Lucy took the elevator and left. Tang Yun stood at the door, took a deep breath, and then rang the doorbell with a firm look. Ding dong. After a while, the door opened. Jiang Han walked out of the house and saw the beautiful young woman standing at the door. He was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, Are you Xiaoye's mother? In fact, this can't be blamed on Jiang Han for being rude. It's mainly because Tang Yun has taken such good care of herself. Just looking at her appearance, she is completely a mature young woman in her early 30s. If she is said to be Mu Xiaoya's sister, Jiang Han will believe it. Moreover, her figure is also very hot, without any trace of being ravaged by time. She has big wavy hair and wears a super short hip skirt. She is tall and sexy. The pair of beautiful legs under the skirt are exposed to the air without reservation. Although her pretty face is angry, it is still very sexy and charming. Tang Yun looked Jiang Han up and down. Yes, I am Xiaoya's mother, and you are her classmate Jiang Han. Where is Xiaoya? Tang Yun's voice is extremely charming. Although a little cold, it reveals a hint of mature charm. Jiang Han couldn't help swallowing his saliva and said, I'm Jiang Han, Xiaoya is playing the piano in the room. Yeah. Tang Yun responded and said expressionlessly, Xiao Jiang, you don't mind me calling you that, do you? No. Jiang Han shook his head and waved, Auntie, please come in. Tang Yun didn't hesitate. Walked into the entrance and slowly took off her high heels. Jiang Han took out a pair of women's slippers from the shoe cabinet and handed them to Tang Yun. Thank you. Tang Yun took the slippers. In front of Jiang Han, she put on her soft and boneless jade feet and walked straight into the living room. Mom, you're here. Seeing Tang Yun coming in, Mu Xiaoya stood up quickly. You? What's wrong with your clothes? After seeing Mu Xiaoya, Tang Yun's face changed instantly. Mu Xiaoya subconsciously looked at the clothes she was wearing, and her little face turned pale with fright. It's over. I forgot to change my clothes. Seeing Mu Xiaoya standing there, I was so scared that I couldn't say a word. Jiang Han had to stand up and said, Aunt Tang, I asked Xiaoya to change into this dress. Tang Yun was ashamed and angry. Seeing her daughter wearing such clothes in a man's house. No one would accept it. She raised her jade hand and wanted to slap Jiang Han. But halfway through, she stopped when she thought of Jiang Han's mysterious background. However, her charming face seemed to be frozen for thousands of years, extremely cold. Xiaoya, change your clothes and go home with me. You really disappoint me. Mu Xiaoya stood there, without moving, just looking at Jiang Han eagerly. Jiang Han was also a little angry. No matter who it is, they will not feel good if they are almost slapped. He was just about to speak. Suddenly, the system's voice came in my mind. Ding! Their host's current situation has been detected, and the Golden House Hidden Beauty System task has been released. Task 1, turn a blind eye and let Tang Yun take Mu Xiaoya away. Completion reward, an inflatable doll worth 111,100 yuan, with the title Single by Strength, which can be worn to gain attack speed plus 99,999. Task 2, be brave and keep Mu Xiaoya at home. Completion reward, a limited edition Aston Martin 177 sports car, with the skill God-level driving technology, which can obtain superb driving skills. Chapter 8. A small one came, and a big one was delivered. Hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Han made a decisive choice without thinking. He stood up and said to Tang Yun in front of him, Sorry, Auntie, I can't let you take Xiaoya away. As soon as their voice fell, the system's voice came again. Ding! Congratulations to their host for making a choice. Get reward, a limited edition Aston Martin 177 sports car. Get reward, God-level driving skills. P.S. The vehicle has been parked in the underground parking lot of number 1 mansion, please pick it up by yourself. Soon, Jiang Han had an extra car key in his pocket. At this time, Tang Yun looked at Jiang Han with some anger. What did you say? Jiang Han raised his head, looked directly at Tang Yun, and said firmly, I said, Mu Xiaoya wants to stay here, you are not qualified to take her away. Heh. Tang Yun sneered and asked back, she is my daughter, how can I not be qualified? She is an adult. You can choose where to go and what to do. If you continue to make trouble, Ms. Tang, I will have to call the security guards in and kick you out. Jiang Han looked at Tang Yun righteously and said. Hearing this, Tang Yun's chest rose and fell in anger. It was too much. He actually said that he was making trouble? It was obviously him who taught his daughter bad things, but he dared to blame him. Is there any law? She frowned, turned to look at Mu Xiaoya beside her, and said softly, Xiaoya, be good, listen to your mother and come home with me. Did he coerce you? If he threatened you to stay, tell your mother, I will call the police to arrest him. The result was what Tang Yun did not expect. Mu Xiaoya shook her head and said, No, Jiang Han did not threaten me. I volunteered to stay and be his maid. What did you say? Hearing this, Tang Yun almost fainted. My precious daughter was willing to be a maid for a boy. Is this still her sensible daughter? At this time, Jiang Han came up and stretched out his hand to the door and said, Ms. Tang, if you have nothing to do, you can go back first. I still have to teach Xiaoye to play the piano later. Mu Xiaoye also echoed, Yes, Mom, you can go back. I don't want to go home now. No. Tang Yun yelled. This man and woman are alone in the same room. It is estimated that before tonight, her precious daughter will be eaten up by this boy. How can she feel at ease to leave her daughter here? It was not easy for her to raise her daughter alone. She would never allow such a thing to happen. After thinking for a moment, Tang Yun said coldly, Xiaoye, since you don't want to go back, then Mom will stay here with you. Wait until you finish learning the piano, and then we will go back. Hearing Tang Yun's words, Mu Xiaoye didn't say anything. But Jiang Han was a little speechless. Here came the younger one, and sent the older one. There's no need to be so direct to give it away for free, right? How can I handle it alone? What's more, if Tang Yun stays here, how can he complete the system task? It's a bit unrealistic to think about it. So, Jiang Han raised his eyebrows and said coldly, Ms. Tang, it's not appropriate for you to live here, right? Why is it inappropriate? Hearing this, Tang Yun put on a pretty face and asked back, Could it be, do you have any ulterior motives for my daughter? Are you afraid that I, as a mother, will interfere with you? Faced with Tang Yun's questioning, Jiang Han was a little embarrassed. If he called the security guards to force Tang Yun out, it would not be impossible. But in this way, it would make him look like he was trying to cover up his guilt. If he was not careful, Mu Xiaoye would also think that he had bad intentions towards her. If she ran away at that time, how could he complete the task and get the system reward? If Tang Yun stayed, it would be much more difficult for him to do something strange to Mu Xiaoye. For a moment, Jiang Han was a little confused. Seeing Jiang Han's embarrassment, Tang Yun smiled smugly and thought to herself, You are too young to fight with your sister. A little kid who hasn't even grown all his hair. However, before Tang Yun could be proud for long, Jiang Han's next words froze the smile on her face. Jiang Han raised his head and said with a smile on his face, It's not impossible if you want to stay. However, Mu Xiaoye stayed here to be my maid, so Ms. Tang, would you consider being my maid too? I can't let you live here for no reason, right? Hearing Jiang Han's words, Tang Yun was so angry that she trembled all over. She pointed at Jiang Han and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Who wants to be your maid? Tang Yun was embarrassed and annoyed at this time. She didn't expect Jiang Han to be so bold. A young boy dared to tease her in front of her daughter. She was a female CEO with a net worth of over 100 million yuan. If it were anyone else, she would have slapped him and left. But for her daughter, she could only grit her teeth and say, I won't agree to this condition, but I can pay your rent. Jiang Han shrugged and teased, Do you think I'm short of money? You? Tang Yun was so angry that her face turned red. But for a moment, she didn't know how to refute. Being able to live in such a community and own such a big house, Jiang Han is indeed not short of money. It is even possible that he is richer than herself. In desperation, she had to lower her proud head and asked, What do you want? It's absolutely impossible for me to be your maid. Change the conditions. After saying that, a feeling of shame lingered in Tang Yun's heart. No surprise. In this fight with Jiang Han, she lost completely, even her dignity. Seeing Tang Yun showing weakness, Jiang Han showed a triumphant smile on his face. He sat down slowly on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said, How about this? My family just needs a nanny to wash clothes and cook. Since you don't want to be my maid, then be my nanny, is that okay? Since forcing it doesn't work, you can only settle for the next best thing. For Jiang Han, there is no difference between being his maid and being his nanny. But for Tang Yun, the difference is huge. Although being a nanny doesn't sound good, it's better than being a maid. Since the other party gave her a way out, Tang Yun didn't need to continue to resist, so she could only say, Okay, then I'll do as you say. Okay. I'm hungry, can you go and cook for me, mommy? Mu Xiaoye jumped happily when she saw this. Stinky girl. I'll go cook for you now, and I'll deal with you later. After saying that, Tang Yun twisted her sexy waist and walked into the kitchen. Chapter 9. Mom, are you interested in Jiang Han? It didn't take long. A large table of delicious food was served. Looking at the rich dishes on the table, Jiang Han couldn't help swallowing his saliva. I didn't expect that Tang Yun was good looking. She's also a good cook. Although they were all home-cooked dishes, they looked very tempting. Seeing Jiang Han drooling, Tang Yun also showed a proud smile on her face. But soon, she regained her composure and said expressionlessly, my cooking skills are limited, so I can only make some home-cooked dishes. I don't know if you are used to eating, Master Jiang. Jiang Han naturally heard the sarcasm in her words. However, he didn't care, but picked up the chopsticks and said with a smile, Aunt Tang, you are joking. Your cooking skills are completely comparable to those of a chef in a 5-star hotel. How could I not be used to eating it? As he said, he picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs and put it in Tang Yun's bowl. Come, Auntie, have some spare ribs. You've been busy for so long, thank you for your hard work. After saying that, Jiang Han looked at her meaningfully. Tang Yun was stunned for a moment. Jiang Han's action just now was really too ambiguous. He dared to tease Mu Xieye in front of her. He was so bold. However, Jiang Han was very cunning, calling her Auntie Tang all the time, putting himself in the position of a junior. It made his action of picking up the food seem very reasonable. Tang Yun was too embarrassed to get angry, so she could only silently move the spare ribs aside and ignore it. Seeing this, Jiang Han smiled triumphantly. The more Tang Yun acted like this, the more he wanted to conquer her. However, he was not in a hurry. There would be plenty of time in the future for her to submit to him. Mu Xieye didn't notice the secret competition between the two just now. She picked up a piece of scallion fried abalone with a smile and put it in Jiang Han's bowl. Jiang Han, the abalone made by my mother is so delicious. Try it. Jiang Han nodded and picked up the abalone and put it in his mouth. A rich and delicious sauce emanated from the abalone. While chewing, Jiang Han looked at Mu Xieye with appreciation and said, well, it tastes really good. Mu Xieye smiled proudly when she heard it. I said, my mother's cooking skills are great. Tang Yun was completely speechless when she saw this. If there were no outsiders, she would have wanted to give Mu Xieye a slap. This silly girl, the other party has teased your mother. You still picked up food for him. Can you be a little less thoughtful? Next, Jiang Han did not do anything out of the ordinary and ate dinner in an honest manner. But Tang Yun's eyes widened. Because she had been secretly observing Jiang Han, trying to find his flaws. The more she knew about the enemy, the faster she could find his weaknesses. Then she could save her daughter from the fire pit. However, after observing for a long time, she not only did not find any flaws in Jiang Han, she also found something incredible. That is, even when eating, Jiang Han's every move was so noble and elegant. It was like a noble prince, making it impossible to look directly at him. Especially, Jiang Han was very handsome, with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a high nose bridge. His every move carried an innate aristocratic aura. Tang Yun was stunned. And Mu Xieye, who was standing by, also found her mother's abnormality. Mom, what's wrong with you? Hearing Mu Xiaye's voice, Tang Yun suddenly came back to her senses. She shook her head awkwardly. Nothing. Mu Xieye looked at her suspiciously and muttered to herself. You said nothing, but your face is red. Thinking of Tang Yun staring at Jiang Han just now, a bold idea suddenly emerged in Mu Xiaye's mind. Could it be that my mother has fallen in love with Jiang Han? The more Mu Xieye thought about it, the more she felt that this was possible. Aren't older sisters and little milk dogs popular now? My mother has taken such good care of herself that she looks like she is only in her early 30s, but her body is as strong as a wolf. After giving birth to me, she has never found another half. Now, I met such an excellent boy. Maybe she really fell in love with Jiang Han. Thinking of this, Mu Xieye couldn't sit still. After half a day of getting along, she was already convinced by Jiang Han. She even felt that it didn't matter whether she could be with Jiang Han or not. After all, in this world, there should be few people who can play the piano better than Jiang Han. Therefore, she would never allow another woman to snatch Jiang Han from her. Even if that person is her mother. That is not okay. She put down her chopsticks, moved in front of Tang Yun, and whispered, Mom, I have something to tell you. What is it? Tang Yun retracted her gaze and asked curiously. Let's go to the room to talk. After Mu Xiaoye finished speaking, she got up and left the table. Although Tang Yun was a little puzzled, she still put down her bowl and chopsticks and followed Mu Xiaoye to one of the bedrooms. After closing the door, Mu Xiaoye stared at Tang Yun with a weird look. Mom. Are you interested in Jiang Han? Mu Xiaoye's words stunned Tang Yun. After a while, she realized what her daughter meant by interesting. Xiaoye. What are you talking about? How could I be interested in him? Who do you think Mom is? Tang Yun said with some shame and anger. Her expression was extremely serious. Mu Xiaoye was startled by her and said aggrievedly, Mom, why are you so mean to me? Just now you were clearly peeking at Jiang Han and said you were not interested in him. I was. Tang Yun stopped talking halfway. Just now, she was observing Jiang Han and trying to find his flaws. But slowly, she got into it. Even, just like Mu Xiaoye said, she began to be interested in him. Tang Yun didn't know what to say for a while. She was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, Xiaoye, you have to believe Mom, I'm this age, how could I be interested in Jiang Han? Humph, it's hard to say. Mu Xiaoye pouted and muttered softly. Xiaoye. Seeing that Tang Yun was about to go berserk, Mu Xiaoye quickly shut her mouth. She knew that her mother, although she looked gentle at ordinary times, was very scary when she really got angry. Otherwise, the employees in her company would not be so afraid of her. At this time, Mu Xiaoye could only comfort herself silently in her heart and stop thinking about these things. Even if her mother really liked Jiang Han, she had to have confidence in Jiang Han. No. Why should she have confidence in Jiang Han? If Jiang Han dared to hit her mother, Mu Xiaoye would never let him go even if Jiang Han's piano skills were good. Just like that. The mother and daughter left the bedroom in an awkward silence. Chapter 10, Fooling, and then fooling. After the two returned to the restaurant, Jiang Han had finished eating and lay on the sofa, playing with his mobile phone. There was a table of leftovers left, waiting for the mother and daughter to clean up. You're back. Clean up the table later. Jiang Han looked up at them and said lightly. Seeing Jiang Han's bossy look, Tang Yun felt very unhappy. It's okay to order her to cook. Now after dinner, he didn't clean up the dishes and was lying on the sofa playing with his phone. Did he really think he was an emperor? Sure enough, all men are bad. On the surface, he looks noble and elegant, but in fact, he doesn't know how to be considerate of women. Why would I be interested in such a guy? Xiaoye really thought too much. Faced with Jiang Han's orders, Mu Xiaoye was not angry, but cooperated very well to clean up the dishes. Put it in the sink, and then said to Tang Yun. Mom, go wash the dishes. Jiang Han will teach me to play the piano later. Hearing Mu Xiaoye's words, Tang Yun felt so cold in her heart. She glared at Mu Xiaoye fiercely. She thought to herself that her daughter was too crooked. She had loved her for nothing for so many years. She was a maid for others, and now she was helping others and asking her mother to wash dishes and cook for her. She was also jealous of her mother, afraid that her mother would snatch a man from her. Tang Yun felt cold in her heart. However, she didn't say much, so she could only walk into the kitchen and start washing dishes. Looking at Tang Yun's busy back, twisting her waist in the kitchen, Jiang Han felt a sense of accomplishment inexplicably. At the same time, a little hope rose in his heart. If he could make Mu Xiaoye and Tang Yun his maids at the same time and let them serve him together, wouldn't it be more fun than the original god? Now, Jiang Han finally realized something happier than the game. It seems that he was too superficial before. In the kitchen, Tang Yun was washing the dishes diligently. Suddenly, a pleasant piano sound came to her ears. Who is playing Liszt's masterpiece? It's so beautiful. Tang Yun is quite knowledgeable about piano. Especially those classical masterpieces, she has basically heard them all. Mu Xiaoye is also so obsessed with piano under her influence. Therefore, as soon as this song came out, it immediately attracted her attention. If she guessed correctly, this piano piece should be Liszt's Memories of Don Juan. When playing this piece, you need to quickly cross almost the entire piano keyboard with both hands in a very short time. It is called one of the most difficult piano pieces. Few people can play it. So, Tang Yun subconsciously thought, who was playing this piano piece? When she finished washing the dishes. When she followed the piano sound back to the living room. Seeing Jiang Han sitting in front of the piano, playing the piano intoxicatedly, she was completely stunned. She didn't expect that Jiang Han's piano skills were so high. Now, she finally understood why her daughter was willing to be his maid. For any woman who loves piano, no one can resist Jiang Han's charm. The same is true for Tang Yun. Before, she thought Jiang Han was bluffing and pretending to be good at playing the piano to deceive her daughter. Now it seems that she thought too much. At this time, Mu Xiaoye, who was sitting next to Jiang Han and learning to play the piano, seeing Tang Yun come out, immediately made a gesture to silence her. Tang Yun was not angry either. She sat next to Mu Xiaoye and listened to the piano piece quietly. The song ended. Jiang Han stood up and took the initiative to greet Tang Yun. "Auntie Tang, you are here. I am teaching Xiaoye to play the piano." Tang Yun smiled and said with some guilt, "Xiao Jiang, Auntie misunderstood you before. With your piano skills, you can indeed teach Xiaoye and help her get into the music college." Auntie was also worried that Xiaoye would not be admitted before. That's why I didn't let her take the art exam and waste her good academic performance. But Tang Yun paused and said hesitantly, "Why do you let her wear this kind of clothes, and let her call you master?" Speaking of this, Tang Yun's charming face was instantly stained with a blush. For the conservative her, this matter is really hard to accept. Jiang Han explained frankly, "This is actually just a hobby of mine. You can think of it as cosplay. Young people nowadays like it very much." Seeing this, Mu Xiaoye also chimed in, "Yes, mommy, this is a hobby for us young people. There are so many comic exhibitions everywhere nowadays, and there are many people wearing cosplay clothes on the street. What's so strange about this? Don't be so pedantic." Faced with the two people's deception, Tang Yun was a little confused. She began to doubt whether she was too old-fashioned and couldn't keep up with the pace of young people. Could it be? Is she really wrong about them? Young people nowadays play like this. Tang Yun felt that she really needed to reflect on herself. An hour later, Jiang Han finished his piano instruction to Mu Xiaoye. "Okay, the 1-hour piano lesson ends here." So soon? I haven't tried my best yet." Mu Xiaoye blinked at Jiang Han with a lingering feeling, trying to please him. Let him teach her for a while longer. As a result, Jiang Han refused mercilessly, "If you want to continue learning, work hard to earn class hours. I believe in you." Thinking of the request Jiang Han made before, Mu Xiaoye's ears began to feel hot. Can you change the method? I can't accept it, Tilder. Jiang Han glanced at Tang Yun, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and lowered his voice, "Change the method. If you wake me up for 3 consecutive days, I can give you an extra hour of class." "Okay." Mu Xiaoye agreed without thinking. But soon, she frowned again and said shyly, "I just wake you up. I won't do anything else. Don't worry. I won't let you warm my bed." Jiang Han said jokingly. Although she was a little skeptical, Mu Xiaoye nodded and said, "That's good. I'll go take a shower and go to bed first. I have to attend the teacher's farewell banquet tomorrow. Oh, I almost forgot about it." Jiang Han suddenly realized when he heard Mu Xiaoye talking about the teacher's farewell banquet. After the college entrance examination results are released, a teacher's farewell banquet will be held. This is a tradition in most high schools. Jiang Han and Mu Xiaoye have the same teacher in their 2 classes, so they gathered together to hold it. This teacher's farewell banquet is actually a farewell dinner in disguise. After all, after entering college, classmates go their separate ways and it is basically difficult for them to have intersections. When the time comes, I'll ask my mother to take us there. No need, I have a car. Jiang Han took out the car keys from his pocket and waved them at Mu Xiaoye. He has never driven the limited edition sports car that the system rewarded him, the Aston Martin 177. It just so happens that he will be attending a teacher appreciation banquet tomorrow, so he can use it to practice. Chapter 11. She's really becoming more and more like a maid. The next day, the sun has just risen. Jiang Han, who was still sleeping soundly, heard Mu Xiaoye's clear voice in a daze. "Lazy pig, get up. If you don't get up, the sun will burn your butt." Jiang Han was suddenly awakened. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at Mu Xiaoye, who was standing in front of him wearing a new maid outfit. As she shouted, she stretched out her little hand, trying to pull Jiang Han up from the bed. Because the clothes were loose, Mu Xiaoye bent down. Jiang Han, lying on the bed, could clearly see the scenery inside, and soon he saluted again. Noticing Jiang Han's gaze, Mu Xiaoye quickly shrank back. Her pretty face turned red instantly. "You bastard! Hurry up and get up, it's already 8 o'clock, why aren't you up yet?" Jiang Han smiled helplessly, then yawned and said, "Is this your wake-up service? With such a bad attitude, you don't want lessons anymore." As he spoke, a meaningful smile appeared on Jiang Han's face. "You?" Mu Xiaoye glared at Jiang Han fiercely. But for the sake of class time, she had no choice but to swallow her anger. Soon, she smiled again and said to Jiang Han in a delicate voice, "Master, please get up and have breakfast. If you don't get up, the sun will burn your butt tilde." After saying this, she bent her hands and made the cat-made gesture. Jiang Han trembled all over when he saw it. This girl is really becoming more and more like a maid. After getting up and changing clothes, Jiang Han did not continue teasing Mu Xiaoye. Instead, he simply washed up and went to the restaurant downstairs. At this time, the table is already filled with all kinds of breakfast, such as milk, bread, sandwiches, steamed buns, soy milk, fried dough sticks, noodle soup. Whether it is Western or Chinese style, we have it all. This breakfast is so rich. Your mother did all this? Jiang Han asked in surprise. No. Mu Xiaoye explained, these were all sent by the housekeeper Lucy. She said that if you want to have breakfast in the future, you can tell her in advance and she will ask the chef of Qingyunju to send it over. Qingyunju is the clubhouse in the community. There are all kinds of services including eating, drinking, and entertainment. For ordinary owners, if they want to get these services, they need to go to the clubhouse themselves. But for owners of large flats, the goods can be delivered to their door by a private butler. After listening to Mu Xiaoye's explanation, Jiang Han nodded, then asked, "Where's your mother? Hasn't she gotten up yet?" "I got up early. She went to work and said she would come back at noon and make us something delicious." Mu Xiaoye picked up the soy milk and took a sip, then said absent-mindedly, "Your mother is really virtuous. Whoever marries her will be blessed." Jiang Han took a bite of the bun in his mouth and said with a smile, "Of course not. Don't you even look at whose mother it is." Mu Xiaoye raised her head proudly when she heard that. But soon, she thought of something, stared at Jiang Han with the eyes of a criminal, and asked, "Are you interested in my mother?" "I'm telling you, don't think about hitting on my mom." Jiang Han waved his hand and said with a smile, "Your mother is so beautiful and virtuous. As a normal man, isn't it normal to like her?" "No. I'm warning you, if you dare to do anything bad to my mother, I will." Mu Xiaoye was a little anxious, and the fullness of her chest was heaving violently. "What about you?" Jiang Han asked with interest. "I'm just angry with you." Mu Xiaoye held it in for a long time before finally uttering these words. Jiang Han smiled and said nothing. Instead, he leaned his head closer and stared at her intently. Mu Xiaoye felt a little scared when Jiang Han looked at her. She put down the soy milk in her hand and shivered. What are you looking at me for?" Jiang Han suddenly asked with a serious expression, "Mu Xiaoye, are you in love with me?" This sudden question made Mu Xiaoye stunned. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she said in a panic, Who do you think you are? How could I possibly like you? I won't fall in love before I graduate from college." "That's it." Jiang Han shrugged and said, "Since you don't like me and you're not my girlfriend, then it's none of your business that I like Sister Yun, right?" Mu Xiaoye was stunned for a moment. After a moment, she finally realized who the Sister Yun that Jiang Han was referring to was. "Jiang Han, I'm going to fight you." Mu Xiaoye stood up, rushed into Jiang Han's arms, grabbed his arm and bit it hard. Let go, you're a dog. If you bite me again, I will really go after your mother." Hearing this, Mu Xiaoye was so scared that she quickly let go, staring at her big watery eyes and said fiercely, "No, you can't be with my mother." Seeing Mu Xiaoye's eyes reddened and about to cry, Jiang Han said helplessly, Okay, I was just joking with you, why take it so seriously?" Hearing Jiang Han's words, Mu Xiaoye heaved a sigh of relief, burst into laughter and said, "Okay, then you can't bully me anymore in the future." "I know." Jiang Han smiled and nodded. Finish breakfast. Mu Xiaoye received the news from the class. She said to Jiang Han, the student council of our class said that at 4 p.m., the students from both classes should gather in the hotel lobby first, and then go up together. I want to go out and get my hair done while there's still time. Mu Xiaoye said this, feeling a little embarrassed. Jiang Han heard this and said jokingly, "You are so beautiful, but you still want to go out and get your hair done. How are the other girls in the class going to survive?" Mu Xiaoye felt very happy when she heard Jiang Han's praise. She said coquettishly, "No way, isn't our Banchichi very beautiful? Besides, other people would dress up to attend the teacher appreciation banquet tilde." Jiang Han thought about it. What Mu Xiaoye said makes sense. So she nodded and said, "Then go change your clothes first, and I'll take you out to do your hair later." He tilde. "Master, you are so kind to me." Mu Xiaoye said this with a smile, then skipped into the bedroom and came out changed into casual clothes. White sneakers paired with denim shorts. It perfectly sets off Mu Xiaoye's graceful figure. At the age of 18, no matter what clothes you wear, you look so good. Her whole body exudes the breath of youth. "Come on, I'm ready." Mu Xiaoye returned to Jiang Han and said very sweetly. Jiang Han nodded, picked up the car keys, and left the house with Mu Xiaoye. Chapter 12, The Neighbor is a Female Celebrity. Come outside the door. Waiting for the elevator. Suddenly, the door of the neighbor's room opened. A tall beauty wearing a Chanel miniskirt, sunglasses on her face and a Gucci bag on her back walked out of the house. "You are Zhu Yutong." Seeing this beauty, Jiang Han blurted out subconsciously. The female celebrity that Jiang Han and Mu Xiaoye met downstairs yesterday afternoon was the beauty in front of them. Her name is Zhu Yutong. He is the hottest star in the entertainment industry in the hot summer. Not only is she beautiful, but her acting skills are also top-notch and she has won many international awards. She is one of the hottest female stars in the entire entertainment industry. The most important thing is that as the leader of the Jade Girls, she has never had any scandals with any boys. "It's you guys." Zhu Yutong seemed a little surprised to see Jiang Han and the other man. She took off her sunglasses and said, "Hello, I didn't expect that we are neighbors. What a coincidence." Although Jiang Han was dressed in ordinary clothes and looked very young. However, the residents who can live in number 1 mansion are especially those who live in the large flats. Each of them is either rich or noble. Therefore, even though she is a popular female star, she dare not put on airs. What's more, Jiang Han, who possesses the medal of nobility, has an extremely noble and elegant temperament at this moment. You can tell at first glance that he is not an ordinary person. "Hello, my name is Jiang Han, this is my friend, her name is Mu Xiaoye, we can communicate more in the future if we have the chance." Jiang Han greeted Zhu Yutong in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Now that he is bound to the system, there is no need for him to please a so-called female star. "Okay. You can come over to play with me some other time when you have time." Zhu Yutong extended the invitation with a smile. Jiang Han nodded. Just at this moment, the elevator door opened and the three of them walked into the elevator together. "Come to the underground parking lot." After saying goodbye to Zhu Yutong, follow the system prompts. Jiang Han took Mu Xiaoye and walked towards the parking location. On the way, Mu Xiaoye chirped, "Wow, Jiang Han, I never thought that Zhu Yutong is your neighbor. This is amazing. I really like the costume drama she starred in." Jiang Han curled his lips and said, "What's so strange about this? Number 1 mansion is originally a wealthy area. There are many celebrities living there. It's not normal. Someday when I'm free, I'll take you to her house and play with her." "Great, great." Upon hearing this, Mu Xiaoye clapped her hands excitedly. Soon, according to the system's prompts, the two arrived at where the vehicle was parked. A black top-of-the-line sports car was parked there quietly. Jiang Han took out the car keys and pressed the unlock button with great anticipation. The cool headlights flashed instantly. "See this limited edition Aston Martin 177 sports car." Mu Xiaoye's eyes suddenly widened. "Wow! Isn't this sports car too cool?" Mu Xiaoye couldn't help but exclaimed. Although she didn't know much about cars, just by looking at the appearance, she knew that this car was definitely worth a lot of money. "Why are you still standing there? Come in quickly." Jiang Han, who had already gotten into the car, shouted to Mu Xiaoye who was outside the car. Mu Xiaoye came to her senses at this time, bent down and sat in the car. Aston Martin 177 is a top-of-the-line sports car. The selling price is nearly 50 million. The decoration inside the car is naturally not bad either. Precision mechanical buttons, leather-wrapped seats, and cool ambient lighting. Everywhere exudes the scent of money. Boom boom. Jiang Han gently stepped on the accelerator, and the Aston Martin immediately let out a roar like a beast. For most boys who like sports cars, this sound, it's even more beautiful than a woman's scream. Jiang Han drove this top-of-the-line sports car on the streets of Magic City, immediately attracting countless people's attention. Even in international metropolises, top-level supercars like this are extremely rare. No matter where it goes, it will cause cheers. Oh my god, what kind of car is this? It's so damn cool, even cooler than my Xiaomi SU7. You bumpkin, this is an Aston Martin. The money from one of these sports cars is enough to buy you a fleet of Xiaomi cars. That's amazing. I checked and found that this Aston Martin is priced at over 40 million yuan. All in all, it's almost $500 million. Seeing this cool sports car, passers-by around took out their mobile phones and started taking videos. Then he posted it on his own TikTok to show off. Mu Xiaoye, who was sitting in the car, became visibly nervous when she saw this scene. She raised her head, looked at Jiang Han and asked, "We won't be photographed and posted online, right? That way, people will recognize you." She doesn't want to become an internet celebrity. Now she just wants to be Jiang Han's housemaid, and then, under his guidance, be admitted to the Magic City Conservatory of Music. This is Mu Xiaoye's ultimate pursuit. Don't worry, the car windows have been specially treated. We can see outside, but outsiders can't see inside at all. Jiang Han comforted her. Not long after, Jiang Han drove his Aston Martin to the largest shopping mall in Shanghai. After parking the car, Jiang Han brought Mu Xiaoye to the top floor of the shopping mall. The hair salon that Mu Xiaoye chose is called DL Vogue. It is said that the son of the richest man in Yanxi used to come here often to get his hair done. The cheapest hair cutting package costs more than 3,000 yuan. When Jiang Han saw the price, he was almost shocked. This is too damn expensive. School beauty Mu, do you usually come to places like this to get your hair done? I didn't expect that you are a wealthy woman. Jiang Han laughed and teased. Mu Xiaoye pouted and said, "It's not expensive at all. A girl's hairstyle is very important, and my mom is a member of this store, so she can get a 20% discount tilde. Isn't this expensive? I go to a hair salon and get a haircut for about $20. Jiang Han shook his head. For a handsome guy like him, even if you cut your hair into a buzz cut, you will still look very handsome. There is no need to waste money on this. Wouldn't it be nice to save some money and recharge 648? At this moment, Mu Xiaoye looked at Jiang Han's hair and suddenly had an idea. It will take me a long time to do my hair. Why don't you come with me and get a perm, too? If you get a textured perm, it will definitely look super cool. Forget it. I don't have the time. Jiang Han refused without even thinking about it. He is fine the way he is now and doesn't want to waste time messing with his hair. Mu Xiaoye refused to give up. She hugged Jiang Han's arm and said coquettishly, "Master, please, just make one. I want to see it too." This. Faced with Mu Xiaoye's coquettish attack, Jiang Han hesitated for a moment. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly came out. Drop. System daily task release. Please change your hairstyle to a more handsome one and attend the teacher appreciation banquet. Completion rewards, 10% of L'Oreal Group shares, calligraphy proficiency, makeup proficiency, and a Chinese medicine beauty prescription. Chapter 13 Attending a dinner party. Oh my god. Isn't this reward too rich? Jiang Han almost cried out when he saw the series of rewards on the system panel. 10% stake in L'Oreal Group. You know, this reward alone can make Jiang Han a billionaire in an instant. Not to mention, there is a series of rewards coming up. Originally, Jiang Han was still somewhat reluctant. After the system released the task, it immediately agreed to Mu Xiaoye's request. Okay, since you said so, I'll just do my hair reluctantly. But, you have to agree to one condition of mine. Jiang Han thought about it and said immediately. He didn't want to waste this opportunity to propose conditions to Mu Xiaoye. When Mu Xiaoye heard Jiang Han's words, her expression suddenly changed. What conditions? She knew that nothing good would happen. When we get home tonight, I want you to wear it and show me the Kamisato Ayaka cosplay costume. Musaya's pretty face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Although, this Kamisato Ayaka cosplay costume is not the most revealing clothes in the cloakroom. But it's not much better. Especially wearing those white stockings that are as thin as a cicadar's wing. Musaya felt ashamed when she thought about it. She immediately shook her head and said, "No. Don't do that, I'll be shy tilde. If you don't want to, forget it." Jiang Han shrugged and said, "Playing hard to get." Seeing the disappointed look on Jiang Han's face, Musaya felt a little guilty. "I thought about myself wearing a maid outfit. Wearing different clothes shouldn't be a big deal, right?" So she said, "Okay, I'll promise you, but my mother can't know about this. I'll wear it for you to see at night after she falls asleep." "No problem." Jiang Han agreed immediately. He didn't want Tang Yun to know that he let his daughter wear such clothes. Otherwise, she would definitely not let me go. Besides, this kind of sneaky feeling is exciting just thinking about it. In Jiang Han's mind, the picture appeared instantly. After reaching an agreement with Musaya, Jiang Han followed her into the hair salon. Next, it's a long time to do their hair. After a series of cool operations by teacher Tony and the shaping of the machine, finally, he created a textured perm that Jiang Han thought was pretty handsome. Good. Jiang Han stood in front of the mirror, looking at his handsome face and exquisite hairstyle. Compared to before, the appearance has reached a higher level. At this moment, the voice of the system came from his mind. Drop. Congratulations to their host for completing the daily task. Reward, 10% of the shares of L'Oreal Group worth 10 billion yuan. Reward, mastery of calligraphy. Get reward, mastery of makeup. Get reward, a set of Chinese medicine beauty prescription. Just like before, the system finished speaking. A series of knowledge about calligraphy and makeup instantly flooded into Jiang Han's mind. And that prescription is converted into data and stored in the system. Whenever Jiang Han wants to read it, he can pull it out and read it. Jiang Han, in a good mood, stood up from his chair, looked into the inner room and said, "Is my friend not ready yet?" "It's almost there." Teacher Tony was just about to go in and check. As a result, at this moment, Musaya just walked out from inside. Wow tilde. When Jiang Han saw Musaya's look, his eyes widened. "How is it? Does it look good?" Musaya showed herself to Jiang Han and asked expectantly. "Very nice. This money is worth it." Jiang Han praised generously. "Really?" Musaya felt a little embarrassed by Jiang Han's praise. Seeing this, the clerk beside him hurried forward and said flatteringly, "Ms. Mu and Mr. Jiang are both naturally beautiful. No matter what kind of hairstyle they have, they will look good." Har har har. Jiang Han laughed twice and didn't say much. Instead, he took Musaya's hand and said, "Let's go. It's getting late. The teacher appreciation banquet is about to begin." Tilde. Musaya nodded obediently. With the shop assistant watching them, the two left the hair salon hand in hand. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Han drove an Aston Martin and arrived at the Sheraton Hotel on time. As it was summer vacation and the college entrance examination had just ended, many people held graduation banquets here. The hotel business was very good and the parking lot was full of cars. Jiang Han walked around outside but couldn't find a parking space. Just as he was about to drive and park in the underground parking lot of a nearby shopping mall, a hotel security guard came up. He bowed and said respectfully, "Sir, our hotel manager said that you can park your car directly in front of the lobby of our hotel. Doesn't that mean you can't park?" Jiang Han said with some surprise. "It's okay, sir. There's an open space there. You can park wherever you want. I'll help you watch the car. There will be no problem." "Oh well." That's what the hotel security said. Jiang Han was too lazy to argue with him and parked the car directly in front of the Sheraton Hotel. Every guest who comes into the hotel can see this car. This is also the purpose of the hotel manager. With the presence of this top-level sports car, the grade of the hotel is also raised invisibly. A limited edition sports car worth 500 million. Come to our hotel to spend money, what reason do you have not to come? After Jiang Han and Musaya got off the car, A middle-aged man in a suit and tie immediately came out from a lobby. "Hello, sir and madam. I'm the general manager of this hotel. My name is Jiang Han. It is a great honor to welcome the two distinguished guests to our Sheraton Hotel." Facing the flattery of the general manager, Jiang Han knew that this was all the face brought to him by the Aston Martin. He was not too surprised, nodded, smiled and said, "Hello, I am Jiang Han." "It's Mr. Jiang, nice to meet you." Xie Anhua's attitude was very respectful. Although he is the general manager of the Sheraton Hotel, he is also well informed and knows many wealthy people. But facing someone like Jiang Han, who drove a sports car worth $500 million to dine, he still didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. One of their cars is equivalent to your annual turnover. These second-generation rich people all have terrifying family backgrounds. "Mr. Jiang, this is my business card. If you need anything in the future, you can always call me." Xie Anhua grabbed the business card with both hands and handed it over respectfully. Jiang Han took the business card, glanced at it, and nodded, "Okay, Mr. Xie, you're welcome. This is what I should do." Seeing Jiang Han accept the business card, Xie Anhua felt secretly delighted. More friends, more paths. For these high-level workers, it is not a bad thing to be able to get to know some rich second generations. "Then I won't bother you two anymore. If you have anything to say, just tell me." After Xie Anhua finished speaking, he retreated respectfully. After Xie Anhua left, Mu Xiaoye whispered, "I remember there was a guy named Yang Weichao in your class. Didn't he say his uncle was the general manager of the Sheraton Hotel? Could this Xie Anhua be his uncle?" Jiang Han shrugged and said, "How would I know? He and I don't get along." This Yang Weichao, relying on his family's wealth, had pursued Mu Xiaoye in public before. But Mu Xiaoye rejected him harshly. This matter was known to everyone in their senior year of high school. He and Jiang Han also had some minor conflicts. Therefore, Jiang Han had no interest in knowing who his uncle was. Chapter 14. Why are you the only one with so much trouble? The second floor of Sheraton Hotel. This time, the farewell banquet for the senior 3-1 and 2 classes of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School was held here. Yang Weichao took the cost of the dinner directly on his own shoulders. Who makes his uncle the manager of Sheraton Hotel? Calculated at 500 per person, this time including all the students in the 2 classes and 9 teachers. There are 108 people in total. This time's farewell banquet for teachers will cost at least 50,000 yuan. Yang Weichao has spent a lot of money today. At this time, in the box on the second floor, many students and teachers have already arrived at the scene. Everyone gathered together, chatting and talking nonsense, and the atmosphere was very lively. After all, without the huge mountain of college entrance examination weighing on their heads, these students can relax a lot. When Jiang Han and Mu Xiaoye appeared in the box, the originally noisy room suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. Soon, everyone started talking about it. "Fuck, isn't that Jiang Han? Why is he here with the school beauty? Are they official? You kid, I can see you don't have the school beauty's WeChat." Yesterday afternoon, rumors about the two of them started circulating. The school beauty posted a video to her moments, and Jiang Han was in it. I'll tell you a secret. It seems like the two of them checked into a hotel at that time. Oh my god, is it so explosive? The school beauty actually checked into a hotel with Jiang Han. This is too outrageous. Although Jiang Han is handsome and has good grades, but Wuwuwu, my school beauty. Seeing everyone looking at her with strange eyes, Mu Xiaoye lowered her head shyly. She didn't expect that her and Jiang Han's appearance would cause such a sensation. After all, she is just a little girl and is relatively thin-skinned. She whispered to Jiang Han, "I'm going to go play with Wang Qi and the others, and I'll come see you later." After saying that, she ran away with a red face. There were 2 huge round tables in the box, one for boys and one for girls. I saw Mu Xiaoye running to the girls' side. Jiang Han was too embarrassed to follow, so he had to walk towards the boys' table. Because there were so many people, the scene was chaotic. For a moment, Jiang Han didn't know which seat was empty. Just at this moment, a boy who was on good terms with Jiang Han stood up and waved at Jiang Han, saying, "Shua Bar Jiang, come over here. No one is sitting here." Jiang Han smiled, nodded, and walked over. Seeing Jiang Han coming over, people immediately gathered around him and gossiped. Jiang Han, are you really in love with the school beauty? No, you're overthinking it. Jiang Han shook his head and said. After all, she was just his maid, how could this be called a love relationship? On the side, Yang Weichao was wearing a handsome suit and had his hair combed like an adult. Hearing Jiang Han's answer, he immediately felt relieved. It's good that Jiang Han is not in love with Mu Xiaoye. He has liked Mu Xiaoye since he started high school. During his 3 years of high school, he confessed his love to Mu Xiaoye countless times. But Mu Xiaoye always ignored him and even threw the love letter he sent her directly into the trash can. Even so, he refused to give up. And today, he is going to confess his feelings to Mu Xiaoye again in front of so many people. So, even if Mu Xiaoye is really with Jiang Han, he also wanted Jiang Han to give up. After all, in this society, what is the use of being well educated or handsome? Having money is the bottom line. Thinking of this, he stood up, clapped his hands and said, teachers, students, since almost everyone is here, let's start the dinner now. Waiter, serve the food. As soon as the words fell, immediately, many lackeys began to flatter him. Young Master Yang, you are really generous. It is thanks to young Master Yang that I can have dinner at the Sheraton today. Yes, this is a 5-star hotel. I have never been here before. Young Master Yang is awesome. The teachers present didn't say anything. But when looking at Yang Weichao, his eyes were full of admiration and affirmation. Listening to the praises all around, Yang Weichao smiled. I felt secretly happy. Because at this time, many female classmates at the girls' table cast admiring glances at him. Even Wang Qi, the beautiful lady whose appearance is second only to Mu Xiaoye. At this time, she also smiled at him. This made Yang Weichao even more excited. Jiang Han, who was originally the focus of everyone, suddenly had his limelight snatched away by him. The only thing that made him feel a little regretful was Mu Xiaoye still had a cold look on her face and was not moved by him at all. However, Yang Weichao didn't take it to heart. He believes that as long as he works hard, sooner or later, Mu Xiaoye will surrender to me. Just at this moment, the door of the box room was pushed open again. A late male classmate ran in hurriedly. As soon as he entered the box, he said excitedly, "Fuck, guess what I saw downstairs in the hotel just now? Aston Martin 177 limited edition sports car. It's worth more than 50 million. Even the son of the richest man may not be able to afford one, but there is one parked downstairs of this hotel. This is too awesome." Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Oh my god. A car costs more than 50 million, a full half 100 million. What kind of family background does he have to be able to afford such a luxury car? He is truly the richest of the rich. I didn't expect this Sheraton to be so amazing. Even such a wealthy man comes here to spend money, which immediately raises our standard a lot. By the way, isn't Yan Xiao's uncle the general manager of Sheraton? Young Master Yan, you must know who the owner of the car is, right? Yes, young Master Yan, just tell us. Seeing his female classmates winking at him, Yang Weichao felt extremely comfortable. At this time, even Wang Qi, the student council member of the next class, took the initiative to speak up. Yang Weichao, do you know the origin of the owner of the car? The beautiful lady has spoken. If Yang Weichao said he didn't know, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? So, he could only make up a story, this. Of course I know. To be honest, the owner of this sports car is a friend of my uncle. According to seniority, I should call him uncle. Yang Weichao said this without blushing or beating his heart. Anyway, with so many people present, it is impossible to know the owner of the car. Hearing this, the students present were shocked and showed envious eyes. Young Master Yang, you are so awesome. You've actually met the car owner. It turns out that the world of the rich is not accessible to people like us. 666. I didn't expect young Master Yang to have such an uncle. I'm afraid we won't have a chance to see it. That's right, maybe in the next life. Wang Qi's eyes lit up when he heard Yang Weichao's words. She blinked her big watery eyes, revealing a charming look that did not match her age, and asked with a smile. Then young Master Yang, your uncle, what's his name? This ahem. Yang Weichao coughed twice hurriedly to hide his inner embarrassment, and muttered to himself. How do I know his last name? Why do you have so many things to do? Chapter 15. I don't have such a stupid nephew. But at this time, seeing Mu Xiaoye beside Wang Qi, she was laughing so hard that she was shaking with laughter. Yang Weichao felt excited and felt that the goddess was interested in this topic. If you work hard, maybe I can win her heart by doing this. So Yang Weichao said with a stiff upper lip, let me tell you this, my uncle has a rather special identity. You can't talk about it everywhere. If you talk too much, it might have a bad influence on him. Do you understand what I mean? As he spoke, he pointed to the ceiling with an unfathomable look. The students suddenly understood and nodded in understanding. It seems that young Master Yarn's uncle is a big shot with a powerful background. That really shouldn't be said everywhere, it's better to keep a low profile. No wonder you can afford an Aston Martin 177, a sports car of this level. Sometimes even if you have money, you may not be able to afford it. Young Master Yang, if you become rich and powerful, please don't forget me. After I graduate from university, I hope young Master Yang will support me. Listening to his classmates' flattery, Yang Weichao felt like he was floating in the air. Her face was almost wrinkled into a chrysanthemum from laughing. No, we are all classmates. If I can help you in the future, I will definitely do my best to help you. Please don't be polite to me. Just when Yang Weichao was showing off like crazy, Jiang Han, who was sitting on a chair, suddenly received a message on his mobile phone from Mu Xiaoye. Uncle Jiang Tilder. I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Seeing this message, Jiang Han couldn't help but smile and replied, I don't have such a stupid nephew. Know him. He was too lazy to stand up and expose Yang Weichao. Since he treated his classmates to dinner today, let's give him some face. It's not easy to show off these days. Not only do I have to be someone's nephew, but I also have to make up stories like I do when writing online articles. But Yang Weichao was completely unaware of this. At this time, he was flattered by his classmates. He picked up the wine glass without knowing whether to live or die, walked up to Jiang Han, and said with a fake smile, Shua Bar Jiang, I heard that you scored 700 points in the college entrance examination this time. Congratulations, shall we have a drink? At this moment, Yang Weichao felt extremely happy. Jiang Han, so what if you are good at studying? So what if he is handsome? Even without money, you will still have to stand below like a clown and watch me show off. Didn't you see that Mu Xiaoye smiled at me just now? When I was in school, I had a cold look on my face, trying to seem so noble. It turns out that you haven't entered society yet and don't know the benefits of money. Facing Yang Weichao's provocation, Jiang Han waved his hand and said calmly, thank you, forget about the drinking, I drove here today. Did you drive here? Jiang Han, did you buy a car? Hearing this, the students around were all very curious. After all, being able to buy a car right after graduating from high school is a very rare thing, even in a big city like Shanghai. Yang Weichao was dismissive of this. I feel that you, Jiang Han, usually look poor. Even if you buy a car, you would buy a BYD that costs 798 yuan. How good can it be? So, he said cheerfully, it's okay, I've had too much to drink. At worst, you can just stay here tonight. I'll ask my uncle to get you a room. Oh, and you can call a designated driver. Originally, he wanted to book a room for Jiang Han. But remember, this is the Sheraton Hotel and it's still the peak tourist season. The cheapest room costs 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. He doesn't want to waste this money. So he changed his mind and asked for a designated driver for him. Jiang Han continued to shake his head and said, it's no use calling a designated driver. My car is too big for ordinary people to drive. He wasn't being pretentious, he was just telling the truth. After all, most designated drivers drive family cars and have basically never driven a sports car. If you lack driving experience, accidents are likely to happen. If Jiang Han didn't have the god-level driving skills rewarded by the system, he wouldn't have been able to control this performance beast right away. Yang Weichao frowned upon hearing this and said unhappily, Jiang Han, what nonsense are you talking about? The designated drivers of the Sheraton Hotel are all professionals. What car can't they drive? There are so many cars in the hotel, and I guess the only one is my uncle's Aston Martin, which the designated driver may not be able to drive. As he spoke, Yang Weichao almost believed it himself. Just as Jiang Han was about to speak and say that his car was an Aston Martin, The door of the box room opened again. Xie Anhua, wearing a suit and tie, walked in front, followed by two waiters wearing stockings and high heels. They each held a bottle of red wine in their hands. "Walk into the box." Xie Anhua looked at everyone present and said in a hoarse voice, "Good evening, teachers and students. I am Xie Anhua, Wei Chao's uncle. I am honored that you have chosen the Sheraton Hotel to hold this teacher appreciation banquet. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope everyone enjoys drinking it." Xie Anhua had just finished speaking. There was a burst of warm applause in the box. Ma Jiqiang, the head teacher of Class 1, also stood up and said, "Manager Xie, you are so polite. It's embarrassing enough to let your nephew pay for this meal. You sent us such a good red wine. How can we feel good about it?" Xie Anhua waved his hand and smiled. "Hey, class teacher, you are too polite. My nephew was able to be admitted to a key university thanks to the hard work of the teachers and the help of his classmates. Although these two bottles of red wine are not very old, they are both produced in Bordeaux wineries. They are definitely rare and good wines. I hope the teachers will not refuse them." Seeing Xie Anhua say this, Ma Jiqiang couldn't postpone it any longer, so he nodded and accepted it. At this time, Yang Weichao took the initiative to stand up and waved at Xie Anhua, saying, "Uncle, you are here, I am here." Hearing his nephew's voice, Xie Anhua turned around and looked. Just then he saw Jiang Han sitting next to him, and his expression suddenly changed. He quickly forced a smile and walked up to Jiang Han with quick steps, preparing to get close to him. But Yang Weichao thought that his uncle was looking for him. He looked at Jiang Han with great pride. "I have my uncle's support tonight. I am definitely the most handsome guy in this teacher appreciation banquet. Let me see how you, Jiang Han, can go against me." Chapter 16: The Real Rich Second Generation. Just when Yang Weichao was feeling very proud, Xie Anhua ignored him, walked straight to Jiang Han, bowed to him and said, "Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to be here too." Seeing this scene, Yang Weichao was stunned. Wang Qi was also stunned. Everyone present showed a look of surprise. Yang Weichao's uncle is the general manager of Sheraton Hotel. Even in a place like Shanghai where rich people are everywhere, his existence cannot be underestimated. And now, he actually bowed to Jiang Han. And he looks flattering. At this moment, there was a look of disbelief in everyone's eyes. "Uncle, what are you doing? He is my classmate. Do you have to treat him like this?" Yang Weichao couldn't help but speak. Hearing this, Xie Anhua's smile became even brighter. He looked at Jiang Han excitedly and said, "I never thought that Mr. Jiang, you and our Wei Chao are classmates. This is such a coincidence. It's fate." As he said this, he waved his hand. He ordered the beautiful waitress behind him, "Go and get the bottle of Romane Conti from my wine cabinet." Then, he turned around and said to Jiang Han in a flattering tone, "Mr. Jiang, this is a little gift from me. I hope you don't mind it." Seeing this scene, Yang Weichao was completely dumbfounded. The bottle of Romane Conti in his uncle's wine cabinet has been there since the day he was born. According to the market price, it is even more expensive than the 1982 Lafite. I couldn't even bear to drink it at my own graduation banquet. And now, he actually wanted to take out this bottle of red wine to please Jiang Han? This is too outrageous. Faced with Xie Anhua's unwarranted courtesy, Jiang Han smiled and shook his head, saying, "Boss Xie, this gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. Besides, I drove here today, so it's not convenient for me to drink." "Oh, yes, yes." Xie Anhua patted his head and said with a smile, "Look at my memory, I almost forgot that you drove here, Mr. Jiang. By the way, Mr. Jiang, I noticed some stains on the tires of your Aston Martin, so I asked the cleaner to wipe them off for you. Is that okay?" Jiang Han waved his hand and said, "It's okay, Mr. Xie is thoughtful." After listening to the conversation between the two, everyone present was stunned. The Aston Martin 177 worth $500 million parked downstairs actually belongs to Jiang Han? The entire box became dead silent in an instant. You can almost hear everyone's heartbeats. The girls all widened their eyes and looked at Jiang Han with burning eyes. Oh my god! Jiang Han is actually the owner of that sports car? Unexpectedly, Jiang Shuebar is not only handsome and good at studying, but also has such a rich family. It's really excellent. Yang Weichao stood there in a daze, his face as red as a monkey's butt. Thinking back to just now, I was showing off in front of my classmates and said that the owner of that Aston Martin was my uncle. He wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. No wonder. When Mu Xiaoya heard herself say that the owner of the car was her uncle, she laughed so happily. He even thought that Mu Xiaoya was attracted to him. Turn out to be. You are laughing at him. At this moment, Yang Weichao wanted to die. As an old fox, Xia Anhua could naturally see that the atmosphere in the box was a little bit wrong. But he didn't know what was going on. In order to avoid saying too much and making more mistakes, he could only cough, bow to Jiang Han, and then leave. Only 2 beautiful waitresses were left in the box. Wait until Xia Anhua leaves. Everyone was silent for a few minutes. Then, everyone's eyes instantly focused on Jiang Han, and they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. What the hell? The Aston Martin downstairs is actually your car, Jiang Han. Shuabar Jiang, you hid it well enough. I never thought that the real rich second generation in our class is you, Jiang Han. I originally thought that school beauty Mu and Jiang Han were a perfect match, but now it seems that they are more beautiful than rich. Shuabar Jiang, please take care of the younger brothers more often in the future. At this time, even several teachers stood up and took the initiative to get close to Jiang Han. After all, that's a top-notch supercar worth $500 million. Even after all these years since Shanghai No. 1 Middle School was founded, no one can afford to drive such a luxury car. Yang Weichao, who was once the most successful person in the world. At this moment, he was instantly ignored by everyone. In fact, in the eyes of many girls, he is just a clown. He even said that the owner of the sports car was his uncle. He really has no shame at all. Does Jiang Han know that he has a silly nephew like you? Even facing his own uncle, he had to be respectful. Yang Weichao was not stupid enough to be like the brainless villains in online novels and provoke him without knowing the consequences. He who knows the times is a hero. There is no need to sacrifice your future for a woman. He picked up the bottle of red wine that had just been opened on the table, and under the puzzled gazes of his classmates, he walked up to Jiang Han and said, Shuabar Jiang, I was blind to the truth before. I am here to apologize to you. I hope you will not bear grudges against me. I have offended you in the past, so please don't take it to heart. I won't say much, it's all in the wine. After saying that, he raised the bottle of red wine and drank it down in gulps. A bottle of red wine was drunk. Even though Yang Weichao had a good alcohol tolerance, he still felt a little dizzy at this moment. He resisted the urge to vomit and said to Jiang Han, from today on, I will never bother Mu Xiaoya again. I hope you too can be happy. Hiccup tilde. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help it and ran to the bathroom without looking back. Seeing him like this, Jiang Han shook his head helplessly. To put it bluntly, the conflicts between Jiang Han and Yang Weichao at school before were just child's play. He relied on his family's wealth. It is normal to look down on yourself as a good student. Just showing off. Every man will like it. Since Yang Weichao has taken the initiative to admit his mistake, there is no need for Jiang Han to dwell on this matter. Chapter 17 Mu Xiaoya is jealous. 8 o'clock in the evening. The teacher appreciation banquet ended with laughter and joy. Even though there was an unpleasant episode in the middle, it was over quickly. Everyone first collectively bid farewell to the 9 teachers. Then everyone got together again and talked about interesting things that happened during their studies, and finally decided to go back home. After all, we are just high school graduates. I'm not like those people in society who, after dinner, have to go out for a massage or wash their feet. Jiang Han was just about to go to the girls' table to find Mu Xiaoya. Unexpectedly, Wang Qi stood up first, walked in front of Jiang Han, and said in a charming manner, Jiang Shuabar tilde. Can you take me home tonight? After saying that, she straightened her magnificent 30-60 breasts and revealed a seductive look. Seeing this scene, the male students present were extremely envious. It's good to have money. If a top-notch beauty like Wang Qi actively invites me to take her home, I would agree even if my legs were broken. Maybe I can get rid of my virginity tonight. But Jiang Han shook his head and said calmly, I'm sorry, my car is small and can't accommodate 3 people. After saying that, he waved to Mu Xiaoya. Let's go, Xiaoya. Seeing this, Mu Xiaoye skipped to Wang Qi and said gloatingly, "Hee, Chichi, Jiang Han's car only has 2 seats, let him take you next time." Jiang Han's mouth corners raised. This girl is so sinister. He is quite good at adding insult to injury. Wang Qi looked a little strange when he heard this, but he still forced a smile and said, "Well, I thought Jiang Han was going home alone. Har, blame me." Jiang Han laughed and said, "I should have changed to a car that can seat 3 people. I'll take you next time." Although he was not very sexually interested in Wang Qi. But as a sea king, how can he let go of any fish that comes to his door? What's more, this is a mermaid. After hearing Jiang Han's words, Wang Qi felt much better. She blinked her charming eyes and said, "It's okay. I just haven't ridden in a sports car before and I want to experience it." Then Jiang Shuebar, when you have time in the future, remember to take me to experience it. It will be fine in a moment tilde. Jiang Han nodded and said with a smile, "No problem, I will do it next time." After saying that, he took Mu Xiaoye and left the box. After Jiang Han left, the male students in the box began to get restless. A boy in a polo shirt stood up and flattered Wang Qi, "Chichi, I'll take you home later. My car is as fast as a sports car." As he spoke, he took out the car keys of his Xiaomi SU7 and showed off to Wang Qi. "No. I'll call a taxi back myself." Wang Qi changed her previous charming look and refused coldly. After saying that, she left the box carrying her Hermes bag. On their way back, Mu Xiaoye sat in the car, looking a little unhappy. She folded her arms across her chest, looking unhappy. "What's wrong?" Jiang Han drove with one hand and asked with concern. Mu Xiaoye didn't say anything, but just looked down at her chest and sighed silently. After a while, she finally said, "Jiang Han, do you guys all like girls with big breasts? It looks noisy." Jiang Han was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Why do you say that?" Mu Xiaoye pondered for a moment and said resentfully, "If not, why did you agree to take her out for a ride next time?" Jiang Han couldn't help but smile when he heard that. "It seems my little maid is jealous. This is a bad habit. As a maid, how can I be jealous of other women? I must help her change, otherwise, won't I be jealous every day in the future?" Jiang Han thought for a moment, then said with a serious face, "Mu Xiaoye, what you said is a bit too much. When did I say I was going to take her for a ride? Besides, even if I really want to take her for a ride, we are all classmates, so what's wrong with letting her ride in my car for a while? Isn't this a very normal thing?" Faced with Jiang Han's accusations, Mu Xiaoye was instantly speechless. She quickly waved her hands and said, I don't mean that. I'm just a little curious, are you boys? Is it something?" Jiang Han said confidently, "If everyone is like you, and says I like a girl when they see me driving her, then what kind of person would I be? You can't just slander someone's innocence like this. Today, it was for you that I rejected Wang Qi. Mu Xiaoye, you really disappoint me." After saying this, Jiang Han shook his head in pretended disappointment. He outputted so quickly. Mu Xiaoye felt a little dizzy. "I even began to doubt whether I was too selfish." Especially when she heard the last sentence, she felt even more ashamed. For his own sake, Jiang Han rejected Wang Qi's invitation in public, but he was still not satisfied and kept saying this about Jiang Han. "I am so bad." At this moment, Mu Xiaoye wanted to slap herself twice. Seeing the disappointment on Jiang Han's face, Mu Xiaoye said pitifully, "Master, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have said that to you. Qiu, please don't be angry with me tilde." Jiang Han felt extremely proud when he saw this. But he still pretended to be angry and ignored Mu Xiaoye. At this time, you can't give up easily. You must lure her and make her realize her mistakes. Go straight to the Aston Martin and drive to the underground parking lot of the Bund 1 residences. Jiang Han said coldly, "Get out of the car." Along the way, Mu Xiaoye was extremely nervous and so that Jiang Han still had a cold look on his face. She immediately threw herself into Jiang Han's arms. She hugged his neck and cried, "Wuwuwu, master, please don't be angry with me anymore. I really know I was wrong. I promise I won't dare to think about it anymore. Please don't ignore me." See, goal achieved. Jiang Han managed a slight smile, nodded and said, "Do you know you are wrong?" Mu Xiaoye nodded heavily. "It's good to know you're wrong. Jiang Han lifted Mu Xiaoya's chin, stared at her with a pair of deep eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Since you know you are wrong, you must accept the punishment, so that you can remember it." "What punishment?" Mu Xiaoya blinked and asked in confusion. "You'll know when the time comes. Remember tonight, put on that Kamisato Ayaka cosplay costume and come to my room. I'm going to teach you a lesson." Mu Xiaoya was a little nervous when she heard this. But she still nodded obediently and said with a blushing face, "Okay, Master Tilder." Chapter 18: Tang Yun's Troubles. After returning home, Tang Yun was sitting on the sofa, rubbing her brows, looking exhausted. "Mom, we're back." After entering the house, Mu Xiaoya called out sweetly to Tang Yun. Without noticing that Tang Yun was in a bad mood, she jumped up to her and showed off, "Mom, look at my new hairstyle. Does it look good?" Hearing this, Tang Yun opened her eyes and took a look, then forced a smile and said, "It looks good. That's too perfunctory." Mu Xiaoya curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Then he noticed that Tang Yun looked a little haggard, and asked with concern, "Mom, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad?" "Fine. I just didn't sleep well last night, and today, there are a lot of things to do in the company," Tang Yun said casually. But the sadness between his brows could not be concealed. "It seems that it is because of company matters again." Mu Xiaoya couldn't help but sigh and comforted her, "Mom, don't worry so much. Go to bed early." "Okay, I know." Tang Yun nodded. Mu Xiaoya didn't think much about it. "My mother is the boss of a cosmetics company and manages hundreds of employees. I am usually very busy at work and feeling tired is a common thing." Although Jiang Han noticed something strange. However, he was not familiar with Tang Yun after all, so he didn't say anything when he saw Mu Xiaoya. He could only be polite on the surface and said, "Aunt Tang, there is a jacuzzi in the bathroom upstairs. If you are tired, you can go up and take a bath and relax." "Thanks." Tang Yun smiled and nodded. Jiang Han didn't say much. He walked to Mu Xiaoya and whispered to her, "Don't forget what happened tonight." Mu Xiaoya blushed and nodded. While Tang Yun was not noticing, she turned around and walked upstairs. Jiang Han smiled and followed. After the two left, Tang Yunsai opened the laptop on the table. An email popped up instantly. The title of the email reads, "Notice on the adjustment of the list of first-level agents of L'Oreal Group in Yinxia region." After seeing this email, Tang Yun's breathing became rapid. She clicked it with great trepidation, and then stared at the densely packed list for a long time. Finally, she sighed deeply. He picked up his phone and called his assistant, "Xiao Qian, go to Impression City and Taiku Hui tomorrow and close all the counters we have there. Tell the employees to move all the goods in the warehouse back to the company." Why? On the other end of the phone, the assistant's voice was full of confusion and shock. "You know, these are the counters in these two shopping malls. But it contributed nearly 50% of the company's profits. As a result, Tang Yun now wants to turn them off. This is really unbelievable." Tang Yun rubbed her brows and explained helplessly, "The L'Oreal Group headquarters just sent a notice saying that they will reduce the number of domestic first-level agents, and our company happens to be on this list." At that time, the L'Oreal Group wanted to expand the market in Yinxia country. A number of first-level agent vacancies have been released. Now that its market position is consolidated, it is natural for it to take back all the rights and interests it has given up. Direct sales by the manufacturer will bring the highest profit. This. What about the company? The young assistant was obviously a little anxious. Closing those two counters would be tantamount to cutting off the lifeblood of the company. It is estimated that it won't be long before the company will face the crisis of cash flow interruption, and it may even go bankrupt. Tang Yunshan frowned and comforted her, "It's okay. The company still has tens of millions of working capital. As long as we tighten the business, it won't be a problem to hold on for half a year. Until then, just find another brand to represent." Before the company was so small, we were able to find brands to represent it. Now that we've grown, there's no reason why we can't find one. After being comforted by Tang Yun, the assistant felt much better. "Yes, Mr. Tang, I will deal with this matter tomorrow." "Okay, then you should go to bed early. Hang up the phone." Tang Yun sighed deeply. What she said just now was just to comfort her assistant Xiao Qian. These days, how easy is it to find a big brand agent again? In addition, their company still has tens of millions of liquid funds on its books. But it can't last long. Without new sources of funds, we will face bankruptcy in 3 months at most. Thinking of this, Tang Yun began to have a headache. She dragged her tired body, thinking about going back to her room to sleep and taking a shower tomorrow. But at this moment, what Jiang Han had just said echoed in her mind. There is a jacuzzi on the second floor. Aunt Tang, if you are tired, you can take a bath and relax. She hesitated. Finally, I left the bedroom and came to the bathroom with a jacuzzi next to the master bedroom. After taking off her clothes, Tang Yun lay naked in the bathtub. Warm water surrounded her from all sides. Enjoying the massage bathtub service. It made her feel comfortable all over, even her pores relaxed, and she felt extremely relaxed. Tang Yun closed her eyes and enjoyed this pleasant moment. 10 o'clock at night. In Jiang Han's bedroom. Mu Xiaoye, wearing Kamisato Ayakar's cosplay costume, tiptoed to the door and knocked gently. Soon, the door was opened. Jiang Han, with his upper body naked and wearing only shorts, appeared in front of her. Bad guy. You are a hooligan tilder. Mu Xiaoye pouted and immediately covered her eyes. Stop pretending. The gap between your fingers is so big, do you think I'm blind? Jiang Han immediately exposed Mu Xiaoye. I'm just shy. Can you put on your clothes, tilder? Jiang Han curled his lips helplessly and went back to his room to put on his clothes. Mu Xiaoye then stepped into Jiang Han's bedroom with her long beautiful legs. See Mu Xiaoye come in. Jiang Han subconsciously closed the door. This action made Mu Xiaoye a little nervous. She blushed and said, Master, since you have seen me wearing this cosplay costume, can I go back now? Go back. I haven't punished you for what you did today. Jiang Han smiled evilly, then ordered Mu Xiaoye, go over there and stick your butt up. Mu Xiaoye looked at Jiang Han with a puzzled look on her face. You did something wrong, so let me spank you twice, that should be okay, right? Jiang Han said to Mu Xiaoye in a teasing tone. Half an hour later. Mu Xiaoye pursed her lips and touched her swollen butt. The face that was originally full of vitality was now covered with 2 lines of tears in grievance. Bad guy. You just know how to bully others, tilder. Jiang Han laughed dryly twice, feeling a little embarrassed. Originally, he planned to give Mu Xiaoye a couple of casual hits to teach her a lesson and then let the matter go. But who knows? After the beating, he got a little drunk. Especially when he saw Mu Xiaoye's shy look, he couldn't help but want to bully her. Okay, stop crying. Tomorrow I will take you shopping, buy you clothes, and take you to eat delicious food. Jiang Han coaxed Mu Xiaoye patiently for a long time before she gradually stopped sobbing. HMPH, that's more like it. I won't wake you up tomorrow. I need to go back and recuperate. After saying that, Mu Xiaoye hurriedly left the room. She was afraid that Jiang Han would do something perverted to her again. Seeing this, Jiang Han shook his head helplessly. It seems that it will take some time for Mu Xiaoye to completely accept me. Jiang Han looked at his watch. It was almost 10:30. So he picked up his pajamas and prepared to take a bath and relax. Finally, walk into the master bathroom. But I found that the shower head was broken and no water came out for a long time. Fuck. What rubbish. A house worth tens of millions of dollars, but even the shower head can break. Jiang Han couldn't help but curse inwardly. Fortunately, there were 2 bathrooms in the large flat. Jiang Han picked up his clothes and prepared to move. Came to the door of the bathroom next door. Jiang Han discovered that the light was still on inside. He knocked on the door but no one responded. I thought, someone must have forgotten to turn off the lights. He didn't think much about it and just pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 19. It was all a misunderstanding. The door opened. In the bathroom, a graceful figure appeared in front of Jiang Han. Tang Yun was seen standing under the shower, with her 2 long, white legs exposed to the air without reservation. Jiang Han was completely stunned by what he saw. Get out, you bastard! Accompanied by a scream. Jiang Han came back to his senses, turned around and went out, closing the door. Call. Jiang Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Yun's figure is really amazing. This has to be the alphabet, at least starting from the 5th digit. Recalling the exciting scene just now, Jiang Han felt his mouth dry. It took a long time for me to calm down my inner excitement. Jiang Han even began to doubt whether Mu Xiaoye was Tang Yun's biological daughter. Otherwise, how could the gap between the two be so huge? A few minutes later, Tang Yun came out of the bathroom wearing a suspender nightgown. When she saw Jiang Han standing at the door, she was furious. I have remained a virgin for so many years. I didn't expect that today. This brat actually saw everything. Moreover, this brat is his daughter's classmate, and may even be her boyfriend. Tang Yun wanted to bite Jiang Han to death. Jiang Han, you are really going too far. I will take Xiaoye home tomorrow. Tang Yun said angrily, turning around and heading into their house. Hey, don't go. Jiang Han hurriedly called Tang Yun and stood in front of her. How? Do you still want to use force on me? Tang Yun glared at Jiang Han angrily, fearing that he would do something wrong. Seeing this, Jiang Han explained helplessly, Aunt Tang, it was all a misunderstanding just now. I didn't mean it. Besides, I knocked on the door, so you didn't hear me. Didn't you see the light on inside? Tang Yun sneered, looked at Jiang Han with disdain, and said, you have your own bathroom in the master bedroom. Why don't you go there to take a shower? Don't you come here just to peek at me taking a shower? Jiang Han was speechless after hearing what she said. I had no choice but to explain, that's because the shower head in the master bedroom bathroom is broken, so I can only come to this bathroom. Hee. Tang Yun looked at Jiang Han with disdain. It seems to be saying, do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? Seeing Tang Yun's expression, Jiang Han knew that if he didn't explain clearly today, she will definitely take Mu Xiaoye home tomorrow. So Jiang Han had no choice but to say sorry for the offense to her. Then, he carried Tang Yun and walked towards the master bedroom. Tang Yun thought that Jiang Han was angry and wanted to violate her, so she resisted. She grabbed Jiang Han's shoulders and bit him hard. Fortunately, the master bedroom is right next door. Jiang Han endured the pain and carried Tang Yun into the bathroom in the master bedroom. Then, in front of her, he turned on the shower head. Look for yourself, is it broken? After saying that, Jiang Han reached out and touched his shoulder, and found that the skin had been bitten and started bleeding. What a bad luck. Just because I looked at you. He was about to bite my shoulder, how unreasonable. Tang Yun picked up the shower head and took a look. She found that Jiang Han was indeed not lying, and she also felt that she had gone a little too far. But when I thought about Jiang Han's actions just now, Tang Yun said angrily, it's all your fault. You could have just explained it to me. Why did you have to carry me on your shoulders? Jiang Han rolled his eyes and couldn't help but swear, fuck, I almost drooled just now. You just don't believe it, what can I do? After saying that, he couldn't help but take a breath. I was too excited just now and accidentally tore the wound on my shoulder a little further. Tang Yun felt a little embarrassed when she saw this. She came up and asked with concern, is your shoulder okay? Do you want me to apply some medicine for you? What do you think? The blood is flowing out, can it be okay? Speaking of this, Jiang Han became angry. If it weren't for you, would I have suffered this? Hearing this, Tang Yun's tone weakened, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it. How about I disinfect you, or the wound will get infected and that won't be good. Jiang Han nodded, okay, but I don't think we have any disinfectants at home. I have alcohol in my bag. Wait a minute, I'll bring it to you. After Tang Yun finished speaking, she quickly ran out of the bedroom. Not long after, she came back with a bag. That. Xiao Jiang, please take off your bathrobe so that I can apply the medicine on you more easily. When she said this, Tang Yun's pretty face turned red. After all, her daughter was next door, but she was here, doing this kind of thing with her little boyfriend. Oh. Jiang Han nodded and took off his bathrobe. Just take off some of it, no need to take it all off. As Tang Yun spoke, her face turned even redder. Oh, it's okay. Please apply medicine to me quickly. If you don't, the wound will get infected. Jiang Han said impatiently. After hearing this, Tang Yun felt that what he said made sense. So she suppressed her shame, not looking at Jiang Han's broad chest, and concentrated on applying medicine to him. Hiss. When medical alcohol touches the wound, Jiang Han trembled all over and couldn't help but take a breath. Seeing this, Tang Yun quickly lowered her head, put her mouth to his wound, and blew a few breaths of fragrance gently. A woman's fragrance instantly rushed into Jiang Han's nostrils. Unlike the faint virgin fragrance on Muxiaye, the scent on Tang Yun is much stronger. Just like aged wine, it is particularly mellow. A moment later, Tang Yun finally disinfected the wound and then bandaged it with a bandage. Okay, now we don't have to worry about infection. After saying that, she raised her head and looked at Jiang Han, and found that he was looking at her with a burning gaze. Tang Yun's ears suddenly started to feel hot. She coughed twice to cover up her embarrassment. Nothing, I'll go back first, you should get some rest too. After saying that, Tang Yun hurriedly fled the room. Looking at Tang Yun's panicked back, Jiang Han showed a faint smile. It is true that like mother, like daughter. Not at all tempting. After returning to her room, Tang Yun hurriedly closed the door, nervously covered her chest, and gasped. I remembered Jiang Han's burning eyes just now. For some reason, Tang Yun felt inexplicably proud. Little bastard Tilder. You said you weren't interested in me, but the way you looked at me made it seem like you wanted to eat me alive. It's so astringent. Tang Yun cursed secretly in her heart. But on second thought, she felt very happy again. After all, even at this age, she can still attract boys like Jiang Han, which means that her charm is still as strong as before. Thinking of this, Tang Yun went to bed contentedly. Chapter 20. You two are hiding something from me. The next day. The sun has just risen. Jiang Han was awakened by a feeling of discomfort. No way. Over the past 2 days, Mu Xiaoye and her daughter took turns tempting him in various ways. He is now starting to consider whether he should find himself a girlfriend. If you continue like this, it will be bad for your health. A billionaire. Until now, he is still a virgin. Is it okay to let this get out? Jiang Han was brushing his teeth while thinking in his mind. How can I become a real man? The time is not yet ripe to take action against Mu Xiaoye. If we force it, it might backfire. So, why not go to the club and have some fun sometime? While thinking, Jiang Han walked to the restaurant downstairs. The table was already filled with a variety of sumptuous breakfasts. Without having to think, I knew it was sent by Lucy. At this time, Tang Yun and Mu Xiaoye were sitting at the dining table, eating breakfast. After seeing the white bandage wrapped around Jiang Han's shoulder, Mu Xiaoye asked in surprise, Master, Jiang Han, what happened to your shoulder? Tang Yun felt nervous when she saw this. Jiang Han waved his hand and said absent-mindedly, It's okay, I was accidentally bitten by a dog last night. Bitten by a dog? Where is the dog at home? As Mu Xiaoye spoke, she looked around, trying to find out where the dog was. Yes, and she's a big bitch. It can bite. Hearing this, Tang Yun's face darkened instantly. She glared at Jiang Han fiercely and cursed in her heart. You are the dog. Your whole family is dogs. Seeing this, Jiang Han didn't dare to say anything else and sat down with a wry smile. Seeing that Jiang Han didn't want to discuss this matter, Mu Xiaoye didn't ask any further questions. Just concerned about Jiang Han's wound. Then he ate breakfast in silence. Tang Yun, who was standing by, felt uncomfortable when she saw Jiang Han glancing at her from time to time. She quickly swallowed the bread in her mouth and drank some milk. Then he stood up and said, I'm full. Mom, why do you eat so little? Mu Xiaoye asked doubtfully. Tang Yun shook her head and said, Why do you want to eat so much in the morning? I have something else to do at the company later, so I'll go over first. When I think about signing a termination agreement with the L'Oreal Group headquarters today. Tang Yun's face turned ugly. Mom, is everything okay at the company? Mu Xiaoye saw that Tang Yun didn't look well and asked with concern. Fine. Tang Yun curled her lips and said, Children should stay out of the adult business. You should prepare well for the re-examination, concentrate on practicing piano with Jiang Han, and strive to be admitted to the Magic City Conservatory of Music as soon as possible. Don't think about playing all the time, okay? Oh, I know. Mu Xiaoye said patiently. After being nagged by her mother, Mu Xiaoye's worries instantly disappeared. Jiang Han picked up a breakfast, handed it to Tang Yun and said, Aunt Tang, take this breakfast to the company. You'll definitely be hungry later if you only eat this little. Tang Yun hesitated for a moment, took the packed breakfast, and said thank you with mixed feelings. Then, he picked up his bag and left home. After Tang Yun left, Mu Xiaoye stared at Jiang Han with her big watery eyes, as if she was interrogating a criminal. Why are you looking at me? Jiang Han felt a little guilty when he was looked at by her. I always feel. You two are hiding something from me. Mu Xiaoye stroked his chin and acted like Conan. Hearing this, Jiang Han was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Women's intuition is really terrifying. But even though he was as panicked as an old dog, Jiang Han still said calmly, "What are you thinking about? You want me to punish you again, right?" No. Mu Xiaoye quickly shut her mouth. Thinking of what happened last night, her little butt started to ache. Seeing that the intimidation was successful, Jiang Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finish breakfast. According to the agreement last night. Today, Jiang Han is going to take Mu Xiaoye shopping, buy her clothes, and take her to eat delicious food. It's still early now. Many shops on the pedestrian street are not open yet. So Jiang Han had to drive and take Mu Xiaoye to Pacific Place Shopping Mall. This mall opens at 10 a.m. Is there anything you'd like to buy? I haven't made up my mind yet, just take a look first. Mu Xiaoye shook her head and said. Originally, her family was not an ordinary family, and Tang Yin doted on her very much. So from childhood to adulthood, Mu Xiaoye basically had nothing lacking. However, even if there is no shortage. But shopping in a mall is still very tempting for girls. It just so happens that there is someone I like around me. That's double the joy. Okay. How about we start with this one? Jiang Han didn't care and pointed to a Chanel store next door. Hurrah! Mu Xiaoye nodded. Then she took Jiang Han's arm and walked into the Chanel store. I saw two people coming in. A salesgirl in a silk stockings uniform immediately came up to us warmly. Mr. and Miss, welcome. Is there anything I can do for you? Although Jiang Han's clothes looked very ordinary, all added up, they would probably not cost more than 500 yuan. But the salesgirl was still very attentive. Because the temperament that Jiang Han exudes is so unique, and every move he makes exudes nobility and elegance. This kind of person must be of extraordinary status. Besides, even if he is not a rich man, he can chat with such a handsome guy. For her, it is a win-win situation. I'm bringing my friend here to buy some clothes. Do you have any recommendations? Jiang Han said with a smile. Okay. Please follow me. The shopping guide took Jiang Han and the other person with her. I came to the new women's clothing area and introduced it to them enthusiastically. After some communication, Mu Xiaoye's eyes finally fell on an off-white dress. A seasoned shopping guide. I immediately noticed that Mu Xiaoye was attracted by this skirt. So I immediately recommended, Miss, why don't you try this skirt? It suits you very well. Mu Xiaoye didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his gaze to Jiang Han. Let's try it. I think it suits you well, too. Seeing Jiang Han said so, Mu Xiaoye nodded and said, okay, then I'll give it a try. After saying that, she picked up the skirt and walked into the fitting room next to it. When Mu Xiaoye was trying on clothes, the shopping guide girl, wearing black stockings and beautiful legs, walked slowly to Jiang Han. Brother, your girlfriend is so beautiful tilde. As she spoke, she threw a coquettish glance at Jiang Han. Seeing that Jiang Han didn't resist, she came over and said delicately, little brother, can I add you on WeChat? I will let you know if there are any new products in the future. Facing the seduction of the shopping guide girl, Jiang Han looked at her with some surprise. She is not very old, looks to be in her early 20s, has shoulder-length hair, is tall and sexy, and her appearance is about 80 points. Although not as good as Mu Xiaoye. But she is also a rare beauty. In addition, the two headlights flickering back and forth look extremely tempting. Jiang Han thought about it and decided to agree. Since it's delivered to your doorstep for free, you'd be an idiot not to take advantage of it. Chapter 21, Deserted Counter. Thinking like this, Jiang Han took out his cell phone and prepared to open WeChat. But, at this moment, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed that the door of the fitting room was opened. Jiang Han immediately put his phone back into his pocket and said with a smile, sorry, I already have a girlfriend, so forget about adding WeChat. The salesgirl looked confused. No. You have already opened WeChat, and now you can't tell me. Are you kidding me? At this time, Mu Xiaoye, who had changed into a dress, walked quickly to Jiang Han's side, tightly held Jiang Han's arm, and said as if to declare her sovereignty. Brother Jiang Han tilde. Do you think my clothes look good? The salesgirl finally understood what was happening when she saw this. This little brother is really cunning. Jiang Han nodded and smiled. Well, not bad, pack this up. Hee, great tilde. Mu Xiaoye showed a sweet smile on her face. If it had been before, she might have refused. After all, this dress cost more than 20,000 yuan. But now, I saw the shopping guide lady was actually planning on hitting on Jiang Han. A strong sense of crisis suddenly arose in her heart, and she wanted to use this to declare her sovereignty to the outside world. To this, Jiang Han naturally didn't he know. After scanning the code and paying the bill, the salesgirl looked at me reluctantly. Jiang Han took Mu Xiaoye and left the Chanel store. As soon as you walk out of the store, Mu Xiaoye stamped her feet and sighed angrily. What's wrong? Jiang Han asked knowingly. Mu Xiaoye was silent for a moment, and thinking that Jiang Han didn't like her being jealous, she suppressed the anger in her heart and said with clenched lips. Jiang Han, you are so outstanding, I am under so much pressure. What Jiang Han showed in the past few days brought her tremendous psychological pressure. Not only is he handsome, your academic performance is still so good. Moreover, his family is so rich, he lives in a big house and drives a top-of-the-line sports car. Nowadays, when you go out to buy clothes, you will be approached by the shopping guide. This gave her a sense of inferiority. Jiang Han is so outstanding. Am I really worthy of him? Seeing Mu Xiaoye's aggrieved look, Jiang Han didn't say anything. He just put his arm around her shoulders, touched her face, and said softly. Little fool. Stop imagining that. In my heart, you are the most special one, do you know that? Seeing Jiang Han's affectionate look, Mu Xiaoye was about to sink into it. The happiest thing in the world is that the person you like also likes you. Although Jiang Han did not say those 3 words. But in Mu Xiaoye's opinion, there is actually no difference between these words and a confession. She snuggled in Jiang Han's arms and said sweetly, Master Tilde, I will definitely work hard to improve myself in the future and will never embarrass you Tilde. The mall is bustling with people. Mu Xiaoye felt embarrassed to be too clingy. Soon, she blushed and broke free from Jiang Han's arms. But the two of them held their hands tightly together. This was the first time they crossed their fingers in public. Master Tilde, let me take you to see the counter of my mother's company. It just so happened that there was a counter of Tang Yun's company in the Pacific Place shopping mall that the two of them came to. When the relationship between two people develops to a certain level, they will want to understand each other, and also want the other person to understand themselves. Mu Xiaoye now. I wish I could share everything I have and have seen with Jiang Han. Faced with Mu Xiaoye's invitation, Jiang Han naturally would not refuse. Just right. He was also somewhat curious about Tang Yun. So he nodded and agreed, okay. Mu Xiaoye happily took Jiang Han's arm and led him to the basement floor. Shopping malls like Taikuhui. Generally, there are luxury stores on the lower floors. The upper floors are home to cinemas, various restaurants, and some educational institutions. Beauty counters and some milk tea shops are mostly located on the first or second floor underground. Because it is close to the subway station, there is a lot of traffic. And the L'Oreal counter under Tang Yun's company. It was opened on the basement floor of Taikuhui. When Mu Xiaoye brought Jiang Han to the counter, she was stunned for a moment. The counter, which was originally bustling with people coming and going, now became unusually deserted. Also, there were several staff members there cleaning the goods. It seems to be closing down. What's going on? Jiang Han also noticed something was wrong and asked Mu Xiaoye, what's going on? I don't know either. Mu Xiaoye shook her head, looking bewildered. The counters in Pacific Place and Impression City are the two most profitable counters under her mother's company. But now, why is it closed? Just as she was wondering, a familiar figure appeared before her. Mu Xiaoye waved hurriedly and shouted towards the distance. Sister Qianqian. I'm here. Qianqian is Tang Yun's assistant. Today, she came to the mall to count the goods and close the counter as instructed by Tang Yun. Suddenly I heard Mu Xiaoye's voice. She turned around in surprise, and when she saw Mu Xiaoye, she quickly walked up to her and asked, Xiaoye, why are you here? My friend and I came to Taikuhui to have fun. Mu Xiaoye briefly explained, and then asked, Sister Qianqian, What are you doing here? Why are you moving the things in the counter? Shinchen looked a little embarrassed, and after hesitating for a while, she said, "Didn't Ms. Tang tell you?" "What?" Mu Xiaoye was a little confused. Shinchen looked as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, she chose to speak. "Due to some special reasons, our company's cooperation with L'Oreal Group has been terminated. Today, I came here to close this counter according to Mr. Tang's instructions." Jiang Han immediately grasped the point. "You mean to say that Aunt Tang's company was kicked out of the agent list by the L'Oreal Group?" Shinchen did not answer, but turned to look at Mu Xiaoye and asked, "Xiaoye, who is this?" In fact, she had wanted to ask Mu Xiaoye for a long time. "Who is this handsome and elegant boy in front of me?" There just never was an opportunity. Seeing this, Mu Xiaoye subconsciously held Jiang Han's hand and explained, He is my classmate, Jiang Han." "Oh, so you're Xiaoye's classmate?" "You are right. We have indeed been kicked off the agent list and will no longer be able to represent L'Oreal products." Shinchen saw Mu Xiaoye's actions. But she didn't say much. "I was just thinking whether I should tell Tang Yun about this after I go back." After listening to Shinchen's words, Mu Xiaoye immediately became anxious. "If that's the case, what about my mother's company?" This. Faced with the questioning, Shinchen was speechless for a moment. She also wanted to know what the company would do in the future. If the two most profitable counters are closed, it is hard to say whether the company can survive this year. If he had not just graduated, he would have been spotted by Tang Yun and recruited into the company. She had resigned long ago and sought better employment. After all, when disaster strikes, everyone flees. She is just an employee and there is no need for her to share the hardships with the company. Seeing the expression on Shinchen's face, Mu Xiaoye seemed to understand something. "Sister Qianqian, I want to go to the company." At the moment, Mu Xiaoye was not in the mood to continue shopping. She took Jiang Han's hand and left Taiku Hui shopping mall directly, heading towards Tang Yun's company. Chapter 22, I can help a little with this matter. On their way to the company, Mu Xiaoye was very nervous and her palms were sweating. Jiang Han had no choice but to hold Mu Xiaoye's hand and comfort her in a low voice. After all, he owns 10% of the shares of L'Oreal Group. The difficulties faced by Tang Yun's company could be resolved with just a few words from her. But now, even if he told this, Mu Xiaoye might not believe it. So, he prepared to wait until he arrived at the company. Then tell this matter in front of the mother and daughter. Then help Tang Yun solve this problem, and then they will have no choice but to believe it. At the same time, Yunmeng Beauty Company, in the president's office. Tang Yun sat in the boss chair, looking at the documents on the desk, her brows furrowed into a shape of a river. Opposite her sat a beautiful professional office lady wearing a miniskirt. Her name is Chen Mengyao. He is the marketing director of the L'Oreal Group in the hot summer region. The reason she came here this time was to sign a termination agreement with Tang Yun. Tang Yun looked up at Chen Mengyao and asked unwillingly, "Mengyao, is there really no turning back on this matter? If we are willing to give up some of the profits, can you talk to the headquarters and ask them not to terminate our agency rights?" Chen Mengyao sighed helplessly after hearing this, and shook her head and said, "Sister Yun, it's not that I don't want to help you, but this matter is a bit special, and I can't do anything about it." "What's the special method?" Tang Yun asked curiously, "Why would the headquarters cancel our agency rights out of the blue? When L'Oreal entered Yanxia, it was very difficult to expand the market. We conquered it one city at a time. Now that the market is stable, they are starting to abandon us, right?" After hearing what Tang Yun said, Chen Mengyao lowered her head in shame. Explained, "In fact, our Yanxia marketing department does not want to terminate the agency rights, but the headquarters is very determined, so we have no choice." Chen Mengyao paused, then added, "Actually, Sister Yun, this matter is not directed at you, because the headquarters also made this decision temporarily." Kindness. Tang Yun was even more confused. Chen Mengyao came closer and said cautiously, "To tell you the truth, just yesterday, a mysterious person acquired 10% of the shares of L'Oreal Group through various institutions and other channels, becoming the second largest shareholder of our L'Oreal Group. So, in order to show their capabilities to this major shareholder, the overseas headquarters is taking the opportunity to flatter him. We have temporarily decided to reform the Yanxia branch, cancel all the agency rights of the company, and switch to direct sales by the manufacturer. This will increase the company's turnover in a short period of time. Make the financial statements look better. Depend on. After listening to Chen Mengyao's explanation, no matter how well-mannered Tang Yun was, she couldn't help but swear. Just because a major shareholder came, they want to attack us partners. This is really a shameless thing. At this time, she was very angry and depressed. Just because of a sudden decision made by the headquarters, her company was on the brink of bankruptcy. No matter who knows this news, they will be so angry that they want to vomit blood. Tang Yun now wishes she could stab that new shareholder to death with a knife. This is such a fucking scam. Chen Mengyao also showed an expression of approval and nodded. So, Sister Yun, it's not that I don't want to help you. This time the CEO of the overseas headquarters gave the order directly, and we subordinates can only execute it. Unless, you can find the major shareholder and ask him to speak out, so that the headquarters can retract its decision. Besides, maybe it can also make you the only agent of L'Oreal in Yinxia country. Talking and talking. Chen Mengyao even felt like she was daydreaming. Because this new major shareholder owns 10% of the L'Oreal group. His net worth is as high as tens of billions of US dollars. Even the CEO of their L'Oreal Group's Yinxia branch found it difficult to meet him. Not to mention, Tang Yun is the owner of a small beauty company. How could she possibly have the chance to meet him? As the marketing director of the L'Oreal Group's Yinxia branch, he didn't even know the name of this major shareholder. That said, later today, the personal information of this major shareholder will be distributed to the company's senior executives. Chen Mengyao couldn't help but feel a little excited. I don't know what this mysterious big shot looks like. Is he an old man? Or a middle-aged man with a big belly? After hearing what Chen Mengyao said, Tang Yun couldn't help but frown and sighed helplessly. Could it be that? Do I really want to give up the company? If you continue to insist, it will only be a bottomless pit. If you stop now, maybe there will be something left. Seeing Tang Yun like this, Chen Mengyao felt a little uncomfortable. They have been best friends for many years and are also partners in the workplace, so naturally they are particularly sympathetic to her. If you can. Even if she was punished by the company, she still wanted to help her sister. However, the reality is so cruel that even if she sacrifices her own future now, it cannot be saved. Chen Mengyao stood up and walked to Tang Yun. He patted her shoulder and comforted her. Sister Yun, since things have come to this, don't worry about it anymore. A blessing in disguise, maybe this incident will be a turning point. I hope so. Tang Yun smiled self-deprecatingly. After so many years in the business world, how could she not tell whether it was a blessing or a curse? There are not so many fairy tales in the world. At this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Mu Xiaoye walked in with Jiang Han. Tang Yun asked in surprise, Xiao Yu, why are you here? Mu Xiaoye walked up and said anxiously, Mom, why did you close the counter in Taikuhui? Is the company okay? You know everything. Tang Yun said with a wry smile. I was just shopping with Jiang Han at Taikuhui and happened to see it. Could it be that the L'Oreal Group has really cancelled the agency rights of the company? Mu Xiaoye asked worriedly. If this happens, my mother's company will go bankrupt soon. The thought of bankruptcy means that my mother will be burdened with huge debts and I will become the daughter of a poor family. In that case, am I still worthy of Jiang Han? Thinking of this, Mu Xiaoye's face suddenly turned pale, and she felt like the world was about to collapse. Although Tang Yun felt extremely depressed, she still managed to smile and said, Xiaoye, don't worry. Mom will take care of this matter. You can take Xiao Jiang back first. Seeing this, Jiang Han stood up and said slowly, Aunt Tang, don't rush to send us away. Actually, this matter, maybe I can help a little. Chapter 23. Are you the major shareholder? Hearing this, Tang Yun smiled bitterly, shook her head and said, Xiao Jiang, thank you for your kindness, but this matter is not something you can solve. Perhaps, your family is well off. But there are many things in this world that cannot be solved with money. She knew that Jiang Han lived in one bund mansion and his family must be very rich. But now, the difficulties her company faces cannot be solved with money alone. Of course, money can solve the problem, but the prerequisite is that you have enough money to acquire the L'Oreal Group. Alternatively, you can acquire that 10% stake. So, Tang Yun waved her hand and said, okay, you take Xiaoye back first. I have something else to do now, so I can't entertain you. Jiang Han was speechless after hearing this. How come you just don't believe me when I talk to you nicely? He repeated again, Aunt Tang, I can really handle your company's problems. Because, I am the major shareholder of the L'Oreal Group. Jiang Han did not hide anything. After all, he is not the son-in-law of the Dragon King, and Tang Yun is not his mother-in-law. He had no need to hide his identity. Anyway, there is a system to help deal with it. His acquisition of 10% of L'Oreal Group's shares was legal, reasonable, and in compliance with legal procedures. Outsiders can't find any fault at all. Jiang Han's words had just fallen. Before Tang Yun could speak, Chen Mengyao, who was standing beside her, couldn't help but laugh. Little handsome boy, you are so humorous, Tilda. If you were the major shareholder of the L'Oreal Group, then I would be the richest man in Yanxia country. Tang Yun was also amused when she heard this. I didn't expect that this little scoundrel, although a bit perverted, was also very vicious. But he has a good heart. Knowing that I am in trouble and in a bad mood, I come here to cheer myself up. Although the technique is a bit clumsy. But at least, I can comfort myself a little. Among the three women present, only Mu Xia had a gleam in her eyes and said excitedly. Jiang Han, are you telling the truth? That's great, my mother's company is saved. At this time, let alone Jiang Han being a major shareholder of the L'Oreal Group, even if he said he was the president of the United States, Mu Xia would choose to believe without hesitation. Because, in her eyes, Jiang Han is omnipotent. Yeah, why would I lie to you? I now own 10% of the shares of L'Oreal Group. Although it's not much, it still gives me some say. Jiang Han said calmly. However, Tang Yun and Chen Mengyao still looked disdainful, thinking that Jiang Han was just joking. Just at this moment, Chen Mengyao's cell phone rang. She picked it up and found it was a new email from the group headquarters. Important notice, top secret information about the group's new major shareholder is only available to senior executives above the director level in the group and its branches. There was also a document attached to the email. It goes without saying that this must be the personal information of the new shareholder. Feeling excited, Chen Mengyao clicked on the document and began to browse it. She wanted to see who this new major shareholder was. The file opens. A somewhat familiar photo appeared before her eyes. Below the photo, there is a bold note. Jiang Han Jiang, male, from Yanxia Magic City, a new major shareholder of L'Oreal Group and concurrently a member of the board of directors. Snap. Read through this document. Chen Mengyao was so scared that her phone dropped to the ground. She felt like she was struck by lightning. She stood there stupidly, not coming to her senses for a long time. Because she never expected it. The handsome man in front of me who looks noble and elegant is actually the new major shareholder of L'Oreal Group. And I just mocked him with words. Soon. Tang Yun also noticed Chen Mengyao's strangeness and asked curiously, Mengyao, what's wrong with you? Chen Mengyao didn't say anything. Her beautiful legs, tightly wrapped in stockings, began to tremble a little at this moment. He used up all his strength and finally walked in front of Jiang Han. In an extremely humble tone he said, Jiang. Director Jiang. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't know you were the major shareholder of our company. Chen Mengyao was really scared at this time. Don't look at her now, she is the director of the Yanxia branch of the L'Oreal Group. He has hundreds of people under his command and is extremely powerful. But in front of this major shareholder, they are nothing. With just one word from him, I could pack up and leave immediately. Mengyao, what are you doing? After listening to Chen Mengyao's words, Tang Yun was a little confused. Jiang Han is actually a major shareholder of the L'Oreal Group. A super rich person worth tens of billions. Such an awesome person is actually her daughter's classmate. And last night, I bit his shoulder. This world is so wonderful. For a moment, Tang Yun was confused and didn't know what to say. She could only stare at Jiang Han with her beautiful eyes like autumn water. It's okay. Ignorance is not a crime. It's generally hard for anyone to believe this kind of thing. Jiang Han smiled and said something comforting to the older sister in front of him. Hearing this, the heavy stone in Chen Mengyao's heart finally fell. I hope Director Jiang is not angry. Then she felt ecstatic. Unexpectedly, this new major shareholder has such a good relationship with Sister Yun's daughter. And I am Tang Yun's best friend. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to get the upper hand and establish a good relationship with this big guy in advance? Just lick him until he feels comfortable. By then, maybe I can be promoted directly to the vice president of the Yinxia branch. This time, she is really going to be successful. Thinking of this, Chen Mengyao said to Tang Yun proudly, Sister Yun, I told you, a blessing in disguise. Congratulations, the company's problem has been solved. Yes. Tang Yun looked at Jiang Han and smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Logically speaking, she should be happy that the company was able to retain the agency rights. However, Jiang Han suddenly became a major shareholder of the L'Oreal Group. This made her feel particularly complicated. I don't know whether to be happy or feel awkward. In the future, if he uses this identity, he will do some strange things. Should I agree or refuse? I remembered last night, when I was in the bathroom and he saw me naked, and he carried me on his shoulders and took me to his bedroom. Tang Yun's pretty face turned red with embarrassment. Fortunately, he didn't do anything excessive to himself. But who can be sure about the future? Thinking of this, Tang Yun didn't dare to think further. Chapter 24 Mistakes All Men Make. Mu Xiaoye from the very beginning. Just believe in Jiang Han unwaveringly. At this point, see that his identity is confirmed. She immediately cheered, I told you, Jiang Han won't lie. Har har, of course. Jiang Han smiled and pinched Mu Xiaoye's cheek, then looked at Tang Yun and said, Aunt Tang, how can I help you with this matter? Call L'Oreal headquarters directly. Tang Yun's heart trembled again when she heard this. Originally, the L'Oreal headquarters was an unattainable place for these lower-level agents. And now, Jiang Han can give orders at will. This huge sense of gap made her afraid to look directly at Jiang Han for a moment. At this time, Chen Mengyao stood up and said, Director Jiang, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Just send an email to our headquarters in your own name, and they will take care of this matter. But I don't have your headquarters' email address. Jiang Han said somewhat helplessly. That's easy, Director Jiang. If you think this is troublesome, you can authorize me to do it for you. As Chen Mengyao spoke, she became a little excited. As long as Jiang Han can authorize her to send this email. So from the perspective of outsiders, he and the second in command of the group have an unclear relationship. At that time, no matter who is in the company, they will have to give her face. Jiang Han didn't think too much about it and nodded in agreement. Okay, then I'll leave this matter to you. Hearing Jiang Han's reply, Chen Mengyao's eyes showed a hint of joy. She nodded hurriedly and replied, Okay, Director Jiang, I will definitely help you with this matter as soon as possible. I will never let Sister Yun's company be affected in the slightest. Then, she looked at Tang Yun again and asked, Sister Yun, do you think I can help you apply for a few more counters? I believe the president will definitely not refuse. Looking at the attentive Chen Mengyao in front of him, Tang Yun was stunned for a moment. Although she is older than Chen Mengyao, they are partners. But in the actual process of getting along, Chen Mengyao's status is higher than Tang Yun's. Because the other party is from the L'Oreal Group, and I have to rely on the L'Oreal Group to carry out my company's business. Normally, he had to act according to Chen Mengyao's mood. The friendship between women may seem passionate on the surface, but in reality, it is mostly fake. Many times, even if Tang Yun was wronged, she could only endure it silently. Chen Mengyao was unhappy, so she had to find a way to coax her. But now, Chen Mengyao looked like she was wagging her tail, trying to please him. Tang Yun felt that even if she slapped her right now, Chen Mengyao wouldn't get angry either, and would even stick her butt up to let him kick her again. And the source of all this? It's all because of Jiang Han's appearance. This little bastard treats his daughter as a maid and wants me to be his maid too. Tang Yun glanced at Jiang Han with a complicated expression, then said, Well, Mengyao, thank you for your help. No trouble. This is what I should do. Chen Mengyao nodded and said in a very flattering manner. Then, she looked at her phone again and said, It's getting late now, Sister Yun, do you think we should go have lunch together? When saying this, Chen Mengyao's eyes turned to Jiang Han. Seeing this, Tang Yun of course understood that Chen Mengyao had other intentions. The purpose of making the dinner appointment was just to get closer to Jiang Han. Sure. Xiao Jiang, do you need anything later? Tang Yun turned her gaze to Jiang Han. I can do anything. Jiang Han said indifferently. Seeing Jiang Han nod, Chen Mengyao immediately responded, "That's great. I know there's a Michelin restaurant nearby. I'll go make a reservation now." Having said that, Chen Mengyao picked up her phone and left the office. At this time, Mu Xiaoye also stood up and said, "I'm going to the toilet." At this moment, in the office, only Tang Yun and Jiang Han were left. When their eyes met, the atmosphere in the office suddenly became a little subtle. Seeing Jiang Han remained silent, Tang Yun lifted her hair and spoke first, "Thank you so much for today. So how are you going to repay me?" Har. Tang Yun was stunned at first, then her pretty face turned red with embarrassment. This little bastard is teasing me again. Originally, Jiang Han was just talking nonsense and didn't expect Tang Yun to pay any attention to him. The result was something he didn't expect. Faced with her teasing, Tang Yun actually lowered her head and answered in a low voice, "How do you want me to repay you?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Han glanced at Tang Yun's chest. "I couldn't help swallowing." "No. Are you serious?" The atmosphere in the office became somewhat ambiguous again. After Tang Yun said this, she felt that it was a little inappropriate and her pretty face turned even redder. Just at this moment, Chen Mingya's voice was heard outside the office. "Director Jiang, Sister Yun. I've already booked the restaurant, let's go now." Tang Yun suddenly felt relieved and wanted to leave and open the door for Chen Mengyao. As a result, as soon as she stood up, her legs felt a little weak. Their whole person rushed forward. Seeing this, Jiang Han hurried forward and put his arms around Tang Yun's waist. The other hand, however, was accidentally placed in front of her. The soft and warm jade was in his arms, and a faint fragrance flowed into Jiang Han's nostrils, making him a little intoxicated. Just at this time, Chen Mengyao opened the door, walked in from outside, and saw this shocking scene. "That. You guys keep going, I didn't see anything." Having said that, she ran out in a panic and closed the office door behind her. Standing outside the door, Chen Mingyao's pretty face flushed. She covered her burning cheeks and whispered softly, "I never thought that Director Jiang and Sister Yun would have this kind of relationship." Finished. They want to kill people to silence them, right? In the office, Jiang Han said awkwardly, "Oh. I didn't mean it. Can you please take your hands away first?" Tang Yun was about to go crazy. She now wished she could just chop off Jiang Han's hand. "Last night, I was taking a shower in the bathroom and he accidentally saw me naked. Today, such a ridiculous thing actually happened. What's more, it was seen by my best friend. How can I face her in the future? If looks could kill, Jiang Han would have been chopped into minced meat by her by now." Jiang Han coughed and let her go. Tang Yun quickly straightened her clothes, glared at him fiercely, and said angrily, "Jiang Han, don't think that you can do whatever you want to me just because you did me a favor. If you dare to do this again next time, I will chop you up." Facing Tang Yun's intimidation, Jiang Han was also helpless and shrugged. "I didn't mean to do that. You fell down just now. I couldn't just watch you fall like a dog, could I?" Snort. To be honest, if I have to say, I wonder if it was intentional. It can only be said that Jiang Han made a mistake that all men in the world would make. Chapter 25, Director Jiang is really having fun. Just at this moment, Mu Xiaoye finished using the toilet and returned to the office door. Chen Mengyao was found standing outside in panic, looking like she had done something wrong. She couldn't help but ask, "Sister Mengyao, why are you standing here? Where are my mother and Jiang Han?" After saying that, Mu Xiaoye wanted to push the door open and walk in. "You can't go in." Chen Mengyao was so scared that she hurriedly blocked Mu Xiaoye's way. At this time, Jiang Han and Sister Yun didn't know what they were doing inside. If Mu Xiaoye saw it, Director Jiang will definitely not let me off, and might even ask me to pack up and leave right away. So now, no matter what she said, she couldn't let Mu Xiaoye in. "Sister Mengyao, what's wrong? Why won't you let me in?" Seeing this, Mu Xiaoye asked with some confusion. Could it be that? What's going on in the office? Facing Mu Xiaoye's questioning, Chen Mengyao was so nervous that cold sweats broke out and her brain started working at high speed. Soon, she wanted a reason. Sister Yun is on the phone inside, you will disturb her if you go in now." "Oh, I see," Mu Xiaoye said half doubtfully. Chen Mengyao secretly wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. I thought to myself, Director Jiang, Sister Yun, please come out quickly. Don't mess around in there. I can't hold on any longer. I wonder if God heard Chen Mengyao's prayers. The next second, the door opened. Tang Yun, who had tidied her clothes, was the first to walk out of the office. Jiang Han followed behind somewhat awkwardly. Mom, are you done with your call? Mu Xiaoya asked quickly. Tang Yun looked a little puzzled. After seeing Chen Mengyao, she blinked at him frantically. She immediately reacted, nodded and said, "Oh yes, I just made a phone call inside." Chen Mengyao quickly stepped forward and changed the subject. "You all must be hungry, let's go over quickly, it's getting late now." Seeing this, Mu Xiaoya didn't think much about it. She walked over to Jiang Han and took his arm. Seeing this scene, Chen Mengyao's eyes widened and she was shocked. Mr. Jiang is having a lot of fun. But soon, she began to feel a little scared. I know so much, Director Jiang won't kill me to silence me, right? Just at this moment, Jiang Han was looking at her with a harmless expression and a playful smile on his face. Plop. Chen Mengyao was so frightened that her legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Jiang Han was stunned when he saw this. 20 minutes later, the group came to a Western restaurant called Romandi near the company. After entering the restaurant, Chen Mengyao told the front desk her cell phone number. Then the four of them were taken to a beautifully decorated private room. Mr. Jiang Tilder. The steak in this restaurant is really good, would you like to try it? As soon as they entered the private room, Chen Mengyao said attentively. Okay. Jiang Han smiled and said, I haven't been to this restaurant yet. Please give me some recommendations. Okay. Chen Mengyao replied with a smile. Then she asked Tang Yun and Mu Xiaoya for their opinions. In the end, the three of them chose a sirloin steak, a tomahawk steak, and black pepper beef tenderloin pastor. All added up, it's less than $2,000. This restaurant is considered a relatively friendly Michelin Western restaurant. After checking the menu, the waiter smiled and prepared to leave. But at this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in Jiang Han's mind. Drop. System daily task release, please get Tang Yun drunk within 3 hours. Completion rewards, 55% of the shares of Lafite Winery, fancy cocktail skills, wine tasting skills, and the title of God of Wine. Title of Dionyse, after wearing it, you will be able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and all aspects of the host's body functions will also be slightly improved. P.S. The host can wear up to 5 titles and 2 medals at a time. After listening to a series of prompts from the system, Jiang Han was a little confused for a moment. What a system! Do you want to play something so perverted? He actually asked me to get Tang Yun drunk. Originally, Jiang Han, as an elegant gentleman, wanted to refuse, but the system offered too much. Let us not talk about anything else for now. The 55% stake in Chateau Lafite alone was an offer he couldn't refuse. If you know, Chateau Lafite is one of the top 5 wineries in the world. 55% of the shares are worth for more than $10 billion. The value behind owning absolute controlling stake in Chateau Lafite Rothschild can never be measured in terms of money. There are many super rich people in the world. Everyone wants to own a bottle of high-end, unique red wine. Even if you don't drink it, collecting it or giving it to others is a very face-saving thing. And he became the major shareholder of Chateau Lafite. As long as you manage it well, the resources and connections you can obtain are absolutely unimaginable for ordinary people. So, Jiang Han made up his mind immediately. Tang Yun is determined to get it. Seeing the waiter preparing to leave, Jiang Han waved and said, Hey, wait a minute. The waiter immediately stopped, turned around and asked, Sir, how can I help you? Well. Jiang Han pretended to think for a moment, then said, Give us 3 more bottles of Lafite red wine. Western food without red wine always feels a little off. Upon hearing this, the waiter's face immediately showed joy. The profit from 3 bottles of red wine is much higher than the dishes they ordered. But there are 4 of them. If I order 3 bottles of red wine, can I finish them? Out of professionalism, the waiter still reminded him, Sir, are 3 bottles of red wine too much? Why don't you order 1 bottle first and then refill if it's not enough? Need not. Jiang Han waved his hand and said, I'm in a good mood today, so I want to drink more. 3 bottles is no problem. To be honest, Jiang Han didn't know how much Tang Yun could drink. I don't know if these 3 bottles of Lafite can make her drunk. I can only take it one step at a time. As a professional bootlicker, Chen Mengyao quickly agreed, yes, it's rare for us to get together today, we should drink some wine to celebrate, and we won't go home until we're drunk tonight. Seeing this, Tang Yun frowned. As a veteran in the bar, she clearly smelled something wrong. I won't drink it. We have to drive back later. As she spoke, she poured herself a glass of lemonade. Jiang Han was about to dissuade her, but Chen Mengyao spoke up first. Hey, Sister Yun, don't be so disappointing. Just call a designated driver or take a taxi back later. You are the protagonist today, you have to drink. After saying this, Chen Mengyao secretly winked at Jiang Han. This girl is something. If Tang Yun and Mu Xiaye were not present, Jiang Han would have wanted to pick up Chen Mengyao and give her a couple of beatings. It's like my own warm and caring little cotton-padded jacket. It seems that I have to take better care of her in the future. Jiang Han was in a good mood and said cheerfully, Sister Mengyao is right. We won't go home until we are drunk today. When Chen Mengyao heard Jiang Han calling her Sister Mengyao, she felt so happy. My future seems to be bright. It's right to cling to someone's thighs. She suppressed her inner excitement and said to Jiang Han tenderly, Mr. Jiang, please don't be so polite. Just call me Xiao Chen or Mengyao. Chapter 26 Personal Secretary. Har har, good. Then I will call you Xiao Chen. Jiang Han said with a smile. Although Chen Mengyao is much younger than Tang Yun, she is also in her early 30s. A full generation older than Jiang Han. It feels so good to be flattered by a mature lady like her. Sure enough, the world of rich people is so different. However, Jiang Han felt quite comfortable calling Chen, Little Chen, all the time. Tang Yun, who was standing by, seemed somewhat embarrassed. You call my bestie Xiao Chen, so what should I call you? Should I call you Director Jiang or Brother Han? It seems that you, Jiang Han, are getting too proud. Tang Yun secretly complained in her heart and felt very unhappy. But since there were other people present, she was too embarrassed to lose her temper. When the red wine came, Tang Yun asked the waiter to pour her a glass and drank it alone. See this scene. Jiang Han felt particularly comfortable. I wish Tang Yun could just pick up the bottle and blow into it. Not long after, the dishes were slowly served. With the cooperation of Chen Mengyao, Jiang Han tried his best and successfully tricked Tang Yun into drinking 2 glasses of red wine. After drinking 3 glasses of red wine, Tang Yun's pretty face had turned a little red. The look they gave Jiang Han revealed a hint of confusion. When he speaks, his words are incoherent. Seeing her like this, Jiang Han immediately had an idea in his mind. It seems that Tang Yun's alcohol tolerance is not very good. This is great news. If Tang Yun is a female wine lover who can drink no matter how much she drinks, then Jiang Han can only return empty-handed and give up this mission. Judging from the current situation, if Tang Yun drinks a few more glasses, she will completely lose her memory. But Tang Yun knows her alcohol tolerance. After drinking 3 glasses of red wine, no matter how Jiang Han persuaded her, she refused to drink the 4th glass. Jiang Han was so anxious. 2 hours have passed now. If Tang Yun is not drunk, the time limit of the system will be exceeded. By then, even if he got Tang Yun drunk, he wouldn't get the reward. In desperation, Jiang Han could only choose to change his target and start drinking red wine with Mu Xiaye and Chen Mengyao. When it comes to drinking, I'm afraid the atmosphere will become cold. Once the atmosphere became cold, it became even more difficult to persuade Tang Yun to drink again. Now Jiang Han can only hope that the alcohol in Tang Yun's stomach can slowly take effect. After all, red wine is not like white wine, which only gets to your head later. When Tang Yun was unconscious, he persuaded her to drink a few glasses and knocked her down. But at this time, follow the 3 girls present. Jiang Han drank 7 or 8 glasses of red wine in a row. Before he could get Tang Yun drunk, he felt a little dizzy. No. If he continued like this, he would pass out before he could get Tang Yun drunk. We must find a way. Soon, an idea came into his mind. He stood up dazedly, waved his hand and said, "Excuse me, I'm going to the toilet." At this time, Mu Xiaye was completely drunk. She fell drunk on the table, her pretty face flushed, looking like she was fast asleep. As for Tang Yun, she was at the critical point between being drunk and not drunk. She still retained a trace of lucidity. Hearing Jiang Han's words, she nodded to indicate that she understood. Chen Mengyao, on the other hand, looked calm and composed. If you didn't know, you would think she didn't drink at all. Apparently, she could drink a lot. Seeing Jiang Han's unsteady steps, she quickly stood up, walked to Jiang Han, took his arm, and said with concern, "Mr. Jiang, let me help you go to the toilet." Jiang Han did not refuse. Because later, he still has something to ask Chen Mengyao. "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Chen." Jiang Han subconsciously put his arm around Chen Mengyao's waist and said. Chen Mengyao blinked her fox eyes and said shyly, "Mr. Jiang, you are too polite." Then, she pressed her body against Jiang Han and helped him to the bathroom entrance. "I saw a boy's sign painted on the bathroom." Chen Mengyao hesitated. He gritted his teeth, continued to support Jiang Han, and walked in. Jiang Han, who was already drunk, didn't notice this at all. He stood in the pit and started to pee. Call. It feels so damn good. Jiang Han let out a breath of foul air. Then he turned around and prepared to leave the bathroom. Chen Mengyao, who was standing aside, blushed suddenly. She walked forward, supported Jiang Han, and said a little embarrassedly, "Mr. Jiang, you forgot something." Under Jiang Han's puzzled gaze, Chen Mengyao blushed and helped Jiang Han fasten the chain. Hiss. Jiang Han couldn't help but twitch. This girl has a really good service attitude. He left the bathroom and stood in front of the sink. He saw Jiang Han had washed his hands but was still unwilling to leave. Chen Mengyao asked with concern, "Director Jiang, are you okay?" "It's okay, I just feel like vomiting," Jiang Han said with a sad expression. After hearing this, Chen Mengyao hesitated for a moment, then said, "Director Jiang, I have a method that works, but I don't know if you mind it." "Hurry up and tell me," Jiang Han urged. "As long as I can get it out, I'll do anything." Chen Mengyao did not answer in a hurry, but squeezed out the hand sanitizer again and washed her hands carefully. Then he said, "Mr. Jiang, let me help you dig it out and you will be able to spit it out soon." Jiang Han was a little confused. "As a high school graduate, I have hardly ever had a drink, so how would I know about this kind of trick?" However, Chen Mengyao, a veteran in the bar, said so. He had no choice but to agree. "Good." Chen Mengyao stretched out her little hand, put it into Jiang Han's throat, and gently tapped him twice. Soon, Jiang Han vomited it out smoothly. Chen Mengyao was so considerate that she took out wet wipes and wiped Jiang Han's mouth without showing any disgust at all. A set of actions. Jiang Han also became much more sober. He washed his face and looked at the intellectual lady in front of him again. Because of the alcohol, even though she was not drunk at all, Chen Mengyao's face was still stained with a few blushes. Their whole person looks particularly erotic and attractive. Especially at this moment, she was helping him wipe the water from the corners of his mouth in an extremely seductive posture. This kind of charm is simply unparalleled. I have to admit that Chen Mengyao in front of me is so charming and sexy. Xiao Chen, today is really thanks to you. Jiang Han expressed his gratitude sincerely. Chen Mengyao blushed, and she ruffled her hair, whispering, "Director Jiang, this is what I should do." Jiang Han touched his chin and said after a pause, "If I remember correctly, Xiao Chen, your current position is the director of the Yinxia branch of the L'Oreal Group, right?" Chen Mengyao's heartbeat began to speed up when she heard this. She knew that everything she did would not be in vain. Director Jiang is finally going to promote me. She took a deep breath and nodded, "Yes." In that case. Jiang Han paused deliberately. Chen Mengyao's heart was beating fast. "Are you interested in being my personal secretary? It just so happens that I have a lot of business to manage here, but when the time comes, your position at L'Oreal will have to be put on hold. The girl in front of me is really capable of doing things. Not only is she beautiful and has a great figure, but most importantly, she has a very high emotional intelligence. As the rewards increase, Jiang Han has many industries that need people to manage. And Chen Mengyao in front of us is the perfect candidate." So he extended an olive branch. When Chen Mengyao heard this, she was so excited that she almost fainted. "Director Jiang actually asked me to be his personal secretary. Only a fool would refuse such an invitation." Being able to work beside a billionaire as his personal secretary, the resources and connections that one can access are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Moreover, Mr. Jiang also said that he has a lot of businesses to manage. Chen Mengyao agreed without any hesitation. No problem, Mr. Jiang, I will be your personal secretary from now on tilde. After saying that, she held Jiang Han's arm tightly and stuck to him. Jiang Han laughed, patted her shoulder and said, "Okay, I need your help with something now." Chapter 27 Successfully Drunk Tang Yun. Tilde. Director Jiang, please give me your orders. Chen Mengyao didn't even ask, but nodded obediently. It's like this. Jiang Han cleared his throat and whispered, I think Aunt Tang is not in a good mood recently, so I ordered so much wine, just to let her drink more. As the saying goes, a drink can relieve 1,000 worries. You understand what I mean. After saying this, Jiang Han smiled a little embarrassedly. Chen Mengyao pretended that she knew nothing and acted like an innocent little girl. Director Jiang, you are so thoughtful. Whoever can become your girlfriend will definitely be the happiest woman in the world. Chen Mengyao showed a pair of starry eyes and continued to flatter him. Don't worry, Director Jiang, I will definitely help you get Sister Yun drunk so that you can successfully embrace the beauty. Oh no, let Sister Yun relieve her sorrow. Jiang Han coughed awkwardly twice and said seriously, Xiao Chen, don't think too much. Aunt Tang and I have a pure comrade in arms relationship. It's definitely not what you think. I understand tilde. Comrades, the kind that fire artillery. Chen Mengyao smiled and nodded. Of course, she didn't dare to say the latter sentence. Soon, the two of them packed up and returned to the private room. Seeing them coming back, Tang Yun immediately yelled, Where have you been? Why are you back now? As he spoke, an angry expression appeared on his face. Jiang Han was startled. Is Tang Yun crazy? So angry. Chen Mengyao quickly explained, Sister Yun, Director Jiang drank too much just now and felt uncomfortable in his stomach. He went to vomit for a while, so he came back late. You deserved it for drinking so much. Tang Yun muttered softly. In fact, she felt a little regretful in her heart just now, wondering why she got so angry. But when he saw Chen Mengyao coming in with Jiang Han's arm around her, they behaved very intimately. She felt very uncomfortable. Coupled with the effect of alcohol, he vented his emotions unconsciously. Now that she was a little more awake, she picked up the bag beside her, stood up and said, We've almost finished eating, let's go back. Don't. Seeing Tang Yun was about to leave, Jiang Han suddenly became anxious. My mission hasn't been completed yet. Moreover, in another 20 minutes, the mission would fail. Fortunately, Jiang Han's loyal licker Chen Mengyao still remembered her mission and stood up to dissuade him. Yes, Sister Yun. I still have a bottle of red wine left to drink. It would be such a waste to leave now. Tang Yun hesitated for a moment, shook her head and said, But I have reached my limit of alcohol tolerance. If I drink any more, I will get drunk. She is not the kind of woman who has no restraint. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to stay clean in the bar for so many years. After all, a woman with such good looks like her. But there are many people who want to get her drunk so that they can take advantage of her. Today, if she wasn't drinking with her own people, she would never drink more than 2 glasses. Only with her best friend and daughter around her could she drink so much without any hesitation. This drunken state made Tang Yun feel a little uneasy. You know, the last time she got drunk was 18 years ago. Chen Mengyao didn't care about that. She picked up the bottle of red wine with a smile and poured another glass for Tang Yun. Sister Yun, just drink it without worry. With me here, what are you afraid of? At worst, I can take you home. Besides, we haven't had such a good drink in years. We must not leave until we are drunk today. Tang Yun was somewhat tempted. She knew how much Chen Mengyao could drink. After drinking 3 or 5 kilograms of white wine, he can still play finger-guessing games with others, let alone this little bit of red wine. On several occasions when she attended commercial drinking parties, it was Chen Mengyao who helped her block the drinking. Tang Yun still trusts her very much. With Chen Mengyao by my side, I don't have to worry about being taken advantage of by that little pervert Jiang Han. Then, under the guidance of Chen Mengyao, Tang Yun sat down again and drank several glasses of red wine. Not long after, the after effects of the red wine took effect. Tang Yun felt dizzy, and her eyelids became heavy. Mengyao. I feel dizzy. After saying that, Tang Yun fell onto the table and instantly lost consciousness. At this moment, the voice of the system came into Jiang Han's mind. Drop. Congratulations to the host, mission completed. Rewards, 55% of the shares of Chateau Lafite, fancy cocktail skills, wine tasting skills, and the title of Bacchus. Title of Dionyse, after wearing it, you will be able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, and all aspects of the host's body functions will also be slightly improved. The next second, knowledge about fancy cocktails and wine tasting flooded into Jiang Han's mind. At the same time, he also wore the title of Bacchus. Jiang Han was originally drunk and feeling a little dizzy. Their whole person instantly felt refreshed, even more sober than when not drinking, and felt full of strength. This feeling is so great. Comfortable. See your plans succeed. Chen Mengyao threw a coquettish glance at Jiang Han with a smug expression on her face. Jiang Han didn't say anything, but secretly gave her a thumbs up. Now Tang Yun and Mu Xiaoye are both lying on the table. Although he was not conscious, he was not completely unconscious. It would be bad if they found him. Chen Mengyao walked forward, gently pushed Tang Yun, and said in a fake tone, "Sister Yun, are you okay? Let's continue drinking." Seeing that she didn't respond, Chen Mengyao took out her cell phone and pretended to be on the phone. As she spoke, her voice suddenly became louder. "What? The boss called an emergency meeting. Okay, I'll be there right away. Ask them to wait for me." Putting the phone back into her bag, Chen Mengyao came up to Tang Yun and said softly, "Sister Yun, I'm sorry, something happened suddenly at the company. I have to go back now. How about you wait a minute and ask Director Jiang to take you back?" Tang Yun, who was lying unconscious on the table, moved her fingers slightly, trying to grab Chen Mengyao. But at this time, she had already stood up and left the private room. "Mr. Jiang, I'll leave it to you from now on Tilda." After leaving the private room, Chen Mengyao did not forget to send a text message to Jiang Han. Seeing this text message, Jiang Han's mouth corners slightly raised. This little secretary is really good at handling things. I was right about the person. At this time, Tang Yun and Mu Xiaoye both closed their eyes and lay on the dining table in the private room. Her legs are stretched out horizontally, in a very seductive posture. Especially Tang Yun, she was wearing a suspender tube top today with a white shawl draped over it. Her already tall and sexy figure seemed even more obvious against the backdrop of the suspenders. I feel like there is an irresistible temptation all over my body. This looming temptation is even more tempting than the one I saw in the bathroom before. Jiang Han swallowed his saliva, feeling a little restless. But he could only restrain himself. After all, we are still in the restaurant and the timing is not right. If we rashly do something inappropriate, if you anger Tang Yun, it will be more trouble than gain. Chapter 28. Who else can take advantage of me except my master? Think of this. Jiang Han walked up to Tang Yun, patted her shoulder, and said, "Aunt Tang, are you feeling better now?" After a while, Tang Yun slowly opened her eyes, looked around, and said in a daze, Tilda. I feel so dizzy. Where's Mengyao?" Tang Yun looked particularly attractive after getting drunk. Her face is rosy, giving people a charming feeling. "Aunt Tang, you were drunk just now. Xiao Chen has something to do at the company, so he's going back first." Tang Yun rubbed her brows and said unhappily, "This Mengyao is so unreliable. She feels dizzy now and really wants to fall asleep." But at this time, her best friend was not around and her daughter was sleeping like a pig again. She really didn't dare to fall asleep. Otherwise, she was afraid that when she woke up tomorrow, 3 people would be sleeping in one bed. "Let's go back first." Tang Yun barely stood up, spit out the alcohol, and said to Jiang Han, "Good." Jiang Han called for service to pay the bill. I saw 2 drunken people in the private room. After seeing the 2 beautiful ladies, one big and one small, the waiter's eyes lit up. My admiration for Jiang Han is like the endless rushing of the river. No wonder just now, 3 bottles of red wine were ordered. 3 bottles of red wine in exchange for 2 stunning beauties, isn't that a huge profit? Even if it's Lafite, it's not a loss. Under the envious gaze of the waiter, Jiang Han helped Tang Yun and Mu Xiaoye out of the restaurant together. Outside the door, a designated driver had been waiting for a long time. "Boss, where are you going?" The designated driver was a female driver, who was arranged by Chen Mengyao for Jiang Han before leaving the restaurant. I have to say, this little secretary is really considerate. Jiang Han looked at Tang Yun and asked in a questioning tone, Aunt Tang, are we going back to number 1 mansion now? I'll ask the housekeeper to bring us some hangover soup. Tang Yun nodded, which was considered as a tacit agreement. Half an hour later, the three of them successfully returned to the underground parking lot of number 1 mansion. Jiang Han transferred 200 yuan to the designated driver, and then she drove away on her electric car. In the car, Jiang Han gently patted Tang Yun and Mu Xiaoya on the shoulders and said, Wake up, we're home. Tang Yun rubbed her sleepy eyes and stretched her waist lazily. The charm revealed in an instant made Jiang Han feel a little regretful. Was I being too gentlemanly in the car just now? 3 people squeezed in the back row. He didn't take the opportunity to do anything. However, what he didn't know was that if he had dared to do anything inappropriate in the car just now, maybe now, we can no longer see Tang Yun's charming charm. It was because of his previous behavior that Tang Yun developed some trust in Jiang Han. Not as defensive as at the beginning. After getting off the bus, Tang Yun took a breath of fresh air. Looking at Mu Xiaoya, who was still sleeping soundly in the car, he couldn't help but mutter, this damn girl, she slept so soundly after drinking so little, she won't even know if she was kidnapped. Her voice was not loud, but just loud enough for Jiang Han to hear. Jiang Han felt ashamed when he heard this. Isn't this clearly pointing at yourself? However, Jiang Han didn't care. He laughed and said, Aunt Tang, let's take Xiaoya upstairs first. The car is too stuffy. Sleeping here is not good for your health. Tang Yun nodded. So, the two of them carried Mu Xiaoya up the stairs, one on each side. After returning to their house, Jiang Han and Tang Yun put Mu Xiaoya on the sofa. Call. The two of them felt relieved and looked at each other subconsciously. Their whole living room was so quiet that one could almost hear each other's heartbeat. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat charming. Jiang Han was the first to break the silence and said, Well, I asked the housekeeper Lucy to go to the club to make some hangover soup. She will bring it up later. Would you like to drink some? Yes, thank you. Tang Yun nodded and said something. Then he looked at Jiang Han suspiciously and asked, I remember you drank a lot, but now you look like you didn't drink at all. As far as she could remember, Jiang Han drank more than her just now. But now, he acted as if nothing had happened, and it was obvious that he had been drinking. Jiang Han smiled awkwardly and explained, Maybe I have a special physique. I get drunk quickly, but the alcohol also dissipates quickly. I was sober on the way back just now. Oh, so that's how it is. Tang Yun nodded thoughtfully. Jiang Han, who has the title of God of Wine, can now be said to be the man who drinks the most in the world. However, this matter he definitely wouldn't tell Tang Yun. The two continued chatting for a while, and soon the awkward feeling disappeared. Tang Yun's attitude towards Jiang Han also improved a lot. She was no longer as cold and hostile towards him as before. Even Tang Yun herself did not notice this subconscious change. Just as the two of them were chatting enthusiastically, the doorbell suddenly rang. Jiang Han stood up and walked to the door to open it. Standing outside was his personal housekeeper, Lucy. Behind her were 2 waiters from the Qingyunju Club. They pushed a food cart and opened the lid, revealing 3 bowls of steaming hangover soup. Mr. Jiang, this is the hangover soup you requested, Lucy said respectfully, standing at the door. Okay, thank you. Jiang Han smiled and nodded. You're welcome. This is what I should do. As Lucy spoke, she waved to the waiters and asked them to bring the hangover soup into their house. Seeing this scene, Tang Yun couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Although I am a female CEO worth over 100 million. But compared to Jiang Han, he lives like a beggar. The gap between people is so huge. After serving the hangover soup, Lucy left the house with 2 waiters. Jiang Han picked up a bowl of hangover soup, handed it to Tang Yun and said, Aunt Tang, drink some soup first. I'll go see if Xiaoya is awake. Tang Yun nodded and stopped sighing. Jiang Han returned to the living room and wanted to see if Mu Xiaoya had woken up. Just at this moment, Mu Xiaoya opened her eyes, sat up dazedly, and said naively, Oh my god, why did I go home so suddenly? Jiang Han smiled and scratched her nose, jokingly saying, Silly girl, you sleep so soundly that you won't even know someone is taking advantage of you. Maybe because she is still drunk, Mu Xiaoya is now much bolder than before. She stood up and put her arms around Jiang Han's neck. She kissed him hard on the face, then said softly, "Apart from the master, who else can take advantage of me?" Jiang Han was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "This girl! How dare you tease me? It seems that if I don't teach her a lesson, she will forget who she is." So Jiang Han picked up Mu Xiaoye, pressed her on the sofa, and bent down to kiss her. And inside the restaurant, Tang Yun was drinking sobering soup. Seeing the scene in the living room, his expression was somewhat complicated. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not say anything to stop him. She could only silently hold the sobering soup and drink it down in big gulps. She didn't know why, but when she saw the intimacy between the two, she felt a little empty in her heart. It's like something was stolen. Chapter 29: Mu Xiaoye's surprise. After drinking the hangover soup, the time came to 6 o'clock in the evening. But not long after finishing the meal, I drank some hangover soup. So the three of them unanimously decided not to eat tonight, just to lose weight. I had nothing to do, so I did it at Mu Xiaoye's strong request. Jiang Han had no choice but to continue teaching her to play the piano in the living room. After Tang Yun washed the dishes, she returned to the sofa in the living room and lay down to watch TV. Just as she was daydreaming, her cell phone suddenly rang. It was Chen Mengyao calling. Tang Yun didn't think much and answered the call directly. "Mengyao, what's wrong?" On the other end of the phone, Chen Mengyao's voice was a little excited. "Sister Yun, congratulations. The L'Oreal headquarters called and said they have decided to withdraw their decision to cancel your company's agency rights. At the same time, they have designated Yunmeng Beauty as the only agency in East China." Hearing this, Tang Yun was extremely excited and said with a smile, "Really? This is really great." Unexpectedly, the L'Oreal Group not only rescinded its previous decision. At the same time, her company was designated as the only agent in East China. The interests behind this are at least worth billions. Thinking of this, Tang Yun couldn't suppress her excitement. And all these changes were due to the appearance of Jiang Han. After this series of events, her feelings towards Jiang Han became complicated. "Sister Yun, you're going to be a wealthy woman soon. If you have the chance in the future, please help us workers more," Chen Mengyao said jokingly. "Stop talking to me." Tang Yun laughed and scolded, "You are the marketing director of the Yinshire branch of the L'Oreal Group, and you still need my help. Besides, you left me in a private room this afternoon, and I haven't settled the score with you yet." Chen Mengyao laughed when she heard this and said, "Sister Yun, that was all an accident. How could I know that something would suddenly happen in the company? Besides, you still have Director Jiang here." Chen Mengyao didn't tell Tang Yun. "I am now Jiang Han's personal secretary." She was afraid that after telling Tang Yun, she would most likely be in trouble. The two continued chatting for a while. Tang Yun hung up the phone. Mu Xiaoye, who was practicing piano nearby, also heard the content of Tang Yun's call and ran over to say happily, "Mom, have you got the agency rights for the company back?" Tang Yun nodded and said with relief, "Yes, and from now on, we will be the only agent in the entire East China region." Having said this, she looked at Jiang Han with a complicated expression. This man still looked calm and composed at this moment, as if he didn't take the matter to heart at all. Little did they know that it was all because of his one word. This will allow Tang Yun's company to gain a business worth hundreds of millions. As long as they can obtain the agency rights in East China, their company's annual turnover will increase several times. After a moment of silence, Tang Yun apologized to Jiang Han. "Xiao Jiang, Auntie had some misunderstandings about you before. I apologize to you now. Thank you for helping me so much." Jiang Han looked a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that this extremely arrogant woman in front of him would actually take the initiative to apologize to him. It seems that this is the adult world. As expected, there is only interest, no right or wrong. As long as you can bring value to the other person, it doesn't matter how excessive what you did before was. But this feeling is still pretty good. Jiang Han waved his hand and said with a smile, "Aunt Tang, you are too polite. You are Xiaoye's mother. This is what I should do." Mu Xiaoye, who was standing by, heard what Jiang Han said. She was so moved that she blinked her big watery eyes and said to Jiang Han, "Master Tilder, you are so kind to me." After saying that, Mu Xiaoye threw herself directly into Jiang Han's arms regardless of the fact that Tang Yun was still beside her. Seeing this scene, Tang Yun did not stop it. Instead, he turned his head away to avoid seeing the intimate scene between the two. But even so, a feeling of jealousy still welled up in her heart. This made her feel a little scared. Could it be that? Have you fallen in love with Jiang Han too? Impossible. Tang Yun quickly dismissed the idea. She quickly calmed down, stood up and said, "It's getting late, I'm going to bed first." After saying that, she turned and walked towards the bedroom. When faced with something unacceptable, people often choose to escape to avoid harm to themselves. The same goes for Tang Yun. She didn't want to know the answer to this question, so she could only choose to escape. Seeing my mother gone, Mu Xiaoye blushed suddenly, looked at Jiang Han and said, "Master Tilda, remember to come to my room at 10 o'clock tonight, I have a surprise for you, Tilda." After saying that, she ran into the room with a shy look on her face. That evening, Jiang Han took a shower and brushed his teeth. After seeing that the light in Tang Yun's room was turned off, he left his bedroom with excitement and anticipation. He was extremely careful when passing by the door of Tang Yun's room. Although I know that the sound insulation in each room of this large flat is very good. Even if you dance in there, it won't affect others. But he couldn't help it because he felt guilty. What if Tang Yun suddenly gets up and wants to go to the bathroom or do something else? Wouldn't it be so embarrassing if she caught me? As a result, the short distance of a few meters made him feel thrilling. After a few minutes, he arrived at his destination. Jiang Han took a deep breath, then pushed open Mu Xiaoye's door and hurried in. Then, he just stood there in a daze. "I'll go." At this moment, what caught his eye was. It was a pair of long legs wearing white stockings, revealing white and tender feet, standing quietly on the carpet. It is simply perfect and full of temptation. Jiang Han only took one look and felt his blood boiling. I even had the urge to have a nosebleed. I feel that everything I just endured was worth it. Because at this time, Mu Xiaoye had already changed into an extremely revealing maid outfit. A pure face paired with seductive clothes. It's crazy sexy. Especially that pair of slender and white legs, tightly wrapped in stockings. Smooth and delicate, it looks like a work of art. At this moment, Mu Xiaoye's pretty face was slightly flushed. She looked at him charmingly and said in a seductive voice, "Master, do you like this surprise I gave you?" Hearing this, Jiang Han instantly lost control. He pounced on her like a ferocious beast. Chapter 30 Tang Yun wakes me up. 2 hours later. It was exactly 12 o'clock in the morning. On the bed in the bedroom, Mu Xiaoye snuggled in Jiang Han's arms, looking at the brightly lit Huangpu River outside the window. Jiang Han took out a lighter and lit a cigarette. Normally, he doesn't smoke much. I would only secretly smoke a few cigarettes during the final sprint of exams when the pressure was greatest. But at this time, he had to smoke. After all, it ended my many-year virginity, so it was worth smoking a cigarette to commemorate it. And afterwards smoke. It's a very ceremonial thing. Just when Jiang Han was lost in thought, Mu Xiaoye said with some concern, "Master, will you abandon me in the future? Women are always sentimental creatures. Especially when you have just lost the first blood, you will feel particularly insecure." Jiang Han stroked Mu Xiaoye's head and said gently, "Silly girl, don't let your imagination run wild. You will always be my favorite maid. How could I abandon you?" Hearing this, Mu Xiaoye's expression relaxed a little, and then asked, "Then, will you be responsible for me?" Jiang Han thought for a moment after hearing this, and then asked, "How do you want me to be responsible for you?" He doesn't want to get married right after graduation. What's more, he is still so young, even if he wants to get married, he can't get a marriage certificate. Although he quite likes Mu Xiaoye. But at this stage, the greatest responsibility he can take towards Mu Xiaoye is to acknowledge her as his official girlfriend. It's impossible to get married directly. The world outside is so wonderful, he wants to see more of it. Facing Jiang Han's question, Mu Xiaoye bit her lip and said weakly, "That is, you have to be nicer to me in the future, and you are not allowed to bully me casually, and you are not allowed to bully other girls." She is a famous school beauty in Shanghai No. 1 middle school. But when facing Jiang Han, she turned into a little girl who was worried about gains and losses. This feeling is really strange. However, Jiang Han would not reject Mu Xiaoye in a way that would spoil the mood. After all, I just took away the other person's first blood. Even if I can't do it, I have to tell some white lies, right? Don't worry, baby. As long as you are obedient, I will definitely not bully you," Jiang Han solemnly assured Mu Xiaoya and reached out to hug her. Being embraced by Jiang Han, a happy smile suddenly appeared on Mu Xiaoya's face. But soon, she seemed to remember something and said a little embarrassedly, "Master, why don't you let my mother go back? Living here will disturb us. These 2 days." There seemed to be something wrong with the way Tang Yun looked at Jiang Han. Mu Xiaoya is not a fool, of course she can see it. Compared to those bad women out there, she always felt that her mother posed a greater threat. Hearing this, Jiang Han felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that Mu Xiaoya would be jealous of her own mother. This matter, I can't really say. Maybe in a few days, your mother will go back to live by herself, Jiang Han said vaguely. Seeing that Mu Xiaoya didn't say anything, Jiang Han took the opportunity to say, "It's getting late now. I'm going back to my room to rest. You should go to bed early too." After saying that, he picked up his clothes and left the bedroom. Mu Xiaoya's question just now was really fatal. He felt that if he stayed any longer, he would probably die here. So, I can only slip away first as a sign of respect. When leaving Mu Xiaoya's room and passing by Tang Yun's room door again, Jiang Han felt even more guilty. He was afraid that Tang Yun would come out of the room, grab his ears, and ask him what he had just done to her daughter. Fortunately, the room is well soundproofed. Mu Xiaoya was screaming like a ghost just now, but Tang Yun didn't even hear it. After returning to the master bedroom smoothly, Jiang Han immediately breathed a sigh of relief and smiled bitterly. In your own home, you can actually feel like you're cheating. This is incredible. The next morning, Jiang Han was lying on the bed and sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a cold voice came to my ears. "Get up quickly. Lucy brought breakfast over." When Jiang Han heard this voice, he thought it was Mu Xiaoya calling him to wake up. He muttered, "I know, baby, just let me sleep a little longer." But, the next second, a slender jade hand grabbed Jiang Han's ear fiercely. "Who's your baby? Get up right now, you're so disrespectful." Jiang Han woke up immediately from the pain, opened his eyes and saw Tang Yun, neatly dressed, standing in front of him. "Why is it you?" Jiang Han said with a grin. Seeing him in such a miserable state, for some reason, Tang Yun felt extremely happy, even a little secretly delighted. "Brat. I told you to get up, and you dared to take advantage of me. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really think I'm just here to do nothing, right?" She rolled her eyes at Jiang Han and said, "Xiao Yu said she wasn't feeling well and didn't want to have breakfast. Otherwise, do you think I'd be willing to wake up a little brat like you?" Tang Yun hesitated for a moment, but decided to give Jiang Han some face. "Don't call him a little pervert anymore." "I see." Jiang Han rubbed his red ears. "Girls are different from boys. It's normal to need to recuperate after losing first blood. And in the future, the situation will be reversed." Jiang Han lifted the quilt and said with a smile, "I see. Xiaoya may have been tired from playing the piano too much recently. I'll ask Lucy to bring some chicken soup over to nourish her." "You bastard." Tang Yun saw Jiang Han lift the quilt. Her pretty face suddenly turned red, and she couldn't help but curse under her breath, then turned and left the bedroom. Jiang Han looked down. "I found that he was so excited last night that he didn't even wear pants, so he came back to sleep. My innocence has been ruined by you." Jiang Han said this in a sarcastic tone. Then he got up, took a shower, changed his clothes, and went to the restaurant downstairs. Tang Yun still looked shy. When he saw Jiang Han appear, he subconsciously glared at him. Jiang Han was helpless. "Eldest sister. You figure it out. I'm the victim, okay? What's going on? It seems like I've seen your naked body again." He really has no shame at all. But he could only say this in his heart. If I really say it out loud, she might bite me again. After breakfast, Tang Yun picked up her bag, put on her high heels, turned around and said to Jiang Han, "I will go to the company first." Jiang Han was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Is she talking to herself? This is a rare thing. A few days ago, Tang Yun's attitude towards him could be described as very cold, even a little hostile. Now, I am not only willing to wake myself up. Even before going out to work, I have to report to myself. The transformation here is no less than when Mu Xiaoya was killed by himself. Jiang Han was secretly delighted. He smiled and said, "Okay, if the company encounters any problems, you can call me at any time." Tang Yin didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Then he opened the door and walked out. Chapter 31 Prescription. After Tang Yin left, Jiang Han finished his breakfast in silence. Then he called Lucy and asked her to notify the club's chef to make some nourishing chicken soup and send it over. Then he went to visit Mu Xiaoye. In the room, Mu Xiaoye was lying on the bed, secretly playing with her mobile phone. Seeing Jiang Han coming in, she immediately pouted and said, "Stinky master, you finally come to see me." "Yeah, I just finished breakfast." Jiang Han walked to the bed and sat down, then asked with concern, "I heard from your mother that you are feeling a little unwell, are you okay?" "How dare you say that?" Mu Xiaoye rolled her eyes and said to Jiang Han coquettishly, "It's all your fault. I said I couldn't come last night, but you still insisted." Thinking about what happened last night, Mu Xiaoye's little face couldn't help but blush. This stinky master Tilder. He really doesn't know how to be gentle and considerate to women. Even though he knew it was his first time, he still did it so intensely last night. Now her thighs ache and she can't get out of bed at all. Fortunately, Tang Yin did not notice anything unusual about her body. "Otherwise, I will be miserable." When Jiang Han heard this, a subtle expression appeared on his face. He smiled awkwardly and said flatteringly, "Okay, baby, don't be angry, it's my fault. I promise I will be gentler to you next time." "Humph. That's more like it." Mu Xiaoye raised her head proudly. Just then, Jiang Han's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Lucy, the housekeeper. "Mr. Jiang, the chicken soup is ready and has been delivered to the door. Please come out and get it, Tilder." After seeing this message, Jiang Han stood up and said to Mu Xiaoye, "Let me help you down. I asked Lucy to bring some chicken soup. How can you recover if you don't eat something?" Tilder." Mu Xiaoye responded sweetly. Then, with Jiang Han's help, he came to the restaurant downstairs. Just as Mu Xiaoye was drinking the nourishing chicken soup, Jiang Han suddenly remembered that the system had previously rewarded him with a Chinese medicine beauty prescription. This thing must be very useful for Mu Xiaoye as well. After all, she's a girl. No matter how beautiful you are, you will always want to make yourself more beautiful. Thinking of this, Jiang Han said, "I'm going out to buy some things later. Do you want to come with me?" Mu Xiaoye hesitated for a moment, then shook her head. "Forget it, I'd better stay at home. I'm not going anywhere now." Jiang Han nodded, but did not force it. "Okay, I'll try to get back before noon." "It's okay, just do your thing. I will stay at home and wait for you, Tilder." Mu Xiaoye said obediently. She is not the kind of yandere girl who sticks to her boyfriend all the time and refuses to let go. "Okay, if you're hungry. Just call Lucy and she'll send up some food." Jiang Han said a few words, then picked up the car keys and left home. Because the ingredients needed for that Chinese medicine beauty prescription are all Chinese herbs. And some of them are precious medicinal materials. So, Jiang Han drove his Aston Martin towards the largest Chinese medicine store in Shanghai. The name of this store is Yiyuantang. It is the most famous Chinese medicine store in Shanghai. There are various rare Chinese medicinal materials in it, which are extremely expensive. It is said that some of them are out of print and rarely circulated in the market. Soon, Jiang Han parked the car in front of the gate of a yuan hall. When the guy in Yiyuantang saw this top-of-the-line supercar, his eyes immediately widened. When Jiang Han walked into the pharmacy, the waiter immediately came up to him warmly and asked respectfully, "Sir, is there anything I can help you with? I'm just taking a look." Jiang Han was not in a hurry to explain his purpose. "Okay, this way please." The clerk led Jiang Han towards the medicine cabinet. "Looking at the dazzling array of precious medicinal materials in front of me, there are thousands of them in total." Jiang Han started looking for the medicine according to the prescription given by the system. Cordyceps sinensis, saffron, Fritillaria serosa, placenta, Ganoderma lucidum, donkey hide gelatin. After searching for a while, Jiang Han discovered that the ingredients in the prescription could basically be found here. But the only thing missing was a medicinal herb called Ninjianhua. Just as Jiang Han was about to ask, a system notification sound suddenly came from his mind. "Warm tip, Ningyan flower, a medicinal herb, does not exist on Blue Star, so the effect of the prescription is far beyond Blue Star technology, so the host can directly exchange the herb or herb seeds in the mall. The system just finished speaking. A translucent panel appeared in front of Jiang Han. Medicinal Materials Mall. Ningyan Flower Medicinal Material, 5,000 yuan per flower. Ningyan Flower Seeds, 10 yuan seed. Each seed can produce one Ningyan flower, and the cultivation period is 3 months. After listening to the explanation of the system, Jiang Han couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart. Although, I can apply for patent protection for my secret recipe. But in the face of huge interests, even if there are laws to protect you, they will basically be of no use. Especially in the hot summer. But now, due to the existence of the medicinal herb Ningyan flower, even if he published the prescription, it would be absolutely impossible for others to replicate this beauty drug. This is the real monopoly. What's more, one seed is only 10 yuan, it's basically free. Jiang Han was in a particularly good mood, and said to the clerk, "Please give me a portion of all these herbs." Then, Jiang Han reported all the medicinal materials needed for the beauty prescription. When I heard Jiang Han say that he wanted wild ginseng that was more than 10 years old, the clerk immediately showed an embarrassed expression on his face. "Sir, wild ginseng of this vintage is too precious. I don't have the authority to decide. Please wait a moment, I'll call the store manager over." Jiang Han nodded expressionlessly. In fact, there is no mandatory requirement in the prescription that the wild ginseng must be more than 10 years old. Even if it is artificially bred, that's fine. But at the same time, the system prompted a sentence. The older the medicinal materials are, the better their efficacy will be. Jiang Han planned to give the beauty medicine he made this time to his own people, so naturally he had to use the best medicinal materials. He is not short of money anyway. Soon, the clerk led the store manager out from the inner room. This is a woman full of classical beauty. She was wearing a high-slit cheongsam, revealing her 2 white and slender legs. Her already tall and well-proportioned figure seemed even more obvious against the backdrop of the cheongsam. I feel like my whole body is emitting an irresistible temptation. She looks very young. Probably in his 20s. But every move is full of unique charm, giving people a charming and unconfused feeling. This is not something that ordinary girls can have. Chapter 32 Han Lianxue. Hello. My name is Han Lianxue. The cheongsam beauty walked up to Jiang Han, extended her hand to him and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Jiang Han. Jiang Han held the beautiful woman's slender, soft hand. Before she had time to feel the warmth of her palm, Han Lianxue hastily pulled her hand back. Then, he smiled at Jiang Han, with ripples in his eyes. With a hint of coquettishness, Jiang Han's heart was slightly disturbed. This woman seems to be of a very high level. Han Lianxue blinked her autumn water eyes, looked at Jiang Han, and then smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang, I heard from the shop assistant that you want wild ginseng that is more than 10 years old, right? This kind of medicinal material is not easy to find." Jiang Han nodded upon hearing this and said with a smile, "Yes, if it was easy to find, I would not come to your Yuan Hall. You know, even ordinary wild ginseng is a very rare thing. Wild ginseng that is more than 10 years old is even rarer. Sometimes, even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it." Hearing Jiang Han's words, Han Lianxue smiled and said, "To be honest, we have a wild ginseng in our store that is about 10 years old, but its price is a bit." "Name your price." Without waiting for Han Lianxue to finish her words, Jiang Han waved his hand and interrupted her. Han Lianxue didn't care. She lifted her hair and said seriously, "Mr. Jiang is really a straightforward person. I won't beat around the bush with you. The price is 500,000. As she said this, she winked at the clerk. The clerk immediately understood and took out a carved wooden box from the medicine cabinet in the back room. Lying quietly inside was a crystal clear wild ginseng that exuded a strange fragrance. "Okay, no problem." After systematic confirmation, it was confirmed that this wild ginseng was indeed more than 10 years old. So Jiang Han readily agreed. It was just 500,000 yuan, he didn't care about it at all. Then he said, "By the way, Manager Han, if you have wild ginseng of the same quality or older in your store in the future, I will take all of them. Wild ginseng is one of the main ingredients in the prescription. Its quality can directly determine the quality of the finished prescription. So in this regard, Jiang Han naturally would not be stingy. Hearing this, even though Han Lianxue was knowledgeable, she was still a little stunned. She asked subconsciously, "Are you serious?" After saying that, Han Lianxue felt that this was a bit rude, and quickly added, "No problem, Mr. Jiang. If you really want it, there are 2 wild ginsengs of similar age at the Beijing headquarters. I can have someone send them over." "Okay, thank you for your help then," Jiang Han said politely. "No trouble. This is what I should do." Han Lianxue chuckled, feeling extremely excited. Selling 3 wild ginsengs at once was unprecedented. As long as this deal is completed, he will have more say in the family council. It will also be of great help in competing for family rights in the future. Therefore, Han Lianxue's favor towards Jiang Han also increased. "I really met a noble person today." Next, Jiang Han selected some materials to be used in the prescription. Han Lianxue was also very generous and gave all these common medicinal herbs to Jiang Han as gifts. After all, the profit from a 10-year-old wild ginseng is enough to offset the cost of these medicinal materials. Not to mention, there are 2 more to sell later. This action greatly changed Jiang Han's opinion of Han Lianxue. She doesn't care about the small profits in front of her, she is indeed a woman with vision and a sense of the overall situation. Think about the future. There is a high probability that this beauty drug will be mass-produced. Jiang Han secretly made a decision in his heart, looked at Han Lianxue with a smile and said, "Ms. Han, I look forward to working with you next time." Han Lianxue nodded after hearing this. She didn't know the meaning behind Jiang Han's words. She thought Jiang Han was talking about the next wild ginseng transaction, so she smiled and said, "Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll let you know when the time comes." After the 2 exchanged WeChat, Jiang Han left Yuantang carrying 2 large bags of medicinal herbs. Standing at the door of the store, watching Jiang Han get into the cool Aston Martin. A hint of curiosity also flashed in Han Lianxue's eyes, and she muttered to herself, "This Mr. Jiang is really mysterious." After leaving Yuantang, Jiang Han ran to a nearby supermarket and bought some tools for making this beauty medicine. According to the system's prompts, the finished product of this beauty medicine is something like ointment. It is not for internal use, but is used for rubbing like a facial cream. After buying the production tools, looking at the packed sports car, Jiang Han couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's rare to be able to drive a sports car like a Huolala." Feeling the narrow space inside, Jiang Han's desire to buy a luxury SUV became stronger. Sports cars are good, but they are only suitable for showing off. When you go out to buy things or need to do something in the car, it is better to have a car with a larger space. "Well, when I have some free time, I'll go buy an SUV." Jiang Han touched the tip of his nose and thought to himself. Then he drove back to number 1 mansion and walked into the elevator carrying bags. After returning home, Mu Xiaoye was sitting in the living room practicing the piano. Seeing Jiang Han carrying so many things home, she asked curiously, "Master Tilder, what did you buy?" Jiang Han did not answer, but kept it a secret and said, "I'll give you a surprise. You'll know it soon." "Oh Tilder." Mu Xiaoye nodded, feeling somewhat expectant. Then, Jiang Han went into the kitchen. "In the system mall, I exchanged for an Ingyan flower. Then, according to the system's prompts, I started making this beauty ointment." As the fragrance gradually came, Jiang Han began to look forward to the effects of this beauty ointment. Chapter 33: Amazing Effects of Medicine. 2 hours later, Jiang Han finally completed the last step and successfully made the beauty ointment. Looking at the freshly made ointment in front of him, Jiang Han felt a little nervous. "I don't know how effective it is. If it's no different from those sold on the market, I'll be at a big loss." It cost him more than 500,000 yuan to make this ointment. The finished product is less than 500 milliliters. If we calculate based on the 50 milliliters bottle of facial cream on the market, this ointment can be divided into 10 bottles at most. Converted to unit price, it's about 50,000 yuan per bottle. It can be said to be luxurious. Mu Xiaoye, who was standing nearby and had been waiting for a long time, asked curiously, "Master, what is this?" Jiang Han smiled and explained, "This is a beauty ointment. I got a prescription by accident. I heard that it's very effective, so I made it and tried it out." "Real? Can I try it then?" Mu Xiaoye blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Jiang Han with hope. Jiang Han rubbed her head lovingly, "Silly girl, of course you can. Let's try it together." There is a system to protect it, even if the effect is not good. It should not have any side effects on the body. So Jiang Han picked up the ointment in the container and applied it directly on his face. Mu Xiaoye followed suit, stretching out her white, tender and smooth palm and rubbing the ointment on the back of her hand. She didn't dare to apply it directly on her face like Jiang Han did. After all, cosmetics are very likely to cause allergies, especially homemade products without any certification. A few minutes later, the crystal clear ointment is absorbed cleanly by the skin. Mu Xiaoye looked at the back of her hand, the area where the ointment had been applied, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god, this is too magical. Is it that exaggerated?" Jiang Han was frightened by her. Mu Xiaoye pouted and said coquettishly, "You don't understand, look at the area where I applied the ointment, it's much whiter than the area next to it. My skin has become smoother and tighter, and even my pores have become smaller." The back of her hand, which was originally smooth and flat, now became extremely delicate, as if a freshly peeled egg was so fragile that it could be broken with a touch. Moreover, you can also smell a faint fragrance lingering at the tip of your nose. Jiang Han stood in front of the full-length mirror and looked at his face curiously. "I found that my skin became much whiter after applying the ointment. And this white is a vibrant white." He felt full of power, making his already handsome face even more charming. "If you keep using it, the effect will be amazing." Jiang Han couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He looked at Mu Xiaoye, who was impatiently applying the ointment on her face, and asked, "Xiaoye, how much do you think a bottle of this ointment should cost?" "Any amount is fine. Nowadays, it costs tens of thousands of yuan to get a cosmetic surgery done. This small bottle of ointment has better effects than cosmetic surgery, and most importantly, it does not cause any damage to the skin. Let alone tens of thousands of dollars, even if it's hundreds of thousands, I believe there will be people who will buy it." Mu Xiaoye said excitedly while applying the ointment. Although her words were a bit exaggerated, women's pursuit of beauty is extremely fanatical. Little do people know that some rich women do this to stay young forever. I don't know how much money I have spent on my face. It's outrageous, sometimes there are hundreds of millions. Therefore, this top-grade ointment, with a single bottle priced at over 100,000 yuan, will definitely not have to worry about sales. As for selling at a higher price, it depends on market feedback. Jiang Han pondered silently in his mind. If he chose to grow Ningyan flower himself, and then replace the 10-year wild ginseng with artificially grown ginseng, he would also use ordinary other medicinal materials. In this way, the cost of a bottle of ointment can basically be reduced to a few hundred yuan. Even if the effect is not as good as it is now. But there is absolutely no problem selling it for tens of thousands of dollars. Because according to the system's calculations, the lowest-end beauty ointment can achieve 50% of the current effect. Even so, it can still crush all the beauty products on the market. Even if I'm a little more conscientious, the low-end version is only sold for 9,980 yuan. The profit margin is also extremely amazing. With such products, it is definitely not wishful thinking to start from scratch and build a cosmetics company with a market value of trillions of dollars. Jiang Han became excited when he thought of the beautiful future. At this time, the ointment on Mu Xiaoye's face was also completely absorbed. She opened her eyes and asked Jiang Han shyly, "Master, do you think this is effective?" After saying that, she moved her face closer. Then he closed his eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Han knew what Mu Xiaoye meant. He immediately lowered his head and snorted at her face. It was indeed very tender and smooth, like a piece of tofu, with a faint fragrance. Jiang Han couldn't help but take another sip. "Hate it, Master Tilder. You've kissed away all the ointment on my face." Mu Xiaoye clenched her fists and punched Jiang Han's chest twice. Jiang Han chuckled and looked at the cute and charming little maid in front of him. He rushed forward directly. He picked up Mu Xiaoye and threw her onto the sofa. Chapter 34: Joining forces to start a company. 2 hours later. Mu Xiaoye curled up on the messy sofa like a kitten. She hugged Jiang Han tightly, looking shy. "Damn, Master, you are so mean. Is there something wrong with me? Just tell me, after applying the ointment, does it become whiter?" "Oh, stop it." Mu Xiaoye covered Jiang Han's mouth to stop him from speaking. When Mu Xiaoye thought of what had just happened, her face turned red and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. It's so embarrassing. The two of them sat on the sofa and cuddled together for a while. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Tang Yun walked in carrying the vegetables she had just bought from the supermarket. Seeing the two people pressed tightly together on the sofa, he couldn't help but frown. Xiao Yu. Mom, you're back tilde. When Mu Xiaoye saw Tang Yun suddenly appear, she was not scared at all. Instead, she snuggled into Jiang Han's arms. A happy smile appeared on his face, as if he was showing off to Tang Yun. Tang Yun felt a little helpless, but still pretended to be calm on the surface. Jiang Han, on the other hand, was the first to stand up and greet her. Aunt Tang, you're back. You are too polite. You even bought groceries. You could have just asked Lucy to prepare them, or asked her to buy them. No problem. There's a supermarket downstairs from my company, so I bought some. Tang Yun put the ingredients in her hand into the kitchen. When she returned to the living room, her nose suddenly moved. Hey, what's that smell in the room? Why do you feel weird? Oops. Mu Xiaoye and Jiang Han looked at each other. Jiang Han hurriedly stood in front of the trash can and changed the subject. That Aunt Tang, it might be the smell of ointment. I just made a beauty ointment, and the effect is quite good. Do you want to try it? Mu Xiaoye also reacted and quickly agreed, yes, Mom, this ointment is very effective. I just tried it and my whole body became much whiter. Hearing this, Tang Yun subconsciously glanced at Mu Xiaoye. I found that she was indeed much whiter, and there was a faint blush on her face, as if she had been moisturized by something. Seeing this, Tang Yun's curiosity was also aroused. What ointment? It's so powerful, I'll try it too. Jiang Han hurried to the kitchen and took out a bottle of used ointment from the refrigerator. Auntie, please try. After taking the ointment, Tang Yun showed a look of surprise on her face. This ointment looks pretty nice. Tang Yun couldn't help but praise him. Putting aside other things, the color alone is very impactful for girls. This bottle of ointment is translucent pink and looks particularly tempting. And the patterns on it are very delicate. The most important thing is that before opening the bottle cap, Tang Yun smelled a faint fragrance. With curiosity, Tang Yun opened the bottle cap, took out a thumb-sized amount of ointment, and applied it on the back of her hand. A few minutes later, looking at the white and smooth back of my hand, she made the same scream as Mu Xiaoye. OMG! This ointment is amazing. Besides being amazed, Tang Yun felt a little excited. Because she makes beauty products. Naturally, we know the huge commercial value behind this ointment. She grabbed Jiang Han's hand and asked anxiously. Xiao Jiang, did you make this ointment? Seeing Tang Yun holding Jiang Han's hand, Mu Xiaoye said something with some dissatisfaction. Mom. Only then did Tang Yun realize that her actions were a little too intimate. So he immediately let go of Jiang Han's hand and said with a blushing face, sorry, I was too excited just now. Jiang Han smiled and waved his hand. It's okay, Aunt Tang, I did make this ointment, and I made 10 portions, which is enough for you. Xiao Jiang, you are so awesome. Hearing Jiang Han's answer, Tang Yun was shocked again. She never expected that Jiang Han could actually make beauty ointment, and the effect was so good. Tang Yun couldn't help but ask, can you tell me, Auntie, what is this ointment made of? The main ingredients are cordyceps, saffron, Fritillaria serosa, placenta, Ganoderma lucidum, donkey hide gelatin, etc. Jiang Han did not hide it and explained with a smile. However, the effect of ordinary finished products is not so good. I added 10-year-old wild ginseng to these 10 doses of ointment, so the effect is so immediate. Tang Yun was stunned for a moment, then asked, 10-year-old wild ginseng, that would cost a lot of money, right? Fortunately, the cost is only about 500,000 yuan. Let's say the unit price is 50,000 per bottle. Jiang Han said calmly. Hearing this, Tang Yun and Mu Xiaoye were shocked. Just this small bottle of ointment costs 50,000 yuan. This is outrageous. However, think of its amazing medicinal effects. The money didn't seem so unacceptable. Mu Xiaoye's eyes widened as she asked, we just used half a bottle, so that means we spent more than 20,000 yuan, right? Yes. Jiang Han smiled and nodded. Tang Yun was shocked, but soon came to her senses. This ointment is so effective, even if it costs 50,000 yuan, it's actually not expensive. You know, those female stars spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on cosmetic surgery. Some good ones even cost hundreds of thousands or millions. It's not as effective as this ointment. Tang Yun knows a lot about the beauty industry. Based on her business sense, once this ointment is launched, even if it is priced at a sky-high price, there will definitely be people willing to pay for it. Not to mention selling it for 100,000, even if it's 1 million. Rich ladies or female celebrities will rush to buy it. Because for women, youth and beauty are priceless. At this time, Jiang Han smiled and said, "So, Aunt Tang, I wonder if you are interested in joining me to start a cosmetics company and promote this beauty ointment to the market." When Tang Yun heard this, she was stunned. She couldn't help swallowing and said in disbelief, "Xiao Jiang, are you serious?" As the president of a cosmetics company. Of course she knew how high the commercial value of the ointment in Jiang Han's hand was. Once on the market, for those existing cosmetics, it will be a crushing blow. As long as it is operated properly, it is conservatively estimated that the company can at least form an industrial chain worth hundreds of billions of yuan. Faced with such huge benefits, how could Tang Yun not be moved? Jiang Han smiled and said, "Aunt Tang, of course I am serious. You have been in the cosmetics industry for many years, and I have this kind of top-notch product. If we join forces, we will definitely have a bright future." Tang Yun hesitated for a moment, then seemed to have thought of something and asked, "But aren't you a major shareholder of the L'Oreal Group? Why not give this product directly to L'Oreal?" Chapter 35 Equity Division. Tang Yun's question. Jiang Han had thought about this before. If this product was directly handed over to the L'Oreal Group for sale, it would save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. And there is a $1 trillion group behind the marketing operations. The profits brought will definitely be much greater than starting a company with Tang Yun. But these are not what Jiang Han wants to see. Although I am a major shareholder of the L'Oreal Group, I only own 10% of the shares. I don't want to give those foreigners a bargain. Besides, I am confident in my product. Why should we give it to others? Jiang Han explained with a smile. In addition, this beauty ointment contains medicinal ingredients that are not available on this planet and can be exchanged in the system wall. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. However, Jiang Han does not have absolute say in the L'Oreal Group, and the information will definitely be leaked out. Just this point. Jiang Han cannot hand over the product to the L'Oreal Group for agency. After hearing Jiang Han's words, Tang Yun suddenly came to her senses and realized that she had been overthinking. Own shares in the company. It doesn't mean you have to be tied to the company. Jiang Han can definitely use this incredible product to rebuild a beauty company with a market value of over 100 billion yuan. And it is a company that is completely controlled by itself. Isn't he that great? Then the company's equity. How are you going to divide it? Tang Yun raised another key question. Come out and mix it up. Everyone cares about the word profit. There is no gain without pain. In the business world, not talking about money hurts feelings. Now, if we talk through the division of interests clearly, there will be no conflicts later. Jiang Han thought for a moment, then said, "Aunt Tang, if you invest in this existing company, I can give you 15% of the shares, and then I will invest in products and funds, accounting for 80%. The remaining 5% of the shares will be given to Xiaoye." Jiang Han has always been very generous to his women. Moreover, with an absolute controlling stake of 80%, Jiang Han could use any means to kick Tang Yun and her daughter out of the company if he wanted to. Let them not get a penny. But the prerequisite for doing so is that they have done something that betrays themselves. If they could listen to him obediently, then he would naturally not have to do this, and he could even give them more benefits. Master Tilder. You're so nice to me. Mu Xiaoye was overjoyed when she heard that Jiang Han was going to give her shares. Tang Yun was also a little shocked. She didn't expect Jiang Han to be so generous to his daughter. It seems he is indeed a nice man. Okay, I promise you. Tang Yun nodded and agreed immediately. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Jiang Han smiled and stretched out his right hand. Tang Yun was stunned for a moment, but finally stretched out her little hand and gently shook hands with Jiang Han. As soon as their hands touched, Tang Yun's pretty face turned a little red with embarrassment. She quickly took her hand away and said in a trembling voice, "Happy cooperation." Snort. Mu Xiaoye, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but snort when she saw this scene. Her pretty face was full of unhappiness. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. Seeing Mu Xiaoya's expression, Tang Yun immediately understood. This little girl is jealous of herself. Although I was indeed tempted just now. But how could her daughter think of her like this? Tang Yun was a little angry. She walked up to him, grabbed Mu Xiaoya's ears, and scolded him. What are you thinking about all day long, you little girl? Have you practiced the piano today? You've been slacking off all day. Didn't you say you wanted to apply to a music school? If you fail the exam, don't come crying to me again. After hearing what Tang Yun said, Mu Xiaoya immediately pursed her lips and said with great grievance. You two big bad guys, you only know how to bully me. Wuwuwu. Just now, it was clearly you and Jiang Han flirting with each other. Moreover, when we shook hands, his face turned red and he said that he was just daydreaming. Now he's scolding me. That is too much. Seeing this, Jiang Han stepped out to smooth things over and said, Aunt Tang, Xiaoya practiced the piano today. She wasn't lazy. After hearing this, Tang Yun let go of her hand. He glared at Mu Xiaoya and said, I'm not lazy, so what are you doing lying here? I tell you, when you are taking the art exam, you can't fall behind in academic performance. I'll sign you up for a tutoring class tomorrow so you don't have to worry about anything. I'm not going. Mu Xiaoya protested immediately. Just like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Jiang Han stood aside and watched the mother and daughter fighting against each other. I didn't know what to say, I could only stand there blankly. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward. But fortunately, during dinner, the mother and daughter calmed down. Jiang Han sat at the dining table and changed the subject. Xiao Yu, I'm going to buy a car tomorrow. Do you want to come with me? I'll buy one for you too. No. Mu Xiaoya shook her head and refused. I don't have a driver's license yet. Tang Yun frowned and wanted to say something. Then Jiang Han said, okay, but it's summer vacation now, you can go get a driver's license, it may be useful in the future. Tang Yun nodded and agreed, yes, Jiang Han is right. Xiao Yu, do you want to take advantage of the summer vacation to enroll in a driving school training class and get your driver's license? Mu Xiaoya pouted and said in a sullen voice, but there are so many people learning to drive during the summer vacation. I'm afraid that by then, there will be too many people in one car. Thinking about having to squeeze in a car with other boys on such a hot day. Mu Xiaoya felt a sense of resistance in her heart. Ever since last night, when I had sex with Jiang Han and gave away first blood. She felt that she belonged to Jiang Han. I don't want to have contact with other men. Hearing this, Jiang Han smiled and said, don't worry, I'll hire a car and a female coach to teach you individually. How about that? Yeah, great. Mu Xiaoya nodded obediently. Although Tang Yun felt that Jiang Han was doting on Mu Xiaoya a little too much. But having learned from what happened just now, she didn't dare to say anything more. Early the next morning. After breakfast, Jiang Han drove his Aston Martin to the Rolls-Royce store. Today, his goal is to buy a bigger car. Last time I drove a sports car to the drugstore to buy supplies. When he came back, the passenger seat was so packed that he almost shit himself. So now, Jiang Han is not very enthusiastic about buying a sports car. Instead, he is more interested in SUVs and luxury cars. Rolls-Royce can meet his needs well in this regard. Whether it is the Rolls-Royce Cullinan or the Rolls-Royce Phantom, they are both good choices. Chapter 36: A bicycle that can be pedaled standing up. Rolls-Royce 4S store. Inside the magnificent exhibition hall, there are several world-famous sedans on display with exquisite appearance and graceful lines. As a global limited edition top luxury car, Rolls-Royce is not only a vehicle, but also a symbol of the owner's status. This is also why many internet celebrities choose to buy a Rolls-Royce after becoming rich overnight. Because in the eyes of the public, it not only means wealth, but also represents identity and status. This is exactly what these internet celebrities who have risen from the bottom of society lack. Although the luxury cars are beautiful, the prices are high, so there was not a single customer in the Rolls-Royce 4S store. Unlike traditional luxury cars such as BMW and Mercedes-Benz, many people will go shopping and test drive them when they have nothing to do, even if they don't buy them. But you won't find such people in a Rolls-Royce 4S store. Because these cars are really too expensive. Even if they don't buy anything, but just come in to take a look, most people don't have the confidence to do so. The beautiful saleswomen in the store were already used to this kind of situation. Luxury car salesmen like them are actually similar to employees in the sales department. If you don't open for 3 years, you can make a living for 3 years after you open. If we can sell 1 car a month, we should be thankful. At this time, 2 hot salesgirls were standing at the door, complaining in boredom. Well, when will a rich customer come and buy a car from me? I have not opened my shop for 2 months. With this guaranteed salary, I don't even have enough money to buy a set of cosmetics. If this continues, I will become a marginal anchor. Yes, I heard that being a marginal anchor can make a lot of money. Luckily I sold 1 last month, otherwise I would have to think about it. 2 young female salespeople were complaining to each other. They wore hip-hugging short skirts, revealing their long, white legs. They were tall and attractive, with delicate faces and a hint of charm between their brows. With their looks, if they become a marginal anchor, they might be able to make a lot of money. However, they have not reached the point of desperation. There's no need to rush into the sea. Just as they were complaining, an extremely cool Aston Martin suddenly appeared in front of them and slowly stopped in front of the 4S store. Wow, this is an Aston Martin. And it's a limited edition, worth more than 50 million. Today is finally a big customer. I don't need to go to the sea. As salesmen of Rolls-Royce cars, they are familiar with the world's famous luxury cars. This will make it easier for them to identify target customers. The car in front of you is none other than the Aston Martin 177 worth $500 million. Seeing this, the 2 salesmen hurriedly trotted out to greet him, with bright smiles on their faces. Hello Sir Tilder. Welcome to the Rolls-Royce 4S store. As soon as Jiang Han got out of the car, he was surrounded by 2 beautiful saleswomen. They spoke enthusiastically, one on the left and one on the right. Jiang Han nodded and strode into the exhibition hall. This is his first time visiting a Rolls-Royce store in his life. When I came in, I saw that it was indeed extraordinary. Every car parked inside was so noble and luxurious. This is something that other 4S stores do not have. Sir, which car would you like to see? Any styles you like. Among the 2 female saleswomen, the one with long legs came over first and asked. I'll just take a look first. Jiang Han didn't settle down in a hurry, but walked into the exhibition hall. The long-legged salesperson followed behind and enthusiastically introduced each car inside to Jiang Han. Rolls-Royce does not launch many models. But this 4S store basically has everything, like Cullinan, Phantom, Shining, Ghost, etc. During the tour, the long-legged female salesperson looked at Jiang Han and asked cautiously. Sir, do you have any particular favorite car model? I don't have any favorites. Seeing how nervous she was, Jiang Han smiled and said, however, I am quite interested in Cullinan. Do you have any in stock? Cullinan? Hear these 3 words. The long-legged saleswoman's eyes suddenly lit up and she said enthusiastically. Yes, sir, please follow me. As she spoke, the female salesperson led Jiang Han to the other area. I saw a huge Rolls-Royce Cullinan quietly placed on the booth, exuding a luxurious and steady atmosphere. The pure black body, coupled with the double R logo on the front, makes the whole car full of majesty. The moment Jiang Han saw this car, he fell in love with it. Big enough and luxurious enough. Sitting inside, even if you want to stand up and pedal, there probably won't be any problem. I want this car. Jiang Han didn't hesitate and just waved his hand and said. Hearing this, the female salesperson didn't react for a moment. After a moment, a look of ecstasy and some disbelief appeared on her face. You have to know that this Rolls-Royce Cullinan costs nearly 7 million just for the bare car, plus purchase tax, insurance, and car insurance. Without more than 8 million, it would be impossible to get it. But now, Jiang Han wanted to place an order without even taking a test drive. As expected of the owner of an Aston Martin, he is indeed very domineering. At this time, the saleswoman felt her body was getting hot. There is an urge to take off my clothes. However, when I saw my colleague standing next to me, I immediately gave up this impulse. She walked up to Jiang Han, bowed to him and said, Sir, would you like to follow me into the VIP room so I can let you experience the performance of the car? Faced with the saleswoman's invitation, Jiang Han waved his hand and refused. He pointed to another Rolls-Royce Phantom not far away and said, Don't worry, I want that car too. Hearing this, the female salesperson felt her legs go a little weak. Being able to work in a Rolls-Royce store, she is considered to be well informed and has seen all kinds of big customers. But someone like Jiang Han didn't even ask. She had never seen a customer who directly bought two top-of-the-line luxury cars before. "Sir, are you sure? You want both the Cullinan and the Phantom?" the long-legged saleswoman asked subconsciously. But as soon as she finished speaking, she covered her mouth tightly. Coming from a salesperson's mouth, this kind of words is really inappropriate and even a bit offensive to the customer. Jiang Han didn't take it to heart, nodded and said, "Well, let's take these two first. I'll come to you again if I need you later." "Oh my god. Just these two first. If you need anything in the future, will you come to me?" To the saleswoman, Jiang Han's words were more seductive than any love words. If there weren't colleagues here, she would have wanted to stick to Jiang Han and kiss him hard. "It seems I have to take him to the VIP room later. Give him some careful homework and let him experience the performance of the car in depth." Chapter 37 Cute Anchor Girl. An hour later, Jiang Han walked out of the VIP room refreshed. "After having a deep understanding of the performance of the car, I feel happy." The long-legged salesperson's voice became hoarse and his face was flushed because he had just explained so loudly. This is a symptom of hypoxia. And at this time, in front of the Rolls-Royce store, suddenly, a sweet girl wearing a suspender skirt and twin ponytails came. She was holding a selfie stick in her hand, as if she was taking a video. When she walks, her twin ponytails sway back and forth, making her look particularly eye-catching. It's so tempting that you want to grab it and use it as a steering wheel. She looked at the camera and said sweetly, "Hello, my friends, today I will take you to visit the best for S store in Shanghai. Ding 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 ding. It's this Rolls-Royce store." As she spoke, she took out her selfie stick and wanted to go into the exhibition hall to take some photos. However, he was stopped by the security guard at the door, who said sternly, "Sorry, you can't go in." The girl with the twin ponytails was not surprised. She smiled and explained, "I have already communicated with the manager of your store yesterday. He allowed me to come here to shoot. You can go ask him." The security guard was very firm. "Our store manager said that no one is allowed to take videos today because there is a VIP in the store. Miss, if you want to take videos, you can come back tomorrow." The girl with twin ponytails looked a little unhappy when she heard that. She spent 2 hours putting on makeup today and then took an hour-long subway ride to get here from the city. It takes half a day to go back and forth. And now you tell me you want to let me take pictures. No matter who it is, they would feel uncomfortable, not to mention that she has communicated with the manager. "Security boss, can I wait until the VIP leaves before I go in and take the photos?" The girl with twin ponytails pleaded desperately. Although there are many wealthy people in Shanghai, only a small number of them can afford to shop at the Rolls-Royce store. Otherwise, only a few cars would be sold in a month. Therefore, the customer who is valued so much by the Rolls-Royce store must be extremely powerful. The girl also became curious about the VIP mentioned by the security guard. What kind of big shot is he? Only then can the Rolls-Royce store treat it so grandly. "Excuse me, miss." Faced with the pleading of the girl with twin ponytails, the security guard at the door was not moved at all, and said in a tough attitude, "This is the order of the store manager. I don't want to spoil your fun. Please come back another day." "Okay." Hearing the security guard say this, the girl with twin ponytails felt a little depressed and prepared to turn around and leave. Just then, Jiang Han came out of the VIP room. Accompanied by the store manager and salesman, we arrived at the entrance of the 4S store. Because a new car requires a series of trivial matters such as registration, insurance purchase, and configuration selection. So the car can only be picked up after a week. After all, this is real life. It's impossible to be like the system, where you can tell it that you will have a car and have it immediately placed in front of you. Jiang Han didn't care about this. As long as I can get the car before college starts, it'll be fine. Just as Jiang Han arrived at the door and was about to go home, he suddenly saw the girl with twin ponytails standing outside. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Didn't he expect to meet an old acquaintance here? Jiang Han took the initiative to walk forward and greeted the girl with twin ponytails. "Xenia Lin, why are you here?" Hearing someone calling her, the girl with twin ponytails turned around and asked in surprise, "Jiang, is that you?" "Yes." Jiang Han smiled and nodded. This girl with twin ponytails is named Lin Wanner, and she is also a student at Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. But she is 1 year older than Jiang Han. The two knew each other because they both participated in the school's newspaper club. After 2 semesters, we have become old acquaintances. However, Jiang Han has never seen Lin Wanner again since she was admitted to the Magic City Drama Academy. After all, they are just ordinary friends. At this moment, Jiang Han met her here again, and felt a little surprised. Just ask, a sweet girl with twin ponytails. What man wouldn't like it? Moreover, Lin Wanner not only has a sweet appearance, but also a very nice figure. Her full breasts make people excited just by looking at them. She is a typical clothes hanger. At this time, the store manager following behind Jiang Han. Seeing this scene, he walked over and asked, "Mr. Jiang, is this your girlfriend?" Jiang Han nodded and said with a smile, "Well, female friends, by the way, senior sister Lin, are you here to buy a car? Would you like to join a group with me? Maybe you can get a discount." After listening to the conversation between the two, Lin Wanner was stunned. I didn't expect that the VIP that the security guard at the door just mentioned turned out to be Junior Jiang. This is incredible. Why didn't I realize that there was such a hidden rich second generation around me when I was in school? Lin Wanner shook her head and said nervously, No, I can't afford a Rolls Royce. I'm just here to shoot a video." After the college entrance examination, Lin Wanner registered an account on Bilibili and became an up host. After a summer of hard work. In addition, she had good personal conditions and quickly accumulated nearly 200,000 fans. Rely on netizens to recharge and shoot a few videos to make money. The monthly income was enough to cover her college expenses, and there was even some left over. And she came here today to shoot materials and prepare to post them online in 2 days. Unexpectedly, I met Jiang Han here. I see. Jiang Han nodded, looked at the store manager beside him and asked, "She's here to shoot a video, won't that affect your work?" "No. It doesn't affect you." The store manager quickly waved his hand and said, "Come and shoot a video, we welcome you so much. Since she is your female, sex friend, Mr. Jiang. Then come in and take pictures. Ms. Lin, which car do you want to take pictures of? We'll get the keys and take you for a test ride." Hearing this, Lin Wanner was extremely surprised. I originally thought that today's trip would be in vain and nothing would be accomplished. Unexpectedly, I met my junior brother Jiang. Moreover, he was a distinguished guest of the store, so he was also treated preferentially. The store manager actually asked her to choose any car to shoot. I also need to give her the keys for a test drive. You know, even big bloggers may not have this kind of treatment. You have to be a car blogger in a vertical field. Unexpectedly, she is a little upmaster. It's so cool that I can actually enjoy the feeling of being a big internet celebrity. However, Lin Wanner also knew. The reason I was able to receive such treatment was all because of Jiang Han. So, she said sweetly to Jiang Han, "Jiang, are you free later? After I finish filming the video, can I buy you lunch?" "Okay." Facing the invitation from the senior, Jiang Han naturally agreed very readily. It's almost time for dinner now, and it will be late if we drive back to eat. It would be better to wait for Lin Wanner to finish shooting the video material and then go out for a meal with her. Who knows, something else might happen. Chapter 38 Junior, can you help me? Because Lin Wanner wants to shoot a video. So Jiang Han followed her and returned to the exhibition hall. With him as a super big customer, Lin Wanner also enjoyed the star-level service of the 4S store. The manager of the Rolls-Royce store personally accompanied Lin Wanner to visit all the cars in the showroom. And with Jiang Han's consent, he asked a female salesperson to take Lin Wanner out for a ride in the Rolls-Royce Cullinan he had just ordered. Wait until Lin Wanner comes back. The cute little girl's face flushed with excitement. The high quality of the videos and the richness of the materials in this episode far exceeded her initial expectations. Among videos with the same theme, she is probably one of the rare ones. After all, there are very few uploaders on small websites who can enjoy such distinguished treatment as hers. The store manager will accompany you throughout the whole process and test drive multi-million luxury cars. Unless they can also spend 23 million here first. Or have a super rich friend like this who is willing to accompany you and help with the filming. After Lin Wanner finished filming the material she needed, she excitedly said to Jiang Han, "Jiang, thank you so much this time. If the video can be played over 1 million times, I will treat you to a feast. A video on Bilibili with 1 million views is of high quality. Even a big up host with millions of followers cannot guarantee that the number of views for each of his videos can reach this number. If her video can get over 1 million views, she can not only earn a lot of incentive money from the small broken station, you can also gain a lot of fans. I came here to shoot a video today and it was really a great deal. Jiang Han laughed and joked, "You're only treating me to a feast after 1 million views. Isn't that too insincere? Then how do you want me to thank you? You said, as long as I have it, I will do it for you." Lin Wana patted her plump chest, looking very righteous. Jiang Han reached out and pulled her ponytails, saying, "Stop taking pictures. They will droop if you continue. You should think about where to eat now." When Jiang Han pulled her twin ponytails, Lin Wana's cute lowly face suddenly turned pink. This is also one of her characteristics. Other girls would blush when they were shy. She turned pink, like a peach. Very cute and kawaii. She puffed her lips and said angrily, "Jiang, you pulled my hair again. If you do that again, I will be angry." Although Lin Wana tried hard to appear angry. It's a pity that her lowly voice is a bit too sweet, as if she is acting coquettishly. There is no deterrent effect at all. Jiang Han didn't talk for too long. After revisiting the feeling of his hand, he let go and said, "Let's go. Get in the car first." Lin Wana asked curiously, "Did you drive here? Are you a pig? How did I get here without a car?" Jiang Han joked with a smile. "Humph, you're the pig. You could have taken the subway. I'm not a big dog owner like you. Why didn't I see that before?" Lin Wana said unconvinced. The two chatted and laughed as they walked to the door of the 4S store. After seeing the noble and cool Aston Martin 177 being started by Jiang Han, Lin Wana was shocked again. "So this Aston Martin is yours?" "Yes, absolutely," Jiang Han said with a smile. Lin Wana was speechless for a moment. When she saw the video of this Aston Martin on Douyin a few days ago, she was still sighing at how many rich people there were in Shanghai. They are often top-of-the-line supercars worth tens of millions. He never expected that this car actually belonged to his junior brother Jiang Han. "Okay, get in the car." Jiang Han smiled and pointed at the co-pilot seat. Lin Wana nodded foolishly and took a step forward to sit on it. "Because it was too shocking and it was my first time riding in a sports car." "R." Accompanied by a cry of surprise. Lin Wana almost fell down on the passenger seat, looking extremely embarrassed. Jiang Han immediately realized that this must be Lin Wana's first time riding in a sports car. "I didn't know that I had to lower my center of gravity before entering." Then the whole person fell down. Lin Wana was so anxious that she almost cried, so she could only plead aggrievedly, "Brother, can you help me and hold me up for a while?" Faced with Lin Wana's request, Jiang Han certainly felt obliged to do so. He bent down, then used a little force to help her adjust her sitting position. The space in a sports car is relatively narrow, and since the two people are pressed close together, some physical contact is inevitable, and the atmosphere suddenly becomes somewhat ambiguous. However, Jiang Han did not take advantage of Lin Wana. Joke. As a gentleman, would he do such a despicable thing? Unless that perverted system told me to do it. Lin Wana glanced at Jiang Han, her pretty face blushing a little. She didn't expect that she would make such a big joke in front of Jiang Han. Fortunately, no one else was around to see this embarrassing scene. Otherwise, she would really be too ashamed to face anyone in the future. No, not even if junior brother Jiang sees it. After Jiang Han got into the driver's seat, Lin Wana waved her fist and threatened, "Jiang, you didn't see anything just now, right?" Jiang Han nodded seriously and said solemnly, "Yes." Lin Wana grabbed her twin ponytails tightly, with a look of agony on her face. Then she pleaded in a soft and cute lowly voice, "Junior brother, please don't tell anyone, okay?" Jiang Han rolled his eyes speechlessly. "Who do you take me for? I'm not a pervert. Besides, can you blame me for what happened just now? You fell down by yourself. I can't dig your eyes out." Looking at Jiang Han's righteous expression, somehow, Lin Wana's sense of shame faded a lot. She said sweetly and coquettishly, "Oh, I fell down accidentally. So, be careful next time. You only run into an honest man like me. If it were someone else, you would have suffered a great loss today." Jiang Han continued seriously. You are such an honest person. When we were in the club, who was the one who secretly pulled my ponytail every day? Lin Wanner said angrily. Don't mention the past anymore, life is full of ups and downs. Let the past be the past, Tilder. Jiang Han gave Lin Wanner a melancholy look. Lin Wanner was mesmerized by his elegant and noble temperament. Junior Jiang, he is so charming. After a while, she came to her senses. She said shyly, well, let the past be the past, and we are not allowed to mention it again. Yeah, no problem. Jiang Han nodded, and then emphasized, but you must not forget the feast you promised me. I'll remember this for you. Treat me to a feast when the number of views exceeds 1 million. I don't want to listen, Tilder. This is also in the past, Tilder. La la lane. Lin Wanner happily shook her twin ponytails. While chatting and laughing, Jiang Han drove his Aston Martin to the nearby commercial center. The two of them randomly found a Cantonese restaurant to have lunch. Jiang Han looked at Lin Wanner, who was rubbing her belly and saying she was full, and said jokingly, stop rubbing it. It won't get smaller no matter how much you rub it. Humph. I don't want to listen, Tilder. Lin Wanner increased the frequency, unconvinced. Jiang Han smiled and shook his head. Where are you going later? I'll take you there. No thanks. I'm going back to school later. It's quite far from here. I can just take the subway myself. Lin Wanner refused subconsciously. It takes about an hour to drive from Modu Drama Academy to Modong New District. It would be too troublesome to ask Jiang Han to send it. It doesn't matter. I have nothing to do this afternoon anyway. Jiang Han said indifferently. Well, thank you, Junior Tilder. As they talked, the two stood up and prepared to leave. Because of Lin Wanner's insistence, she paid for the meal. It wasn't expensive, just over 300 yuan for 2 people. This is normal consumption in Shanghai. Back in the Aston Martin, Jiang Han started the car and asked, by the way, senior sister, which campus of the Drama Academy are you in? The Shanghai Drama Academy is the same as Fudan University. There are several campuses. It would be embarrassing if you drove to the wrong place. I'm at the Huashan campus. Hey, I haven't asked you yet, how did you do in the college entrance examination this year? Which school did you apply to? Lin Wanner asked curiously. The Aston Martin rushed out of the parking lot with a whoosh. Jiang Han steered the wheel with one hand and said casually, I applied to the economics department of Fudan University. Wow, you are indeed a top student. It's actually Fudan's economics department. This is their flagship major. Lin Wanner's eyes revealed admiration. For art exam candidates like them, they are students with good academic performance. In fact, I still admire him very much. Because generally speaking, students who choose to take the art exam usually have average talent in academic subjects. So when you see a top student, it is easy to recall the fear you once had when you were dominated. It's okay. Jiang Han said calmly. As a top student who ranked among the top 20 in the college entrance examination at Modu No. 1 Middle School, he said he was accustomed to such words of praise. If I didn't think the air in Beijing was bad and I wasn't too lazy to go too far from home. Getting into universities like Tsinghua University and Peking University is not easy. Seeing Jiang Han's nonchalant look, Lin Wanner felt a little angry. Do you have to be so calm? People seldom praise others. But when I thought that Jiang Han was not only a super VIP of the Rolls-Royce 4S store, but also drove a limited edition top-level supercar worth $500 million. There must be no shortage of beautiful women flattering him around him on a daily basis. Maybe I am just an inconspicuous one among them. Jiang Han came out to help today, probably just because they are alumni. It's not like what I imagined before. I did this because I had a crush on her. Maybe she wasn't as special as she thought. Think of this. Lin Wanner became a little depressed, and her cute little face became deflated. A man sat in the passenger seat sullenly, not saying a word. Jiang Han was a little puzzled. Why is this woman's mood just like the weather in June? Change at any time. We were talking and laughing just now, but now we are unhappy. No wonder Confucius said that only women and villains are difficult to raise. The ancients never deceived me. At this moment, a system prompt sound suddenly rang in Jiang Han's mind. Drop. System daily task release. Host, please put your hand on Lin Wana's thigh for at least 60 seconds. Task reward, 1 billion in cash, perfect singing voice, guitar playing skills, and a bottle of S-level body strengthening potion, which can greatly enhance the host's physical fitness in all aspects after drinking. Chapter 39. I have little education, don't lie to me. See this task. Jiang Han was too tired to complain. He is obviously a sunny and positive young man. Why does the system always issue such tasks that are inconsistent with his character? Except for the heartless and crazy ones. He had nothing more to say. Damn. That's it. As for the task reward, this time the system did not choose to give company shares, but directly gave cash. This gave Jiang Han a little surprise. He was quite happy though. Because now, after buying Cullinan and Phantom, he doesn't have much money left. Although the company has dividends, except for a small amount of money when it is first received, if you want to get dividends again, you will probably have to wait until the next quarter. So now, these 1 billion yuan are still very important to Jiang Han. And, in a sense, 1 billion yuan in cash is actually more valuable than many shares. After all, shares are wealth on paper, and once the company goes bankrupt, they are worthless. I don't know how many companies have died due to a lack of cash flow. Cash flow is the lifeline of a business. Many companies with a market value of hundreds of billions may not even be able to come up with a few hundred million in cash. Jiang Han is now preparing to cooperate with Tang Yin to establish a new cosmetics company, and there is a certain funding gap. The little money he had before was definitely not enough. Because he has a big plan. If realized, its influence in the country will increase dramatically. Although we can ask L'Oreal Group and Lafite Winery to transfer some money. But it also needs the approval of the board of directors first. After all, it is a listed company, not a private enterprise, and necessary rules and procedures must be followed. Moreover, both companies are foreign enterprises, and if you want to transfer money to domestic accounts, you have to go through many review procedures first. It's very troublesome. It is not as simple and direct as transferring money through the system. Plus a perfect singing voice, guitar playing skills, and an S-level body strengthening potion. Jiang Han had no reason to refuse. Especially the S-level body strengthening potion. Jiang Han is even more determined to win. He is a man who is determined to give all lovely young ladies a warm home. How can we realize this great ideal without a good body? As for how to complete this task. At a traffic light intersection, Jiang Han saw a bus parked right next to them and immediately had a plan in his mind. Jiang Han smiled and said, I suddenly remembered an old joke. Have you heard it? What's the joke? Lin Wana asked curiously. I was smoking a Zhonghua cigarette, driving a Lamborghini, listening to slow rock DJs, and my girlfriend was sitting on the passenger seat with her long legs exposed. When I was waiting at the traffic light, I put my hand on her leg. This life, TSK TSK TSK. I saw it clearly on the bus. As he spoke, Jiang Han seemed to unintentionally place his hand on Lin Wana's milky thigh. The system's timing sound rang in my mind. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Lin Wana shuddered subconsciously. That cute little girl's face suddenly turned pink. For a moment, she was afraid to look directly into Jiang Han's eyes. He turned his head and looked out the window, clenching his fists. Like enduring something. After Jiang Han kept time and slowly finished telling the whole story, Lin Wana said in a tone that sounded like she was about to cry, well, then, Junior, now that you've finished your joke, can you let go of your hands now? The soft and tender lowly voice matches her shy expression at the moment. Jiang Han almost slipped and turned the steering wheel. Fortunately, with the help of top-notch driving skills, the danger was quickly resolved. He was so scared that he quickly breathed a sigh of relief. 58 seconds, 59 seconds, 60 seconds. Drop. Time is up. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards, 1 billion in cash, perfect singing skills, guitar playing skills. Reward, a bottle of S-level body strengthening potion, which can greatly enhance the host's physical fitness in all aspects after drinking. The potion is stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. In Jiang Han's mind, system prompt sounds rang one after another. The next second, he received a text message from the bank notifying him that 1 billion yuan had arrived. A lot of knowledge about singing techniques and guitar playing techniques also appeared in his memory. Jiang Han reluctantly let go of her hand and coughed twice, Well, sorry, I was so absorbed in the joke just now that I couldn't help but get caught up in it. Lin Wanner was speechless for a while and rolled her eyes cutely. Junior, I have little education, so don't lie to me. At the same time, I couldn't help but start to fantasize in my mind. When Jiang Han told this joke, was he confessing his feelings to himself in disguise? While waiting for the traffic light, he put his hand on his girlfriend's leg. Just now his hand was on my leg. Could it be that? Is he hinting that I should be his girlfriend? Oh, my Junior, how could he be so bad? Even if she is your girlfriend, you can't act like this right away. They haven't agreed yet. Lin Wanner puffed up her cute little face and said timidly, Junior brother, are we moving too fast? Can you give me some time to adjust? Hearing this, Jiang Han was stunned. Senior Loli, what are you talking to me about? How come it suddenly becomes giving you some time to adapt? You haven't even thought about it yet, but you're already adapting. Nothing happened, okay? Oh, that's not right. I just put my hand on the senior student's thigh. But seeing how hard it was for my senior sister to sit in the car, her legs must be numb. Is it wrong for a junior student to help a senior student relax? Alas, it's all the system's fault. A handsome and charming man like me is destined to be misunderstood by the world and bear pressure that is not appropriate for my age. My heart hurts so much. Jiang Han sighed quietly and said, It's okay, senior sister. I can wait. Don't worry. Just get used to it slowly. Seeing Jiang Han's considerate look, Lin Wanner nodded with emotion. Junior, you are so nice.